As the array had been replenished quite a bit, the ripples of the barrier once again enclosed them. After killing 2 of the devil clan beside them, Tuoba Wuchen sat down directly on the ground. Tuoba Wuchen took out a jade bottle and poured it, but not a single pill rolled out. He looked at the empty bottle and casually tossed it aside. What are bees doing in the bloody tunnel? Feng Zhixing looked at his clothes that were already missing a bit of fabric and glared at him, saying, how many times have I told you not to tear my clothes? Tuoba Wuchen casually nodded it and smiled, how many times have I told you that it's easier to tear your clothes? Feng Zhixing saw his hoodlum attitude, and couldn't bother himself with him. He sat by the side and watched the bees fighting with the devil clan outside. When he saw the carcasses of those bees, his eyes shone with disbelief. Wu Chen, those bees, they look like the most powerful attack bees, scarlet bees. Scarlet bees? Aren't they extinct? Tuoba Wuchen initially thought he was joking, but when he saw the dead bees on the ground, he couldn't continue his sentence. Damn, they couldn't possibly really be scarlet bees, right? Feng Zhixing came beside the array, and hooked a scarlet bee's dead body when the devil clansman wasn't paying attention. He and Tuoba Wuchen took a close look, and looked at each other with shock and delight. Who would have thought that the long-extinct scarlet bees would appear here? He wondered why they would come and save him, but if other scarlet bees came as well, they might really be able to break out of the trap. So you're saying, that we may not need to die here? Tuoba Wuchen said with a smile. Who knows? Hope flashed in Feng Zhixing's eyes. They might possibly be able to escape from this place. How many years has it been since he had Tuoba Wuchen had been wandering around the bloody tunnel? If they weren't locked up, they were stuck in battle. Once I get out, I'll definitely give him a good show. Yeah. Feng Zhixing didn't say much. Tuoba Wuchen, whom he had grown up with, knew that beneath his calm exterior was a boiling rage and tenacity. Right, you were saying before, who couldn't possibly be here? Now that you mention it, you should know the person as well. Feng Zhixing said, you remember, before meeting you, I went to the Yilin continent. I remember. You said that before, then you also know who was there. For you to run over to see that person, there can only be one. However, how could she possibly be there? Tuoba Wuchen said voluntarily. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his face lost all color. The person you're talking about, cannot possibly be their kid, right? You went to see their kid? Yeah. No way, you actually went to see their kid. You really? For her, sigh. Tuoba Wuchen looked at him as if he was dumb and had failed to meet his expectations. The person you're referring to is her child? Yeah. Feng Zhixing said, I just wanted to see if their kid was doing well. However, I didn't expect to hear so many bad things about him when I was there. However, those rumors were inconsistent, and he was an extremely talented child. No, I should say that his talent surpassed even mine. So strong? Tuoba Wuchen was rather shocked, then he smiled immediately. That's right, his parents are so talented, how bad could he be? So you actually felt his aura just now? When I left the Yilin continent, I left a soul imprint on him. Just now, I could sense my soul. Feng Zhixing was also rather suspicious as he said it. I've only left it on him and nobody else. Also, the feeling of my soul imprint was really close, such that it was inside the bloody tunnel. But you know this as well, he's only 20 over years old. I've only left the place for 10 over years, so how could he have come up to the ancient primordial lands so quickly? Especially to a dangerous place like this. That's why I said it can't possibly be him. Whether or not it is him, we should be able to find out once we get out of here. Tuoba Wuchen said, we didn't want to come here, but haven't we already stayed here for Buddha knows how many years? Feng Zhixing looked towards the outside. It was no longer a dense cloud of white, but a blood-red world. The scarlet bees aren't going to be able to hold on much longer. Tuoba Wuchen stood up. It seems that we were wrong when we thought that many scarlet bees were coming to save us. It's already pretty good that they could hold on for so long. Zhixing, look. Feng Zhixing turned around and saw a group of black dots floating in from the red-colored space. His expression turned even graver. It seems to be a few tens of devil generals, and the leader is a devil emperor. It seems that our luck isn't great. We might lose our lives here today. Not all of the devil clansmen were killed by the scarlet bees. They were already extremely weary, and had time to regain some energy earlier. Even if we die, we have to drag them down with us. Okay. They watched as the devil emperor began to draw close, and watched as the array they were depending on for dear life was destroyed in a single slash by the opponent. The devil clansmen drew closer and saw the two within the array. After shouting a few incoherent sentences, one of them prepared to mount an attack before realizing that he had been paralyzed. Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen heard a sound behind them as well, and turned around curiously. When he saw the people charging over on the back of a flying spirit beast, Feng Zhixing felt his eyes grow wet. Men, rescue our young master. The guards of the Feng clan hopped off the back of the flying spirit beast and flew over, attacking those of the devil clan. Elders, you should go as well. Alright, young master. Those elders stood up and slowly cracked their bones, before speeding down to attack those devil generals and devil emperors. Sima Yu sat on Halcyon's back and looked at the battle from afar. When she saw Feng Zhixing looking at her from inside the array, she smiled and waved. Tuoba Wuchen recovered from the huge shock. He turned around and saw that Feng Zhixing was actually smiling. His eyes were open wide as he looked at the person outside the battlefield. He was the most familiar with this brat, Feng Zhixing. Although he always looked like he was wearing a smile, he rarely ever truly smiled. Right now, his smile was actually brimming with joy, which was extremely, extremely rare. He's that kid? Tuoba Wuchen asked. Yeah. He's only 20 over years old, but actually came to this continent. I wonder how he got here. Tuoba Wuchen said with curiosity, the person beside him looks rather familiar, eh? The holy son of the Sage Pavilion. Of course he'd look familiar. What are the two of them doing together? The Feng clan would not normally head to the Yi-Lin continent, but the Sage Pavilion would. That's because they had the most branches in the continent below. Furthermore, she was standing so close to Wu Lingyu. It seemed that they were extremely familiar with each other, but not just anyone could cozy up to the holy son. When he thought of this, Feng Zhixing began to worry that his disciple was being taken away by the Sage Pavilion. Those of the Devil clan gave a few shouts, and they fought while retreating. Sima Yu understood what they were saying. They were saying that their opponents were too strong, so everyone had to retreat. However, the Feng clan saw that Feng Zhixing was being surrounded by them, so how was it possible that they would let them retreat? Each and every single one of them were ruthlessly slaughtered. Finally, aside from the Devil Emperor and the two Devil Generals who had escaped back to their blood-red world, the other Devil clansmen were killed by the Feng clansmen and the elders of the three Yuan Egret clan. Sima Yu watched as the battle ended, and, "Dear Xing, how are you? Wu Chen, what are you doing here with dear Xing?" Feng Lu saw Tuoba Wu Chen, and took out some pills for the both of them. "It's a long story, let's wait till we get back, then we'll tell uncle and auntie everything." Yes, heal up first." Feng Zhixing took the pills and ate it, then he stepped over the carcasses and arrived in front of Sima Yu. "Master, I've come." Feng Zhixing stretched forth a hand and touched Sima Yu's face, then said with gratitude, "You've really exceeded Master's expectations." Master is extremely pleased. After speaking, his body fell towards Sima Yu and he fainted. Master? Master? Wu Lingyu who was standing beside them carried Feng Zhixing by the side, not letting him rest on her body. Feng Lu and the others dashed over hurriedly and saw that Wu Lingyu was personally supporting him. They wondered whether they were close before. Only he knew that he was willing to do this only because he didn't want another man to lean on her body. Yu, how is dear Xing? Sima Yu took his pulse and gave him a checkup, then said, Master's body has merely been too strained. Now that he has a chance to relax, his body just hasn't had the time to recover. It's no big deal. With the medicine you just gave him, he should be able to recover slowly. As she just finished speaking, Tuoba Wuchen Alo fainted. It was a good thing that Feng Zhiyang wasn't far away and managed to catch him. This place is too close to the devil realm. Let's continue speaking after we leave this place. Feng Lu ordered. As such, they carried the two unconscious men onto the flying beast and flew away. Sima Yu took a look at those dead scarlet bees, and with a wave of her hand, brought them into her spirit pagoda. To onlookers, it seemed as if the scarlet queen bee had kept them away. You have so many bees, so where are they normally kept? Feng Zhiyang asked curiously. Scarlet queen bee has a contract with all her scarlet bees, so it has a huge contracted space. Sima Yu used an excuse that she thought of long ago. In any case, for things like this, there was no way they could ever verify with another scarlet queen bee, and they were unlikely to ask to take a look at that space, right? As expected, after putting it this way, the Feng clansmen didn't ask any further. They merely kept looking at the scarlet queen bee on her shoulder. Where are we headed to now? She ignored those gazes entirely and changed the subject. An inhabited land in the human clan. There's actually a human clan here with inhabitants? Sima Yu asked in surprise. Of course. Human clans have to send men to guard this area in the event the devil clan manages to break through the bloody tunnel and runs to the continent to wreak havoc upon the human realm. Feng Lu said, that's why someone must always be a human clan stationed here. If they encounter that kind of devil clan like we did just now, they have to destroy them. If they cannot, they have to at least beat them back to where they came from. For the battle we had today, if we weren't the ones who happened to encounter it, I'm afraid that they would already have been able to break in here. Sima Yu said. Hearing what she said, Dan Jing and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Although they could already see the inhabited area, Feng Lu still got someone to change direction. What's wrong? Sima Yu asked. The bloody continent is so big, and it has also been divided into different areas. Every area should have their own people patrolling. Wu Lingyu explained to her. Sima Yu understood. Since every area should have their own patrols, the people here must have known long ago that Feng Zhixing and the others were trapped in there. However, they didn't rescue them at all. This proved that the people had done so intentionally. They intentionally pretended that they did not discover them, and did not rescue them. There was an extremely high possibility that they were glad to see them trapped in there. This meant that the people stationed here very likely had a grudge against the Feng clan. That was why they did not dare to look for those people, and could only rush to an area nearby. The person in charge of this area, Xiong Ran, was Feng Lu's old friend. Once he knew that they had arrived, he hurriedly went to greet them. Little Lu, what brings you here? Xiong Ran saw Feng Lu and called out loudly. When Sima Yu heard the way he greeted Feng Lu, she could not help but lower her head and grin. Feng Lu had long since been accustomed to the greeting and said, I came to find my son, and I'll fill you in on the details later. They're injured now, and we need to find a place to let them rest. Come with me, then. Xiong Ran led the way. He got his guards to carry Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen, and followed him to an empty house. Sima Yu wanted to follow along to monitor Feng Zhixing's condition, but she suddenly felt an unusual aura. It had been a long time since the Devil's Snare bracelet had any movement. Sima Yu lowered her head and saw that there was a rare movement coming from the Devil's Snare bracelet. She didn't realize that Wu Lingyu, who was standing beside her, had on a rather strange expression. Is there anything the matter with you two? Feng Zhiyang, who was walking behind them, asked when he saw that the two of them were standing still. Sima Yu looked at the guard who was standing in front of the house and said, nothing, I just felt that this person looked rather familiar. I was wondering where I could have seen him before. However, I also realized that he just looks a little similar. Their auras are too different. That guard stiffened when he heard what Sima Yu said. He didn't say anything though, because Sima Yu had already walked away. Once everyone had gone off, he released a long sigh. He looked in Sima Yu's direction and his eyes flashed with a red light. Hua Xiao, what's up with you? A guard saw him looking in that direction and asked. Nothing, I was just wondering who those people were. Hua Xiao asked while putting on a mask of curiosity. You don't know them? The guard laughed. They are from the Feng clan, Lord Lu and his wife. How about those youths with them? Hua Xiao was actually asking about Sima Yu specifically, but he didn't know her name, and did not dare ask too obviously. Those people? One of them is Lord Lu's son, and another one is the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. I don't know who the third person is. That guard shook his head. That person seems rather weak. I wonder why they brought him here? Places like the Bloody Tunnel are no place for a child like that. Don't you travel with the Lord often? Why do you not recognize them? That brat seems to be only 20 to 30 years old. I don't know many people that age. That's true, huh? As Sima Yu entered the room, Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen were being placed on 2 beds. She went to check on their condition, and their situation was rather bad. She took out 2 bottles of liquid medicine and opened their mouths, feeding them one each. Yu, what did you get them to drink? Feng Zhiyang asked. Spirit fluid that will slow down the rate of their medicine absorption. Sima Yu said. Why did you get them to drink that? Their bodies are too taxed, and can't handle extreme changes. If they absorb it too quickly, it will hurt them instead. She explained, just like how a person who cannot cultivate who is frozen in a snowstorm cannot be broken out just by using hot water. Once they heard her explanation, they understood what she meant. What she didn't say was that the medicine they were given was too potent. However, Lu Feng and the others were intelligent, and understood just by seeing how she acted. I have to perform acupuncture for them, to awaken them. Sima Yu looked at the people in the house. They could understand from her gaze, which was plainly telling everyone to leave. Then, we'll head off first. Feng Lu brought the group of people out with him, while Bai Qing and the others remained standing in the house, waiting for them. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu, who was standing where he was without moving an inch, and asked with her eyebrows raised, Senior brother, are you not going to head out? I think you need a helping hand, right? Wu Lingyu said. A helping hand? He wanted to stay behind to be her helping hand? Seeing his resolute gaze, she knew that once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind easily. As such, she did not force him out, but turned around and began to strip Feng Zhixing of his clothes. Then, she took out her needles and began her work. Wu Lingyu saw that she held needles in her right hand, while using her left hand to feel about Feng Zhixing's body. He rushed over and said, actually, you can just tell me which acupuncture points they are. I can help you do it. Sima Yu placed the needles in before rolling her eyes as Wu Lingyu, saying. If you are able to learn how to give acupuncture, I wouldn't mind letting you do so as well. But, do you know how? After this sentence fell, he was stumped. A long while passed before he finally said a sentence meekly, I can learn. But I have no time to teach you. Sima Yu ignored him after that, and continued to perform acupuncture for Feng Zhixing. That's right, time is running out. Wu Lingyu sighed, Junior brother, if something happens to us in the future, you have to follow me closely, understand? Understand. You've already said this twice before. Sima Yu said rather agitatedly, if you continue speaking, I'm going to throw you out. I'll keep quiet. Chu Lingyu really remained quiet from then on and watched as she rushed about. After half an hour passed, Sima Yu finished her acupuncture. Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen were both conscious now. Master, how do you feel now? Sima Yu walked beside the bed, sat down and asked. Much better. Feng Zhixing looked at her gratefully. Who would have thought that after all these years, the two of them would actually meet under such circumstances? At that time, he had left in a grand and elegant way. Unexpectedly, merely a few years passed, but she was the one who rescued him. He looked around him, and saw that she and Wu Lingyu were the only ones in here. He secretly affirmed that Sima Yu had been poached into the Sage Pavilion. Master, this is my senior brother, Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu saw that Feng Zhixing kept eyeing Wu Lingyu, and introduced him because she thought that he was curious as to who he was. Who would have expected his expression to change once he heard her introduction? He scoffed cold, I know who the holy son of the Sage Pavilion is. Sima Yu didn't understand why his expression would change as such. Master, Yu, how much do you know about the Sage Pavilion? That much. Then you should know that, while they keep up a mask of innocence, they're a sect that has committed many bad deeds. I do. Feng Zhixing saw that Sima Yu admitted to this so quickly and said rather peevishly, since you know that they are this kind of sect, why did you still join it? Join the Sage Pavilion? Sima Yu was stunned, I didn't join the Sage Pavilion though. You didn't? Then why do you call him senior brother? Feng Zhixing was shocked. Sima Yu only now understood where his thoughts had traveled to. Master, Senior's Aster is the Divine Devil Valley's master. He is my master right now as well. He teaches me alchemy. That's why I'm not a member of the Sage Pavilion, but I have a senior-junior relationship with him. You really didn't join it? Feng Zhixing confirmed again. Sima Yu nodded her head definitively. That's good then. A sect like that, you definitely cannot join. Otherwise. Wu Lingyu was depressed. In any case, his identity was of the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. Could they not ignore him so blatantly? Master, you can relax. I will never join the Sage Pavilion. I couldn't even if I wanted to, anyway. Why is that? Because I once led a troop to eradicate one of their branches in the restless continent. Feng Zhixing and Tuoba Wuchen were stunned, then Tuoba Wuchen burst out laughing, ha ha ha, not bad, you've already gone and eradicated an entire branch clan at such a young age. How bold. Feng Zhixing smiled as well, asking, Yu, what were you doing in the restless continent? What are you doing here as well? Towards Feng Zhixing concern on how she had spent those years, Sima Yu gave him a brief account of her life during the period. She was afraid she'd succumbed prematurely. At divine rank and at the age of over 20 in the primordial lands was not considered an outstanding talent. After all, many people were born with spirit power. Moreover, there was abundant spirit power in the primordial lands such that there were quite a few divine rank over 20. If environmental contrast was factored in, then the situation would be different. If one could cultivate to divine rank in a lower continent, then it wouldn't be easy, especially at this young age. As a result, even Tuoba Wuchen who listened on the sidelines was stupefied. Especially, when he knew she was adept in arrays and pill refinement, and even her medical skills were good, he felt the person in front of him was a monster. Sima Yu stayed and talked to them for half a day before leaving. When she came out, she saw Hua Xiu once again. Wu Lingyu who was beside her also glanced at him. The expressions in their eyes were different. Hua Xiu glimpsed nervously at them, wondering how he should react when his identity exposed. He didn't expect them to directly leave. At night, Wu Lingyu left his room. Feng Zhixing and their injuries were recovering quickly. Sima Yu thought that when they recovered, they would return to the primordial lands. Never did she expect they wanted to stay behind. Yu, although the bloody tunnel is dangerous, there is an array set up here, so, it's relatively safe. As long as you don't go out, you'll be safe. Shan Jing explained. The commotion from the demon clan is too big nowadays. It's hard to deal with it safely. As part of the human race, we will naturally stay to help this situation. The bloody tunnel was divided into several areas, and each area was supervised by a person. Those in charge would alternate, a family clan would be responsible for 5 to 6 years. Each area was assigned an ordinal number and a token of delegating their position. When they finished their time, the person at post could delegate another person by sending the red token over. If those well-acclaimed family did not accept the red token, they would become the enemy of the continent and pursued by all forces. Even if those families were not willing, they still have to. If their strength wasn't enough, they could employ the help of others with the requirement of enormous rewards. Or some wealthy families, who were unwilling to send their family members, hired those who were willing to defend a period of time in place of them. There was a saying in the primordial lands, if you had a quarrel with someone, send the red token to their home, which was the best way to get revenge, and still be a person of integrity. Xiong and Rant's group was coming close their service, which they need to stay for a few more months. Unexpectedly, the demon clan had other plans. They unceasingly sent their people to attack this area. From time to time, some demons were successful in breaking their barrier. Because of the frequent invasion of the demons, Xiong and Ran could no longer resist them. They sent people to seek help from the area behind them. The Feng family appeared right on time, and they naturally had to stay and help. The Feng family had been here before. It happened that the team of Shan Jing and Feng Lu passed by, and they were also familiar with the situation here. Now that they knew their friends were in trouble, how could they stand by and watch? After Sima Yu was aware of this, she wasn't unhappy. She just said that if there's any need, the Egret clan's elder could help. But Xiong and Ran and they didn't have this plan. In other words, they wouldn't let Egret clan come out before they have to. After all, they were here to ensure Sima Yu's safety. If something happened to her here, then something would happen to the Rock King as well. At that time, the whole bird clan would come to them for the account. Sima Yu originally wanted to stay and watch some amazing fights, but these days, as long as Feng Lu's party went out, they would tell her not to go out. One day, she was reading in her room as usual when Wu Lingyu walked in. He saw her and about to speak but hesitate. What's up? Is there a problem? Wu Lingyu pondered for a moment. I just heard from the people outside that the demon clan sent many people to come here this time. The battlefield ahead is a bit tragic. Your master went as well. Master went as well? Sima Yu closed the book. Did they say anything about master and the group's situation? Nope. Wu Lingyu answered. But the bodyguard who spoke of this, you know him? I know of. The one called Hua Xiu, him. Sima Yu ribbed her chin and pondered, if it's him, then the truth of the news is debatable. She and Wu Lingyu both could tell that that person wasn't human. He was extremely possible to be a demon. What could his purpose be for transmitting this information? But they hadn't thought of anything significant when a bodyguard ran in from outside wanting to see Sima Yu. Sima Yu heard the commotion and curiously walked over. She witnessed a Feng family bodyguard covered in blood. Her expression changed, and she cried out in alarm. What happened? Old master, they were besieged by the demons. They can't hold any longer. My master went as well? Yes, even Master Tuoba went. You should rest here. We also want to come. Master Sima, please bring us along. Sima Yu looked at the bodyguards and felt they would feel at peace if they followed along, so nodded in consent. She secretly glimpsed at Hua Xiu. Since she was going to the battlefield, every Egret clan elder hurriedly follow along. They would not be able to live if a mishap happened to her. Halcyon took them forward to the battlefield. Hurry and help master. The Egret clan elder's strength was at large. Compared to Feng Lu and them, they were much stronger. Sima Yu took out Fatty Chu's small steel ball. When she was calculating the best opportunity to throw them at the demons. Suddenly, her arm was grasped tightly and her waist was grasped by another hand as being embraced. She was flown off to the side rapidly. When she turned around, Huaxiu's exceptionally good-looking face entered her vision. Huaxiu initially thought that they would be disappointed, but didn't expect that Sima Yu's eyes would flash with calm. "You're not afraid?" Sima Yu smirked. "You mean curious, instead of scared. Where do you plan to take me to?" "At the very least, Sima Yu. You'll know once you get there." Huaxiu didn't speak anymore after that. He held on to her and flew even faster. He actually didn't grow weaker at all. At the very least, Sima Yu was not his match at all. She couldn't move at all as he rendered her immobile. At this moment, they were flying past the battlefield. Halcyon was following behind her, but he couldn't catch up at all. Sima Yu saw the helplessness in his eyes. For such a distance, only the contracted space would let him come back immediately. Wu Lingyu, who was currently stuck in a battle with the demon clan, saw that Sima Yu had been taken away and immediately rushed over. However, the short delay the demon clans caused, coupled with how quick Huaxiu was, made it so that he wasn't able to catch up by much. Feng Zhixing wanted to give chase as well. Sima Yu saw that another group of devil clansmen had come. If the pitiful devil clansmen below could feel the item falling down, so they all looked upwards. When they saw the metal ball fall, they didn't think anything of it. Who would have thought that the thing would explode upon contact with the ground, exploding an entire troop of devil clansmen to smithereens? Huaxiu was stunned by the aftermath, and staggered about in the air. He almost fell to the ground with Sima Yu, but it was a good thing that he caught himself. "Aren't you a good one?" "What? Does your heart ache for your wounded clansmen?" "You know." "Of course. Then why are you still willing to come with me?" "What do you mean I'm willing to come with you?" She spoke very calmly, and it didn't feel at all like she had been. "First of all, I was really worried about my master and the others at that time, so I wouldn't have known whether or not you really went down. Secondly, you're so strong, even if I resisted, it would be pointless. Thirdly, I'm curious. Why would a devil like you stick close to humans? Why do you want to kidnap me?" She spoke very calmly, and it didn't feel at all like she had been kidnapped. In any case, the fact that Little Rock was the king of the rocks was something that no one apart from Xiong and Ran knew. As such, she couldn't figure out why he wanted to kidnap her. Huaxiu remained silent as he carried her and flew non-stop. Sima Yu saw the blood-red world coming closer and said with uncertainty, "You want to bring me to the devil realm?" Huaxiu did not reply. Wu Lingyu and the 4 or 5 elders from the egrets rushed over, but the hole closed up. Sima Yu was carried in backwards, so she saw the few people chasing after her. When the elders came closer and closer, she took the chance when Huaxiu wasn't looking to keep them into her spirit pagoda with a single thought. Huaxiu felt some movement behind his back, but when he turned around, he only saw Wu Lingyu chasing after her. After that, it appeared rather difficult for him to open another hole through space. "The holy son of the sage pavilion. I never thought that you would chase us all the way to the devil clan." Huaxiu held on to Sima Yu as he shot a cold glare at Wu Lingyu. The top never said that he had to take Wu Lingyu back, so his expression was naturally dark when he faced him. "Since you've taken my junior brother all the way to the devil clan, I naturally have to follow after. You should know that the barrier you just passed is easy to enter, but hard to exit." Cough cough, about that. Sima Yu suddenly spoke and interrupted the both of them. "Can you put me down first? It's extremely uncomfortable to stay this way." Huaxiu only now remembered that the person in question was still being carried in his arm like luggage. When Sima Yu was finally standing erect, she shot Huaxiu a death flare and rubbed her belly. It was extremely uncomfortable for her to be carried in that manner. She straightened her clothes and said, "Now that we're at the devil realm, tell me why did you take me here? You'll definitely find out once we reach that place. But if you don't tell me, then I won't know where to go." "Why is that so?" "Because you're about to fall." Sima Yu beamed at him. Huaxiu was about to say something, but he felt a little giddy. He looked at her with shock. "What did you do?" "Nothing much. It's just that when you put me down, I just poisoned you a little." However, Huaxiu opened his eyes wide with disbelief. He clutched his chest and said, "I'm a clansman of the devil clan, how could your poison be effective on me?" This proves that there are poisons effective against the devil clan. Before Huaxiu lost consciousness, he saw Sima Yu smile and wondered whether or not she was someone from the devil clan. How would she know how to concoct poison effective against devil clansmen if she wasn't? When she watched Huaxiu faint, Sima Yu stepped on him maliciously a few times and spat, "Did you think this young lord here was a pushover? You dared kidnap me and paralyze me." Wu Lingyu, who was standing by the side, felt a bit awkward as he watched her rant. It seemed as if he had once kidnapped her too. He wondered whether there would come a day where she would knock him unconscious and beat him up too. He thought for a moment, and suddenly felt like this was a very huge possibility. Before he came back to his senses, Sima Yu suddenly turned and glared at him, saying, "Senior brother, did you do this on purpose?" "Did I do what on purpose?" Wu Lingyu looked at the beautiful and alluring continent. Was this the devil realm? It was so different from the ancient primordial lands. Sima Yu stepped over him and shouted, "Did you intentionally bring me to the devil realm?" He saw her bright pair of eyes, and his denial died in his throat. He couldn't force it out at all. Sima Yu saw Wu Lingyu's silent acknowledgement as she snorted coldly, said softly, "Senior brother, if you wanted to come to the devil realm, you could have done so any time. Why did you have to scheme to get me here?" Wu Lingyu had never seen her speak to him this way before. It was fine if she lightly scolded him or just raged at him. In the 10,000 Beast Mountain, she had beaten, scolded, and bit him. It was much better than her apathetic attitude towards him. She was really mad. He secretly sighed, then said with some grievance, "I didn't think of this." "You didn't think of this?" Wu Lingyu quickly continued, "Otherwise, this brat would get angry again and he would be in for it." It was Emo Sha. Emo Sha? Sima Yu said with shock, isn't this guy playing dead? How could he have gotten you to plot and scheme to get me here? Furthermore, he hasn't appeared at all within these few days. Playing dead? He doesn't need to appear for me to know what he's thinking. Wu Lingyu explained. Oh. So you're saying that your hearts beat as one? What kind of expression did this count as? Wu Lingyu stretched forth a hand and knocked her on the head, saying with displeasure, it's just that we share a soul, so I know what he's thinking. If your hearts don't beat as one, then it's just that you're villains colluding together. Sima Yu was still peeved as she glared at him. When did you collude to hatch this scheme? Wu Lingyu pursed his lips, villains colluding together. Hatching a scheme? Why did all her wounds sound so bad? We realized that this person was a devil clansman, and it was during the first time we met him. As to when we plotted to take you to the devil realm, it was when we saw you being kidnapped by Huaxiao. Really? Of course. Otherwise, you can call Mo Sha out and ask him. Wu Lingyu quickly tried to prove his innocence. Sima Yu looked at him directly and saw that his eyes held no lies. Her anger was slightly appeased, but she wouldn't let him off so easily. Tell me, what did you do during this period of time? She huffed. What did she mean? What did he do? Wu Lingyu was secretly howling in grief. He had always just gone to do what Mo Sha told him to. He knew that with the two of them carrying her and doing these little things, she would definitely be fuming. That guy was a good one, all right. He had clearly awoken, but was lying in the devil's snare bracelet refusing to come out. He had left him alone to face her fury. I didn't do anything. I just obeyed what Mo Sha said and left some symbols to mark a certain place, then I went to take a look at another person's reply in another place. You think that you can have a moment's peace by hiding in your devil's snare? By what I said, I showed that I was just following your instruction. How long has Mo Sha been conscious for? He's been conscious since the bloody tunnel. Okay. Sima Yu didn't say much more, but with a thought, Ling Long appeared in her hand, in the form of a hammer. She held the hammer backwards in her hands, saying lightly, are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to get you out here by shattering the bracelet? Wu Lingyu was depressed. This brat spoke to Mo Sha in a way that was different from the way she spoke to him. He could tell that she was closer to Mo Sha. What hurt him more was that, it was precisely because that year when he was just a stranger, he had forcefully kissed her. This was why he could never draw close to her. Actually, Mo Sha had also done the same thing. However, at that time, he already knew her for a few years, didn't care for. If Mo Sha knew about how she thought, he would be peeved as well. Why could she not let go of that kiss Wu Lingyu gave her, but forget all about the closeness they shared with that kiss? Sima Yu gave a lazy smile when she saw that the devil snare bracelet was not moving. I've always felt that this bland bracelet was a bit ugly. I'm going to destroy it altogether. Once, twice. Wu Lingyu watched as she furiously hammered that bracelet, his mouth followed the hammer's movements. After hammering a few times, she saw that the hammer didn't do a bit of damage. Ling Long, aren't you too useless? Even if it's just a regular hammer, you should be able to shatter this item, okay? Ling Long was immediately grieved. Isn't it because you used too weak that I wouldn't be able to fully draw out my power? Sima Yu was speechless. Sai, at that time when he was in the Soul Stone, he surrendered when he saw her hammer. Now that he had created this item, I actually can't threaten him anymore. When Wu Lingyu heard what she said, he had no idea why, but he felt rather sad. If he felt this way, didn't I let you come to the devil realm? Why are you so angry? Mo Sha furrowed his eyebrows when he saw her pacing around remorsefully. Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and threw the devil snare bracelet at him. However, because he was a soul, that bracelet flew past him and landed on Wu Lingyu. Was she going to continue and vent her anger? Mo Sha got a little mad as well. I know that you want to rid yourself of our contract as soon as possible. I contacted you earlier, but you yourself hid, so I couldn't find you. Sima Yu said, if you had just told me directly that you wanted to come to the devil realm, would I not have brought you here? The two of you are great, huh? You actually distrust me so much. Then you should just cancel the contract right now and the two of you can happily fuse with one another. Leave behind whatever you want and I will go back to the ancient primordial lands myself. Mo Sha was initially angry when he began listening to her rant, however, it seemed that she was right. Didn't he long for this day? Why was it, then when the time came, he continued to remain in the devil's snare bracelet, watching her silently? Why didn't he want to break their contract at all? He saw her little angry face, and couldn't stop the rage in his heart. It just happened that a group of Devi clansmen walked over and saw them. They had yet to attack when Mo Sha engulfed them in flames in one move. A single attack killed 100 of devil clansmen. This attack got Wu Lingyu and Sima Yu to gulp. Especially her. If Mo Sha were to attack her with this attack, wouldn't she be done for? Furthermore, he once held murderous rage towards her. If he cancelled the contract and came back to life, would her little life be forfeited? When she thought of this, she retreated by 2 steps and said warily, you promised me before that you wouldn't kill me after we break our contract. You have to fulfill your word. Mo Sha saw the fear and distrust in her eyes against him, and the rage in his heart erupted again. However, when he saw her pale little face, he forcefully suppressed his anger. He snorted coldly, and directed his anger at Wu Lingyu, turning into a black ray and shooting into the space between his eyebrows. Senior brother? She saw Wu Lingyu, whose gaze was different and she called out with uncertainty. Wu Lingyu looked right at her, but his gaze was exactly the same as Mo Sha. What's wrong with senior brother? She gathered her courage and asked. Sleeping. Mo Sha said. Didn't you say that the fusion wouldn't take my senior brother's life? Although she was angry, he was still her senior brother. Old man devil would be broken if he knew that he was dead. Who said that I wanted to take his life? But you're merely occupying his body for the time being. Without fusing together, he will stay unconscious. Once you fuse together, will he still remain? It's precisely because we haven't fused that he's only sleeping. If we fuse together, it won't be the case anymore. Mo Shah said, furthermore, it will do him good for him to be unconscious. What good? His soul strength is not as powerful as mine. Although the soul fluid nourishes him, it is tiring for him to maintain his body. His soul can rest now, which is the same as a tired person going to rest. Oh. Sima you believe that Mo Shah wouldn't lie to her, then what about after the fusion? After the fusion, he should become me, and I should become him. Mo Shah said with some doubt. After entering Wu Lingyu's body, he could feel that his soul was being accepted. He also now understood that the feelings he had towards her were called like. He liked her, and the other half of his soul liked her as well. If they fused, he didn't know how it would end up. Sima Yu opened her mouth. She didn't know how to express how they would be like after they fused together. Mo Shah walked over and stretched forth a hand and pinched her nose. His mood turned really good when he saw her red-tipped nose. It turns out that being able to touch her for real felt this way. He had touched her before in soul form, but it was different in a corporeal body. Before he had become a member of the Devil Clan, he never got to interact with women. After joining the Devil Clan, he had even less of an opportunity to. He never knew how subtle this feeling would be. Sima Yu's nose hurt from the pinch, and she stretched forth a hand to push his hand aside, saying, "What are we going to do about Huaxiu? Also, why did you want to bring me to the Devil Clan?" "I wanted to come to the Devil Clan to check out a few things, but I couldn't go too far from you. That's why I had no choice but to get you to come with me." Mo Shah said. "But you could have just told me." Sima Yu lowered her head and mumbled, upset. "I was wrong. I'll tell you next time." "What?" Sima Yu raised her head, stunned. She blinked in confusion and her expression showed that she was really shocked. Did he just apologize? Mo Shah initially didn't know why he would say such a thing. However, after entering this body, it seemed his thinking changed somewhat. However, seeing how Sima Yu was so shocked, he still looked away rather awkwardly. Was he actually being swayed by the emotions in this body? When he thought about this, he began to feel rather worried. This body had very strong emotions towards her. Although Wu Lingyu had been suppressing it all along, if he had such a drastic change after fusing with him, no one knew what the final outcome would be. Even he didn't know. Sima Yu smiled. It was so rare to see him this way. Although she really wanted to tease him, seeing his face that was as red as a strawberry, she decided to forget it. He was the Devil King after all. Reputation was important to him. Being able to get him to apologize was already a big deal. If she enraged him, it wouldn't be worth it if she was beaten to death in the process. Then what do we do with him? Sima Yu pointed at Huaxiu, who was lying on the ground. Was he your subordinate in the past? Yes. Mo Shah walked over and placed his finger on Huaxiu's forehead. Sima Yu watched him close his eyes and open them before saying, "Throw him into your spirit pagoda. Don't let him wake up." "Oh." Sima Yu waved her hand, and Huaxiu immediately disappeared. "Where are we going now?" Since he said he had things to do, he must definitely head deep into the devil realm. "You have to change your aura," Mo Shah said. "How am I supposed to do that?" "Hide away your other spirit energy. Let the dark energy engulf your whole body," Mo Shah said. Sima Yu nodded and sat down cross-legged. She kept all the spirit energy into her dantian, then let free a suppressed bit of dark spirit energy. After which, that dark spirit energy wandered around her inner body. Her aura began to change gradually, until finally there was not a bit of light energy remaining. "You should change your appearance as well," Mo Shah said. "Why? Nobody else can recognize me. Those who can change their appearance are those devil clansmen who are very powerful. The more powerful they are, the more human-like they can appear." After speaking, he glanced sideways at her. Sima Yu returned his stare. Wasn't he saying that she was too weak? "I don't want to look hideous like that." She had seen the different devil clansmen and was really unwilling to turn into that appearance. "You don't have to turn into those." Mo Shah knew what she was thinking. "Make your ears a bit longer and grow a few things on your head. Why not grow a tail while you're at it? Raise your blood vessels, so you'll turn a little quicker." Sima Yu pursed her lips. Grow a few things on her head? Add a tail? She didn't want to look like that. Are there no devil clansmen who look like humans? There are, but they're all of royal blood. Mo Shah said, "If you're from the royal clan, I won't be able to do my things easily." He was so straightforward. "But don't you look like a human? Do you have my level of strength?" Mo Shah raised his eyebrows. Sima Yu clenched her fists, and it was only through sheer willpower that she did not punch him. After a few deep breaths, she called thousand resonance out and fused with him. She grew a few horns and let her ears grow longer. She also grew a pair of white feathers on her back. When Mo Shah saw how cute she saw, his heart was moved and wanted to pinch her again. He was someone who did whatever he wanted, so once he had this thought, he walked over, stretched forth a hand and immediately pinched her ears. Although it was the result of her transformation, the ear was still hers. When Mo Shah touched it like this, she felt it completely. She moved her head back and moved away from his devil paw. Then, she raised her leg and kicked him. She initially thought that he would dodge, and didn't expect him to stand there without moving. That kick landed squarely on his leg. SS-. Sima Yu had been training her body consistently, and Wu Lingyu bore the brunt of it. That kick hurt right to his core. She saw him grit his teeth from the pain, and she was satisfied as she stood back straight. Where are we going to now? Mo Sha nursed his pain, and retrieved the bit of information that he got from Hua Xiu just now, saying, to the place he wanted to bring you to. To the place where the later generations of your past subordinates used to be? Sima Yu caught up to him. Mo Sha nodded. But so many years have passed, and you were even killed by others. You don't know how the later generation of your subordinates have turned out. I know. That's why I came back. Mo Sha said. You're going to test them? Yeah. Those who followed me back then all knew my soul was strong. I also left word that I would be back. They were still loyal then. However, times have changed, and I don't know how many of them still follow the rules of the past. If it has already changed, I definitely won't let them know that I have returned. However, how do you know which of them are the younger generation of your subordinates? How do you know where they are and what they look like? Mo Sha pointed to his head. I already got that information from Hua Xiu's memory. I just have to find a clan. Hua Xiu knows you're back. Sima Yu's footsteps halted. He contacted the Hua clan, so they know as well. However, they don't know who I am. He only told them that there's a clue on your body. That's why they got Hua Xiu to take you back here. Mo Sha glanced at her and saw that she wasn't angry, so he gave a sigh of relief. Is the Hua clan reliable? Mo Sha shook his head. I'll only know once I see them. Are you going to use me as bait? What? Mo Sha looked at her in shock. He was stunned that she had revealed to him. I said, since you want to obtain information from me, shouldn't you ask me? Then I'll head over there to where they are. If they are loyal, then we can relax. If not, then you can just come and escape with me. Sima Yu said. Mo Sha stopped and looked at her cute appearance for a long while. He finally gave a sigh and said, this is very dangerous. I know. Sima Yu was silently muttering that she was not a fool. Of course she knew that. If the Hua clan was loyal towards him, then she would be free from danger. However, if they were not, then they would be thinking of ways to eradicate her and break off any route of escape. Then you still want to go? Of course. Sima Yu said, however, I have a condition. What condition? If the day comes where you recover your identity, you cannot kill me to wash away the shame of your contracted days. You cannot harm my family or friends either. Sima Yu said solemnly, otherwise, I will never let you break the contract. She had thought about this before. If those people were not under his banner, once they knew about his existence, they would definitely kill her to silence her forever. In that case, the danger would be the same. She might as well make the first move in exchange for some benefits. I remember. We discussed this before. Mo Sha's expression was rather gloomy. Was he that terrifying? When did he become someone who didn't mean what he said? Sima Yu knew where he was coming from. However, wasn't it often said that the devil clansmen were temperamental and treated promises as farts? Then just promise me again. To let him maintain some dignity, she didn't make him vow. By the dark gods above, if a day should come where I absolve the contract between Sima Yu and I will not harm her nor her family and friends because of it. If I should renege, may my soul burn in hell forever. As Mo Sha finished speaking, a dark ray of light entered his chest. Mo Sha, you. Sima Yu was stunned. She never thought that he would make a vow. Will you relax now? You didn't actually have to make a vow. Sima Yu could feel that she seemed to have forced him until he was rather angry. Mo Sha stepped forward and continued walking before he casually said, to save you from worry. Sima Yu touched her nose. However, with the vow that he made, she was truly much more relaxed. It turns out that he was aware that he caused others anxiety. However, it was really rare to get him to make such a vow. She caught up to him in a few steps and asked, since we're going to the Hua clan, why don't we let Hua Xiu bring us there? No way. Mo Sha didn't even think before rejecting her. Her. Why not? It's the most straightforward way to get to the Hua clan. I can't let you take such a big risk. Mo Sha rejected her without the slightest hesitation. Although he was rather anxious about finding how many loyal ones were left after all these years, he had no plans to put her in such danger. If it were not for the fact that he could not yet leave her, there was no way he would let her come to the devil realm. This. Could it be because he liked her? He had lived for so many years, but he never had the body to experience love. Who would have thought that he would only understand by borrowing this body? He liked her too. When he thought about this, he became unhappy once again. Although the other party was the other half of his soul, he still didn't like it. Sima Yu watched as Mo Sha's expressions kept changing, but was still blocked out by him, so she had no idea what he was thinking. Where are we headed to now? A city nearby. We're walking there. Do you have a dark flying beast? Nope. She only had Little Dream as her spirit beast. However, she was too cute. How could she bear to ride on her? However, once she thought of Little Dream, she called her out. Yu, what have you called Little Dream out to do? Little Dream seemed to be sleeping, as she was still a little dazed. We're in the devil realm. Do you want to see where you used to live? Sima Yu said while touching her head. Little Dream saw the world realm and was extremely excited. She nodded her head at Sima Yu with a smile. Yu, it's so comfortable here. When Sima Yu heard what she said and sighed secretly, thinking, it's truly better for a fish to live in the waters. Little Dream turned back into a little horse, and she ran about for a bit before returning, crying out, Yu, where are you going? I'll bring you there. I'm very quick. Sima Yu had yet to speak when Mo Sha already climbed on Little Dream's back. If you want to walk, we'll head off first. Mo Sha ignored her dagger glare. She walked over and hadn't decided whether she was going to sit in front or behind him, when he grabbed onto her and immediately placed her in front of him. Sima Yu was not too satisfied with their position, but Little Dream had already taken off with a delighted shout. She didn't even know if they were going in the right direction, but Mo Sha didn't say anything, so they should be going the right way. Little Dream was quick, and they managed to leave the wastelands in a few days. After going past a forest, Sima Yu suddenly saw a few houses. Are there actually people in the devil realm who live peaceful, ordinary lives? The aura between them turned a little enigmatic for a while. Sima Yu's face immediately blushed a scarlet red as she quickly turned around, saying rather bashfully, you still haven't answered my question. Mo Sha saw that her face was red, and he smirked, the devil realm is the same as the human one. Of course we would have ordinary citizens. But the rumors say that the devil realm is a patch of wilderness, and the entire realm should be pitch black and unsuitable for living. Look, ever since we entered, it's been a blanket of red. This place is truly unsuitable for living. Mo Sha said. But it seems like the environment here is similar to the human one. This place lacks resources. Mo Sha explained. But your devil realm doesn't use many of the things in the human realm. You can't even absorb spiritual energy, so it's pointless there for you as well. Sima Yu didn't understand. Even if that were the case, the devil clansmen still relentlessly tried to head to the surface, dying over and over again. Even when Mo Sha was alive, he also led troops up to the human realm. A smile escaped from Mo Sha's lips. Who told you that we can't use the things from the human realm? Is that not so? But even your pills have differences, though? She questioned. In the past, the devil realm was not like this. Mo Sha merely said a brief sentence, and did not want to continue speaking about it. It was as if there were a secret that he didn't want her to know. She felt the whooshing of the cold air come up behind her, and she could sense that it was better for her to keep her mouth shut right now. However, her curiosity about the devil realm was piqued. If the devil realm didn't used to be like this, then what did it used to be like? Could it have been the same as the human realm? Or could it actually have been a part of the human realm? No matter how she tried to wrap her head around it, she just couldn't get it. So, she became too lazy to think about it. She let Little Dream take them to the closest city. Initially, she had the mind to check this world out. However, she realized later on that, as Mo Sha said, this place severely lacked resources. They didn't have many things, and the ground was always scorched. The dark spirit energy here was also thin. In the beginning, she thought that it was just because they were close to the outside. However, who would have thought that it would be the same even in inhabited areas? The city was actually one constructed near the denser spirit energy locations. Mo Sha walked over, and his aura started to become lower and lower. A certain someone sitting in front was so affected by the aura that she stiffened her body, deathly afraid that she would be turned into a block of ice. The city is not too far ahead. Let's walk in. After Mo Sha spoke, he got off Little Dream. After Sima Yu came down, Little Dream turned into a little girl. Perhaps due to her rushing here, her eyes showed a little weariness. Do you want to go back and rest a little? She pinched Little Dream's cheeks as she asked with a smile. Little Dream isn't tired, I don't have to go back and rest. Little Dream shook her head determinedly. After a short while, she continued, I want to see if this place is still the same as it used to be. Sima Yu felt her heart ache. This pain was coming from Little Dream. Although she couldn't remember her past life here, she still wanted to see if this place had changed. Alright. Since you want to take a look, then you can stay here and look around. Let's find an inn to rest. She glanced at Mo Sha, and held Little Dream's hand to lead her into the city when she saw that he didn't protest. The Devil Realm city looked rather similar to the one in the human's realm. It had all the things it was supposed to, just that the prices were a little too steep. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. There were good and bad ones even amongst the inns. The mark left behind by her earlier fight had yet to fade. Although Sima Yu understood the language of the Devil clan, she couldn't speak it. As such, they left the settling of the rooms to Mo Sha. The moment they entered, they attracted quite a bit of attention. When they entered the inn, the entire hall quieted down. A charming and powerful lord with a lovable, cute female and a little kid with a high bloodline from who knows what clan. A group like that would definitely catch their eye. Especially for that female who appeared half-human. She was especially charming. One really felt like pinching those two ears above her head. At this moment, Sima Yu was in female garb. Her physique was really small in the Devil clan, added on to that her horns, ears and Ling Long's figure, many of the males there were swallowing their saliva. 2 rooms upstairs. Mo Sha said in their devil language. His ice-cold aura let the manager behind the desk feel as if he was trapped in a block of ice. Yes, 2 rooms upstairs. The manager was going soft at the knees, under his dagger-like gaze. He quickly instructed one of his waiters to take them upstairs. Once they left, the entire hall burst into loud chatter. They were all guessing what kind of identity they had. They pretty much figured the male out. He was strong enough to wipe them all out. As for that youth who looked completely like a human child, she had a really high bloodline. In the midst of their chatter, a member of the devil clan hurriedly ran out. For a few days after, Mo Shah went out frequently, although nobody knew where he was going. Sima Yu didn't know how to speak the devil language, so she remained in the room and didn't come out. Mo Shah didn't want her to go looking for the Hua clansmen. So, she had nothing to do ever since she came. In order to avoid getting exposed, she was firm about not taking a foot outside the door. However, Little Dream was extremely curious about the city in the devil realm. Helpless, she had no choice but to take her for a walk around. What she never expected was for this walk of hers to end up causing something big. White devil clansmen were rare in the devil realm, and devil clansmen like her held a different position here. They would be hotly pursued by many devil clansmen. Rumors had it that being able to live with a white devil clansman would bring not only joy but also fortune. In the past, white devil clansmen were not that rare. However, in the recent years, there were fewer of these types of devil clansmen. As such, they became the object of many powerful people's pursuit. It had been a long time since Mo Shah came back, and Little Dream had forgotten about the events of the past, so none of them knew about the issue with white devil clansmen and failed to avoid this. However, this little failure to avoid it caused through a big wrench in their plan. Sima Yu was walking around with Little Dream, who was curious about everything. She would touch things here and there, or just be looking at everything. The city in the devil realm was rather backward and worse than even the Yilan continent. As she was cursing in her heart, a group of people suddenly ran over, surrounding her and Little Dream. When they saw the events unfolding, everyone on the street immediately got out of the way, staying clear of them. Little Dream stood in front of Sima Yu, saying, Yu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Sima Yu looked at her little stature and smiled, okay. You could tell that these people were malicious and evil in a single glance. When they came over, they even sent those who were standing in front of them flying. Although those people were devil clansmen, they were merely ordinary people in the devil clan living ordinary lives. In the past, she used to be a bit prejudiced against the devil clan. However, that was also because most of them were evil. Now that she came to the devil realm, she saw them living normal lives with her own eyes. The cruel ones were just a handful of them. Who are you, and why are you surrounding us? Our young master wants to invite you over as guests. Sima Yu looked at him. She recalled seeing that yellow fur in the inn before. Who is your young master? We don't know him. We're not going. Humph, in this place, do you actually think you can choose not to go? Don't reject us while we're still playing nice. Those guards surrounding them casually moved, drawing attention to their presence. Little Dream glanced at them closely, saying in a low growl, Scram. Men, under the orders of the young master, take them away. Humph. Little Dream gave a confused snort. She waved her hands in their direction and they were sent flying. Devil Emperor? This little child was actually a devil emperor. Scram. Little Dream knew that Sima Yu didn't want to make a big fuss and draw attention, which was why she didn't just kill them all. This time, they ran off with their tails between their legs, and didn't even dare to look back. Sima Yu saw that the others were pointing and talking about them, so she said something to Little Dream and they went back. Although Little Dream loved bustling activity, she didn't want others to watch from the side of the street. So, she held her hand and returned to the inn. However, this incident wasn't resolved that easily. When night fell, Sima Yu saw Little Dream who was sneaking out, and shook her head helplessly. Little Dream came back very quickly and saw Sima Yu, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She ran over to her with a big grin. Yu, I went to take care of those people. Little Dream wanted to take credit for her achievement. How did you take care of them? Sima Yu scooted in to let Little Dream lie down beside her. I got them to fall into a devil dream, and they will die within their dreams in a few days. Little Dream cracked her knuckles, those people are too hateful. I heard that they still wanted to kidnap you, so I made their entire residence fall into a dream. Sima Yu saw her speak of it so lightly, but she knew that those who had fallen into the devil dream definitely were not having a good time. Little Dream was very protective of her, which was why she knew that after they had plotted against her, Little Dream would let them have a good time within their dreams. Oh right, Yu, I heard them talking, and it was about you. Little Dream said worriedly. What's up? I heard that some young master wants to catch you because you're a white devil clansman, and can bring joy as well as help in cultivation. He even wants to present you as a gift to whichever strong power. He has even sent word to that party about it. Little Dream said, but, Yu, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Were the white devil clansmen actually the rumored cultivation furnaces? Sima Yu looked at the fur on her hand and the white hair on her head. She pursed her lips helplessly. However, she had no choice. Thousand Resonance was white, so the fur that appeared was white as well. If she had known this earlier, she would have dyed the fur some other color. Now that so many people had already seen what she looked like, it was too late to dye it now. She didn't know whether or not this would bring Mo Shah trouble. When she thought of this, she sighed. It was fine if Little Dream didn't remember, but this guy clearly knew, so why had he brought her here looking like this? If something bad happened, she wasn't to blame. However, this guy was secretive recently. She didn't know what he was doing. 2 days later when she was reading in the room, Mo Shah sent word to them to toss Huaxiao into his room. She didn't know what in the world he was planning, but she did as he instructed. A short moment later, Sima Yu saw Mo Shah leading a green-haired human-like male inside. When that male saw Sima Yu, his eyes flashed with surprise. His eyes were slanted, and rather clear. This is Hua Jing. Where is Hua Xiu? Mo Sha asked. This lowly one is Hua Jing, I am Hua Xiu's older brother. I wonder where Hua Xiu is now. Hua Jing saw that there was nobody in the room, so he said rather worriedly. Sima Yu saw the way that Mo Sha was acting, and knew that the Hua clan was still loyal to their master, and loyal to the Devil King. That was why he could be considered as one of their own right now. She was a little embarrassed as she opened a cupboard beside them. He's here. Hua Jing saw that Hua Xiu didn't appear to be breathing, and dashed to him. He held onto his shoulder and cried, Hua Xiu, wake up. That. He's been poisoned by me and won't wake up without medication. Sima Yu could feel her nose getting rather itchy, so she stretched forth a hand and rubbed it. I implore you, madam, to give him the antidote. Although Hua Jing's heart ached for his younger brother, he did not dare to show any disrespect. Sima Yu took out a bottle and placed it in Hua Jing's hand. Then, she pulled on Little Dream and hid far away. Mo Sha glanced at her, and retreated as well. Hua Jing did not know why they would stand so far away, but he understood the moment he opened the bottle. This medicine was not just ordinarily smelly. Sima Yu saw that Hua Jing's eyebrows were knitted tightly together and Mo Sha was secretly smiling, and giggled sheepishly. That medicine had one special point, which was that it was extremely stinky. This kind of poisons wouldn't normally be used on her own people. It was used on others, so why not let them suffer a little? Hua Xiu woke up very quickly after eating the antidote. He looked at Hua Jing and called out subconsciously, brother. Since he's already woken up, let's set off quickly. Mo Sha said. As such, the confused Sima Yu and the not yet fully recovered Hua Xiu followed them as they left the inn hurriedly, leaving the city entirely. Shortly after they left, two people entered a house somewhere. When they saw that everyone there had died, their expressions turned ugly. Look at them. It seems like they've died in their dreams. Someone commented. Someone else exhaled, died in their dreams? Could it be? The person tried to say it a few times, but he couldn't get the rest of his words out. You could tell how big of an impact this had on them. Could it be that that clan has appeared? How could it be? They'd already been wiped out by the several big clans. How could they appear? I just hope that our guesses are wrong. We're here to kidnap the devil fox, but now that all their people have died, how are we going to find it? Wherever that devil fox appears, there will definitely be people who spot her. We just have to scout for information to find out. Devil fox, they referred to the descendants of the White Devil clansmen. What do we do about the situation here? Send word back to our clans, and get them to figure it out. That's all we can do for now. Someone's coming, let's leave this place. The two of them disappear immediately, and two devil clansmen come immediately. The manager of the inn that Sima Yu had first stayed in received quite a heavy mental blow. Today, after everyone leaves, after the manager had come so close to death once again, he decided to close his inn for a year and stay out of trouble. Although there were many in the devil realm who wanted to break through the barrier to the human realm, he had never felt that it was as dangerous as it was now. He kept having the feeling that, ever since the three of them stepped in here, the devil realm would get turned upside down. News that a devil fox had appeared made its rounds quickly around the entire devil realm. It had been close to 10,000 years since a devil fox had appeared. So, apart from those who had first gotten hold of the news, there were many troops who had joined in the search for the devil fox. However, ever since the devil fox left the city, nobody caught a trace of her. At this moment, Sima Yu was currently standing in front of some ruins, watching Hua Xiu and his brother cry out mournfully. By this time, she had already changed her clothing and changed her horns into a pair of long ears. There was even a short tail behind her with fur covering her arms. However, the reminder from Hua Xiu and his brother, she turned the fur on her arms completely black. She had already wasted many days in the concoction of the GY. Following Sima Yu's change in disguise, Little Dream and Mo Sha have to change their disguise as well. However, both of them were born this way, so it was harder for them to change it. It was a good thing that Hua Xiu was good at disguises. After he was done with them, they looked completely different. After they were done with their disguise, they appeared in front of everyone again. They then headed straight to the Hua clan, planning to meet their clan leader because they heard that their clan leader was here. However, by the time they arrived, they realized the Hua clan had been eradicated. That, you guys, don't be so sad. Who knows, your clan leader might be alive. Who has a grudge against you? Mo Sha asked. Zhu clan. When he heard of the Zhu clan, Mo Sha's eyebrows furrowed. Was that also another clan under you? Sima Yu asked. They've already switched loyalties. Shortly after King died, they went under the royal family's banner. Are those people still around? Sima Yu asked. Those who went into hiding that year were very powerful, and the royal family had no way to suppress them all. So, they were allowed to remain in hiding. After so many years passed, even we are not clear on how those secret clans are doing. Hua Jing said, however, like the subordinates of the king that year, I believe that the elders would know. Young master, if you want to find them, we have to look for the elders. But the devil realm is too big. We also don't know if your elders have been taken. Even if we did, we have no idea where they have been taken to. Where are we supposed to go to look for them? Sima Yu said, also, your place just got raised. We don't know how your clan is doing. Hua Xiu and his brother were depressed. That's right, this branch had been destroyed. Who knew whether the others were as well? Mo Sha didn't say anything. He walked to the ruins and formed a seal with both hands. It seemed as though the environment around him slowly started to distort. Even his silhouette turned a little translucent. This is. Hua Xiao took a deep breath and watched as the twisted space slowly turned into an image. Through the image, they saw the place get infiltrated and attacked. After they killed everyone, they set fire to the house and the people. Near the end of it they take the elders of the Hua clan with them as they leave. The image slowly fades away, but the warped space still remains. Mo Sha's body once again appears among the ruins. Did you see it clearly? He looked at Hui Xiao and the rest. Yeah. They are truly the Zhu clansmen. Hua Xiao says. Were your clan elders the people who were taken away at the very end? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Hua Jing confirms, based on what they said at the end, it seems they want to bring the elders to Blood Level City. Blood Level City? Sima Yu sees that the expressions of the two brothers ain't great, and feels that there's something more to it. It's very dangerous there. That's where the main branch of the Zhu clan is. Hua Jing explains, also, they mentioned at the end of that image that they were going to meet with a few old friends. This shows that our elders are not the first ones they've kidnapped. So why have they kidnapped so many elders, and where have they gotten the power to do so? Royal family. Mo Sha said. Sima Yu was not familiar with this and that clan or clan elder. However, she could tell from Hua Jing's words and expressions that things were going to get spicy. So are we going to Blood Level City to save their elders? We have to rescue the elders quickly, but we first have to tell you about what's happening between our clans. You can't just head into Blood Level City. You have to make the proper preparations first. Hua Jing said. Then let's head to your main branch first. Mo Sha turned to leave after throwing down this sentence. Sima Yu followed after him. There were few teleportation arrays here, and it was unlike the human realm which had one in every city. They could only rely on their flying spirit beasts. However, they had not gotten far before a group of people surrounded them. Who are you guys? Hua Xiao asked. You have no right to ask who we are. Hand her over. The first guy pointed to Sima Yu and said. Looking for her? Sima Yu blinked harshly. She had already changed her appearance, why were they still looking for her? Was it because she was a girl? Since she retracted her light attribute spirit power and let the illusion array disappeared, she could only changed into women's clothing. Otherwise, she could disguised as a male demon in spite of the fact that she might be ugly. What did you find me for? I don't even know you. She met their nauseating gazes. Princess Black Jade, I'm advising you to not fight fruitlessly. As long as you're in the demon realm, you cannot escape from my master's hand. That Princess Black Jade? What kind of thing was that? Black Jade is a clan in the Devil clan with higher bloodline. Their body contained the antiquity divine Beast Ho's bloodline. Their strength is relatively strong. But, it seems their situation doesn't seem to be going well. With her long ears and hairy hands grabbing her clothes, she did look like she was from the Black Jade clan. Isn't Little Roar's clan a light attribute divine beast? You'll understand later. Mo Sha didn't want to say any more. She curled her lips and shouted to them, I am not your what old princess. You're mistaking me. With an appearance like this, moreover you can speak the human language, who else could you be except Princess Black Jade? The leader of the group waved to the rest, take them back. Zhang family's people? Hua Jing glared at these people and said coldly, your Zhang family dares to touch the Black Jade clan. Did your guts get bigger? What Zhang family wants to do is not up to you to interrupt. That person spoke. Originally, I heard Princess Black Jade was alone. I didn't think you guys would be together with her. It doesn't you matter if you know one another in the past or suddenly met. Since this situation was witnessed by you, then my bad. Except Princess Black Jade, no one can live. Yes. The strength of Zhang family weren't weak, but in the face of Little Dream, there wasn't much to see. Sima Yu felt the flash of the shadow in front of her, and those people all fell. Humph, I especially hate those who bully you. Little Dream stomped on the last person like a child. Hua Xiao and Hua Jing stared dumbstruck at the tiny person jumping about. Especially, Hua Xiao felt his mouth might have dropped to the ground. Little Dream. At Sima Yu's beckoning, Little Dream finally let go of that corpse and returned to Sima Yu's side. Yu, don't worry, those people won't dare to come at you again. Little Dream's thinking was simple. Everyone who wanted to kidnap Yu was evil. When Sima Yu started, Mo Sha suddenly moved at her side. His right hand moved toward a direction, and black shadow was sucked over from nearby in which he gripped at the throat. Wait a second. Sima Yu yelled out. Mo Sha stopped tightening at the throat. He glanced at Sima Yu and was unhappy at her for stopping him. We don't know the other party. Sima Yu raised the corner of her mouth and explained. Both hands of the dark shadow grabbed onto Mo Sha's hand, trying to loosen his grip. Are you Princess Black Jade? Hua Jing sized up the black shadow, and spoke uncertainly. Hiss, the black shadow bared her teeth at Hua Jing. This response was cute, not all frightening. Her response indicated she was Princess Black Jade. Sima Yu observes her and herself. Except the 5 sense organs that were different, the rest were similar. It was no wonder those people mistook her for Princess Black Jade. Let me go. Princess Black Jade lifted her foot and kicked at Mo Sha. Mo Sha's eyes turned gloomy. He swiped his hand and Princess Black Jade was thrown away. She landed ruthlessly on the ground. PFFF. Princess Black Jade propped herself off the ground and spit out light violet blood. Violet-colored blood. Sima Yu observed Princess Black Jade's blood and strolled over curiously. The blood of the devil clan she had seen was almost all blue, or red like of human beings. This was the first time she saw the light purple blood. Don't come here. Or else, I'll commit suicide right here. I'll let none of you get me. Princess Black Jade took out a dagger and placed it on her neck. We just saved you. Sima Yu stopped her steps. You just saw that those people mistook me for you, so you escaped. We already then discovered you. If we had handed you over to them, you might have already been taken away. There was a twinkle in Princess Black Jade's eyes. She didn't deny this fact. But you also want to kill me. She raised her eyes and glanced at Emo Shah. His killing intent was real. If it wasn't Sima Yu called out in time, she would have died. You have been injured. If you aren't treated soon, it'll become serious. Sima Yu watched her appearance. She thought, Emo Shah was indeed ruthless. He had no protective feelings to the fairer sex. I can help you. Princess Black Jade showed surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect her to say those words. Sima Yu retrieved a pill bottle and walked over. She took out a pill and delivered it in front of her. Little Dream ran over, pulling at her clothes as she glared at Princess Black Jade, who hadn't moved. She said unhappily, You said this can cure your injury, so it will. If she wanted to kill you, she wouldn't need to use this kind of plan. While Princess Black Jade hid in the distance, she witnessed Little Dream killed all the people in an instant. Her words were true, so she reached out and took the pill. Sima Yu had refined this pill for Emo Shah in the past, she didn't expect it could be of us now. Princess Black Jade recovered much after consuming the pill. Her expression towards Sima Yu became more relaxed. Thank you. No need for thanks, who told you to be related to Little Roar? Sima Yu looked at Princess Black Jade's long ears which were similar to Little Roar. She couldn't help but rub them. Princess Black Jade was shocked and stared at Sima Yu. She subconsciously was about to slap her, but fortunately, Little Dream caught her hand. You're too ungrateful. Yu saved you, yet you dare to hit her. Little Dream's eyes were filled with evil tendencies. Cough cough, it seems you committed a taboo of the Black Jade clan. Hua Jing explained from aside. What taboo? Sima Yu didn't understand. Was rubbing her ears called committing a taboo? In the Black Jade clan, you cannot rub their ears so casually. Hua Jing continued. If your ears are rubbed by a male, that means you want to marry her. But I am a girl. If by a girl, that means, that girl wants to flirt with her. Sima Yu's face turned dark. She felt there was a crow quacking behind her head as it flew across. Who would have thought that just touching the ears of the Black Jade clan would end up causing this? It was no wonder they would be so mad. A simple slap was nothing. If it were not for the fact that she had seen her save her just now, she might have already died. Although it wasn't for sure that they would be able to kill her. Sorry, I didn't know that you had a custom like that. Sima Yu apologized, it's not a sin if one doesn't know beforehand. Can you just take it that it didn't happen? Princess Black Jade looked at her and saw the sincerity in her eyes, so she knew that it wasn't intentional. Although she wasn't angry, she still felt a little awkward. Sima Yu glanced at Little Dream, who released Princess Black Jade's hand. However, she still looked warily at her, afraid that she would harm Yu. Hua Xiao walked over and saw Princess Black Jade sitting on the ground with Yu squatting beside her. He said, You two do look really similar. Sima Yu touched her own ears and lamented the fact that trouble came no matter what she looked like. It seemed that she should change her disguise again. Did she really have to look like those ugly creatures? She thought of those ugly devil clansmen that she had passed, and could not help but break out in cold sweat. No need to change it, just stay this way. Mo Shah said. Sima Yu turned back and glanced at him. Didn't this guy break off their former contact? How did he know what she was thinking? What's your name? Hua Xiao asked Princess Black Jade. Ba Jia Zi. Princess Black Jade replied. Ba Jia Zi. Are you really a princess from the Black Jade clan? Sima Yu asked. Ba Jia Zi nodded. Then what are you doing here? Hua Xiao asked. Several clans were trying to kill me. I happened to escape here. Ba Jia Zi replied. What about your clansmen? Ba Jia Zi shook her head. I came out to do something when suddenly they started trying to kill me. The guards I brought with me have all been killed. I'm the only one who managed to escape. I don't know whether they're just after me this time, or whether they have plotted against my Black Jade clan. Are you able to help me? I will compensate you properly. Sorry, we're busy ourselves. Hua Jing glanced at Mo Shah and rejected her, when he saw his solemn expression. When Ba Jia Zi heard it, she began to cry. However, she did not continue to ask for help. It's just that those ears were flopped over sadly, and Sima Yu couldn't bear it. Little Roar always looked that way when he was hurting. Can't we just help out? She held on to her own ears. Whether or not we can rescue them is another thing, but we can at least send her back. Yu, we might bump into trouble ourselves. Hua Jing said, when the time comes, we might drag Princess Black Jade down with us. Sima Yu thought about that as well. With the Hua clan as it was right now, they were embroiled in a lot of trouble. They were not of the devil clan, and it was increasingly dangerous the longer they stayed. However, were they really supposed to abandon such a cutie here? Ba Jia Zi saw Sima Yu hesitate, and her ears drooped even lower. Yu, help her out. She might give you a surprise. Surprise? Are you sure you don't mean a shock? This guy never appeared real. Yeah, trust me. Sima Yu had no idea why Little Roar would suddenly tell her this. However, since one of her own had requested this of her, she could not bear to reject him. Little Roar was her very first saint beast, and she had always treasured him. Little Roar said that we should help her. Hua Jing and Hua Xiu had no idea who Little Roar was. However, they noticed that after Sima Yu said this, Mo Sha's expression softened, and he appeared to ponder over it a bit before nodding finally. Little Roar had an inheritance passed down from the ancient times, while the Devil Jade clan also had the bloodline of saint beasts. It was possible that Little Roar knew something that they didn't. Alright, don't cry. Thank you. She could tell that it was because of Yu that Mo Sha and the others were willing to lend her a helping hand. Alright, let's go. Hua Jing said, we'll say whatever we need to on the way there. The Hua clan's branch was too close to this place, and the Zhu clan had no idea whether there were any more around the area. The few of them took their flying beasts and quickly left the area. Where are we going to now? We're going to take a look at the city in front of us first. As such, by the time they entered the city, 2 black bunnies had turned into 2 red bunnies. The dye is really too realistic. The Red Jade clan was different from the Black Jade clan. Although they were both devil bunnies, their bloodline was way different. Nobody would notice a Red Jade clansman walking about the devil realm. After dyeing herself red, others would not take her to be the princess of the Black Jade clan, and you can be whatever color you want to be. If you ever grow bored of the color red, we can also switch the colors up. No need, no need. This color is the best. That's good, then. I'll send you some dyes next time. If you ever want to go out and have some fun, you can dye them yourself. Sima Yu said. Okay. They entered the city and first accompanied Ba Jia Zi to the place where her clan had designated as a contact point. After that, they went to an inn. Shortly after, an old man dashed into the room. Young masters, thank the heavens that you are safe. Grandpa Yen, we're fine. We already know about what happened to the clan leader. Based on the information we got, the clan leader has already been kidnapped but his life is not in danger. We weren't around at the time, so we managed to avoid it. Hua Jing said. Hua Yen looked agitatedly at Sima Yu and Ba Jia Zi. His eyebrows furrow and he said, the Red clan has betrayed the Black Jade clan. What are you doing with clansmen of the Red Jade clan? Previous chapter. Everyone was shocked when Hua Yen said this. The Red Jade clan betrayed the Black Jade clan? Ba Jia Zi cried out, then how are my grandparents doing now? Hua Yen furrowed his eyebrows in confusion when he heard her question. Grandfather Yen, she is Princess Ba Jia Zi from the Black Jade clan. Hua Jing explained. You're the princess from the Black Jade clan? Hua Yen looked at Ba Jia Zi with shock. Grandfather Yen, we rescued her on the way here. You used dye to color her fur the way it is now. Hua Xiu said. How are my grandparents and the others? Ba Jia Zi asked. Your grandparents, like our elders, have been kidnapped. They are currently locked in the same place. Hua Yen said. The others' clans have been killed and kidnapped as well. Furthermore, because of the Red Jade clan's betrayal, the Zhang clan knows how you guys communicate with each other. Some of those who were outside were told to return home, only to be kidnapped. Sima Yu thought of that secret code they received earlier. They didn't expect that it would be fake. If Ba Jia Zi was alone, she would definitely have gone to look for them after receiving that secret code. Then, she would have been captured. Red Jade clan. Ba Jia Zi clenched her fists tightly, and her face was one of rage. They dared deceive my grandparents into trusting them. I'm going to take revenge. If you go right now, would you not be falling into their trap? Sima Yu pulled on her. It's a good thing we happened to find you. If you go and look for them now, what would you do if they kidnapped you and used you as leverage against your grandparents? Ba Jia Zi calmed down and said, you're right. I can't be rash, I have to think of a good way to rescue them. After speaking, she sat down in a corner to think of a way. Grandfather Yen, what is going on? We merely went over for a few months. How did things get so bad? It has to do with our elders and the Zhu clan's collusion with the royal family. We never thought that they would secretly conspire with them and convince the Red Jade clan. They quickly, without anyone noticing, suppressed the Hua and Black Jade clan. If it were not for the fact that we got a bit of news before they acted, I think that we would all have ended up kidnapped. Hua Yen said. Are our elders held in the same place as the Black Jade clan's elders? We received news that they're all locked in Blood Level City. Hua Yen said. Why did they kidnap the elders from 2 clans? Sima Yu asked. There must be some relation that we don't know yet. Hua Xiu said, regardless, we have to think of a way to rescue them. Since Ba Jia Zi is with us, we can go and rescue them together. It's best for her to return back to the clan first. Hua Xiu said. Why? Because, not only did the Red Jade clan betray the Devil Rabbit clan, they also want to take over them. That's why, those Black Jade rabbits who did not get kidnapped are in danger. Hua Yen said, their elders who are currently Blood Level City are not in danger of losing their lives at the moment. However, I can't say the same for the rest of their clan. However, since they've already been captured, there must be many guarding them. Do we have the manpower to rescue them? Hua Jing asked. Honestly, we don't even have enough people to go to Blood Level City to rescue our people. Then do we have any chance of successfully rescuing their people if we head over right now? We don't have many people with us now. Also, most of them have headed to Blood Level City. Then we have to depend on just Ba Jia Zi to rescue them alone? We've already checked it out. Actually, those people who have captured the Black Jade clan aren't that dangerous. It's just that they've been poisoned, and have no way of retaliating. As long as we can find an alchemist to cure them, we shouldn't have a problem. 2 to 3 days. Hua Xiao and Hua Jing cried out, there are so few alchemists in Devil Realm. How are we supposed to find one in such a short time? The light of hope that was in Ba Jiazi's eyes was also immediately snuffed out. Are I really supposed to watch my clansmen die with my eyes wide open? How will I ever face my grandparents and everyone else? What rank does your alchemist need to be? As everyone was fretting, Sima Yu suddenly asked. We just need one that's around the 5th rank. Hua Xiao said. I might be able to help, then. Sima Yu said. Yu, are you an alchemist? Ba Jiazi asked excitedly. I don't refine your medicines often, so if you need some medicine, I have to try and see. Sima Yu said, however, 5th ranked medicines aren't that high. It should be fine. Are you really an alchemist? Hua Xiao looked at her, not daring to believe. They did not realize it the entire way here. However, aren't you from the human clan? Are you able to refine our medicine? What, you are a human? Hua Yan and Ba Jiazi were shocked. The outcome would be unthinkable if the other devil clans found out that a human appeared here. Grandfather Yan, she's the one we kidnapped. Hua Xiao said. Sima Yu pursed her lips. If it were not for the fact that Mo Sha had plotted with him to do so intentionally, how could they have kidnapped her successfully? If you are a human, then the medicine you concoct will be of no use to us. To us, it will be extremely toxic. Hua Yan said. Ba Jiazi ate the pills I refine, and she's fine. Sima Yu said. You were the one who made the pill I ate? Ba Jiazi took a breath and felt as if she almost died. However, the results were really not bad. Sima Yu opened her hand, and condensed some dark spirit energy in her palm. It spoke for itself. Yu, I implore you to rescue my clansmen. When the time comes, my Devil Rabbit clan will definitely compensate you. Ba Jiazi said while holding on to her hand. Sima Yu glanced at Mo Sha. When she saw that he did not protest, she nodded at Ba Jiazi. I have to know the method of your pill refinement, and I'll need you to prepare the ingredients. Sima Yu said. I have the method, and 2 portions of the pill ingredients as well. I was tasked by the previous alchemists to manage them. Hua Yan took out a pile of ingredients along with a black fabric. On that black fabric, they wrote the pill method needed. Sima Yu took that pill and examined it once over. Then, she took the pill and began to refine it. Ever since she advanced to the 6th rank, she began refining some pills for Mo Sha. This 5th ranked pill wasn't a problem for her. Furthermore, this was one of the easier 5th ranked pills to refine. 2 hours later, she refined the pills in one go. On the 2nd round, she improved by a whole level, improving it by 1 level. Hua Jing and the others were looking at her with wide eyes and mouths agape. Previous chapter. Sima Yu's production of the pill powder really opened a whole new world to them. If what they had for her before this was respect, then this almost turned into worship. Sigh, I'm truly unfamiliar with this. That's why this pill is so low ranked. Once she said this, and everyone was truly shocked before they recovered. Yu, this is only your 2nd time refining this. Aren't you satisfied with the outcome? Ba Jiazi was still unable to believe her eyes. This was even more amazing that her clan's alchemists. She had seen them refine pills a few tens of times, but they were never as successful as she was. It's barely fused. Sima Yu gave the pills to Hua Yan. I can only refine it to pills around this quality. When I'm more familiar, 1 batch can give me 2 to 3 pills. Prepare some ingredients based on this projection. Furthermore, just because I was successful these 2 times, doesn't mean that all of them will be. You'd better account for that as well. Hua Yan took the pills and was extremely excited. This success rate had already gone way beyond his expectation. We will prepare the ingredients for you immediately. Yu, what are you thinking about? Little Dream saw Yu pulled her hand and asked, is there something wrong with this pill? Ba Jiazi looked at her nervously. No. Sima Yu said, there's no problem with the pills. Then why do you look? What? Mo Sha asked. Senior, I've always found it a bit strange. If we were in the human realm, my pills would be of higher quality. However, they're lower here. I also have to spend quite a bit more mental energy. It's the same for both the refinement and fusion process. This is normal. Mo Sha said lightly, alchemy in the devil realm is a lot worse than the human realm. Is it the case for all? Sima Yu was stunned. Seeing Mo Sha nod, she wondered if these were the laws restricted by the heavens? Knock 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 dap. There was a knock on the door, and the inn manager walked in, saying, Young master, we just received word that Devil Jan clansmen have appeared in the city. They went to the Black Jade clan's contact point and took a look, and are now rushing to the meeting point. Ba Jiazi immediately stood up, saying, Really? Do we know who is here? We don't interact much with the Devil Jade clansmen. The manager replied. Call the men. We'll go and take a look together. Hua Jing ordered, then he turned to say to Mo Sha and Sima Yu, wait here. We should be back quickly. Mo Sha never thought of going in the first place. Sima Yu had just finished cultivating 2 batches of pills, so she had yet to recover her mental energy. Hua Xiao and the others walked off, as Sima Yu took out 2 drops of soul fluid and drank it. It's your first time refining pills in the devil realm, and you're not familiar with it either. In order to do so successfully, you have to expand quite a bit of mental energy. You'll be fine once you've refined a bit more. Yeah, I'm going back first to rest. Sima Yu left, while Mo Sha remained in the house a little longer. He casually formed a seal with both hands, and a mark of a black moon and long sword slowly coalesced in mid-air. He tightened his lips, and stared at the mark as his pupils turned red. Go dash. The mark followed his commands, and actually left his control and flew into the sky, disappearing quickly. Once the mark disappeared, he stood up and left the house. Sima Yu began cultivating once she went back. Not long after, she opened her eyes and confusion suffused them. The dark spirit energy here is actually lower than it is in the ancient primordial lands. Why is that so? Could it be that, as Mo Sha said, the conditions here are even harder than in the human realm? What is the heavenly law, in the end? Emperor Qing Dao. When she thought of things that happened at the heavenly pavilion, she was stunned by the daring thought that she just had. It shouldn't be what I'm guessing, right? However, the devil realm was the devil realm. It was not left to just her, a person from the human realm, to worry about. That was why it was better for her to wait for Mo Sha to finish up his stuff and head back quickly. Sigh, I just left like that. I wonder how Master and the others are doing. Will they worry for me? You, don't worry. You Lin and the others have your aura. As long as that doesn't vanish, they'll know you're fine. I'm afraid that Master and the others won't look for you Lin and the others, choosing to worry silently instead. Sima Yu said, however, for something so serious as me being taken away to the devil realm, I expect them to tell my grandfather. They should be able to hear the news in that way too. They definitely will. Little Dream nodded. Right. Sima Yu called out Little Roar, saying, Little Roar, why did you get me to rescue Ba Jiazi? Little Roar gave a lazy stretch and said, the legends say that, if one meets a black jade clansman in trouble, you definitely have to help them. It will give us an unexpected but nice surprise. The legends say so? Sima Yu pursed her lips, then, did those legends specify why things are that way? Or what kind of nice surprise it will be? Sima Yu could not help but roll her eyes. Scammer. Yu, calm down. Since the legends have already said so, this must be true. Little Roar nodded his head confidently as he spoke, as if it would substantiate his claims. Sima Yu grabbed the fur on the back of his neck, and lifted him in front of her. What I want to know is, why you only told me half of what the legend said? I didn't. It must be that it's a certain secret that they can't tell us. Oh. Sima Yu dragged the end of the word, scaring Little Roar until he curled into a little ball. You're sure that it's not because the results of that legend are too painful, so they stopped it short? Yu. Little Roar protested. She was really looking down on him too much. However, seeing Yu's gaze that showed she already knew everything, he still surrendered. His 2 long ears flopped down. Actually, it's not that they stopped it short. I feel as if the issue wasn't too important, so I tossed it far back into my brain. Just admit that you're lazy. Sima Yu glared at him. It's a good thing that the Black Jade clan are in the same boat as the Hua clan. It would have been troublesome if they were on opposing side. Right, do you know the original links between you guys and their clan? It seems that my ancestors were together with some of them from the Black Rabbit clan. The later generations that were born carried a bit of our bloodline as well. However, you know this, we are of the light clans, while they are of the dark clans. They live in the devil realm, so fewer and fewer of them got our bloodline. They've finally become what you see now. Sima Yu's eyes shone. Based on what you just told me, the Black Jade clan have characteristics of both light and dark? Previous chapter. Although her condition had been relatively stable in recent years, she never ever stopped worrying. Every time she grew a little stronger, her heart would skip a beat, afraid that her body would not be able to take it one day, and explode. If the Black Jade clan was also of the dark and light attribute, she might be able to solve her body's condition somehow. The Black Jade clan has always been living in the devil realm. We can't be certain that they have the light attribute. Little Roar said. Sima Yu was no longer angry, as she hugged Little Roar and pinched his long ears, saying, since they've had it before, even if they don't have it right now, that must mean that they definitely found a way to fix the problem. We'll ask Ba Jiazi when the time comes. Who knows, they might have a good idea. Little Roar said fawningly, that's why I said that we should rescue her. You just happened to get lucky. If you dare to make this kind of unreliable decision again in the future, I won't necessarily spare you. Sima Yu threatened. I got it. Little Roar initially wanted to quibble, but he saw her round and scary gaze when he looked up, hinting that she wouldn't let him off if he dared to retort. As such, he chose to submit obediently. In a dangerous plot of land in the devil realm, it seemed that many huge pairs of eyes appeared. Each and every single pair of eyes slowly turned into a symbol, as hazy eyes flashed with joy. After which, a body that was around the height of a mountain crawled up from the ground. His long back was already crawling with living creatures. A river was meandering around the swamp, as a symbol on the river slowly appeared. That river suddenly broke apart in the center as a long giant snake flew out from inside. The riverbed was actually a giant snake. It was as if those devil beasts had heard a kind of call, as their bodies trembled and shot towards a specific direction like a ray of light. Meanwhile, those in the devil realm had no idea that this was happening. They had no idea that an earth-shattering change was about to happen. Ba Jiazi and the others had yet to return when Mo Sha came looking for Sima Yu. He told her to wait here for Hua Xiao and the others while he went outside to take a look. Sima Yu saw that he didn't want her to go along, and knew that it wasn't too far away. She also had a head full of thoughts about the Black Jade clan, so she nodded to show that she understood without asking what he was going to do. Shortly after Mo Sha left, Ba Jiazi and the others returned. There were 2 other human-like devil Jade clansmen with them. Ba Jiazi, I have something I want to ask you. Sima Yu looked at Ba Jiazi, calling out to her excitedly. Ba Jiazi had just rescued 2 of her clansmen, and was rather happy, so she ran over and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Sima Yu looked at Hua Xiu and the others, then pulled Ba Jiazi into her house. Her enigmatic and secretive actions really stoked Ba Jiazi's curiosity. "What's going on?" Ba Jiazi asked. "I heard that you have the bloodline of ancient divine beast roar in you. Is that true?" Sima Yu asked. Ba Jiazi nodded, replying, "That's right. It's because we have the bloodline of ancient divine beasts that our position as the Devil Rabbit clan is rather high. What's going on? Divine Roar is a spirit beast of the light attribute, while you guys are devil beasts. Does this mean that your bodies have the light and dark attributes at the same time?" "Yeah. My clansmen are born with 2 attributes at birth." Ba Jiazi did not plan to keep it a secret from her benefactor, and this wasn't really considered a secret in the devil realm. "Then how did you deal with these 2 attributes?" Sima Yu asked. "I don't know either. My clansmen will settle it once we're born." Ba Jiazi said, "You know that we have very few light attributes here, so we are even more likely to abandon the light attributes and keep our dark attributes." "So your body only has 1 attribute at this moment?" Sima Yu was rather disappointed. If they chose to abandon one of it once they were born, she didn't know if that was still applicable and useful to her. "That's right." Ba Jiazi said, "I know, your body definitely has the dark and light attribute. However, I don't know of the method either. Only my executing elders and my grandparents know. Once we rescue my grandparents, I'll get them to help you think of a way." "Alright, I'll have to thank you then." Sima Yu replied. Although she wasn't sure whether or not this method would be of any use to her, this was still a strand of hope. "Why are you thanking me for? You saved my life. I haven't yet shown you my gratitude." Sima Yu saw her sincere gaze, and wondered who spread the slander that the devil clansmen were cruel in nature. That night, Hua Yan sent all the necessary pill ingredients to her. She spent the remaining time locked in her room refining pills while Ba Jiazi, Hua Xiu and the others would occasionally lead a few people back. Once she had finished refining all of the pills, Hua Xiu and the others were already prepared to head out to rescue the Black Jade clansman. "Where's Senior? Is he not back yet?" Sima Yu looked around but didn't see any sign of Mo Sha. "Not yet. Don't you know where he went?" Hua Xiu asked. "I didn't ask." Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Was he not her senior? How could she not even ask where he went? At this moment, Mo Sha walked in and announced, "I'm back." Hua Yan, Hua Jing and Hua Xiu had the highest authority here. Hua Yan had long since known that Mo Sha was someone related to the one they were waiting for. As such, they were very respectful to him. Hua Yan only told them to set off once he saw that he had arrived. The Hua clan was one of the larger powers in the devil realm. Although the Zhu clan had kidnapped their elders and eradicated a few branches, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. While Sima Yu was refining the pills, they managed to find a rather powerful array master to set up a temporary teleportation array. Sima Yu examined that teleportation array closely. It was similar to the ones in the ancient primordial lands, with just some minor differences. There weren't many going this time. Most of them were the Black Jade clansmen who had been taken back here. Sima Yu stood in the array rather apprehensively. When the earth-shattering wave of vertigo hit her, she knew that she was going to have a bad time. As expected, once the array activated, she vomited everything that she had in her stomach. Hua Jing and the others checked her and Mo Sha into an inn. This place was still quite a distance from the Black Jade clan, so they would only reach if they rushed for 2 days. Sima Yu lay groggily on the bed, face ashen. She recalled that it was always Bei Gong Tang who would take care of her at times like this, so when she heard the door knock, she thought that Bei Gong Tang had followed her to the devil realm. Mo Sha carried in a tray, and on it was a light blue bowl. "I made something for you." Mo Sha placed the tray on the table. He placed the bowl beside the table, supported her with one hand. Sima Yu saw the light blue soup in the bowl. She asked rather weakly, "What is this?" "Something that will do you good." As Mo Sha spoke, he placed the bowl beside her lips. Sima Yu drank the liquid in the bowl as he fed it to her. After drinking it, a light taste lingered in her mouth. Her vertigo had already subsided quite a fair bit. What was that? Medicine in a bowl. After saying that, he took the bowl out. On the second day, Mo Sha brought in a bowl of red liquid. On the third day, he gave her a bowl of green medicine. On the fourth day, the medicine was much more normal. It was a bowl of medicinal white liquid. Sima Yu always drank it down without the slightest bit of hesitation. Once she had finished the fourth bowl, she felt that her body felt differently towards space. It was as if she was now more in touch with space. Since the feeling was still around, she closed her eyes and tried to comprehend space. She could feel that she had made quite a bit of improvement. If her comprehension used to be this room, then she had now stepped outside to the vast open land. After her comprehension of space had expanded, she also realized that her range had increased. She used only to be able to control space the size of a cube, but now, she had control over space around half the size of this house. Seeing the amount of space that she could now control gave her a huge shock. How could it be that large? She guessed that it had something to do with the medicine that Mo Sha had given her. She wondered if she could get a hold of it. It was only later on that she found out that the medicine had not only strengthened the amount of control that she had on space, but had also cured her of the motion sickness she had when she took teleportation arrays. Whenever she used teleportation arrays later on, the vertigo never reappeared. She had just woken up from her meditation when Mo Shah knocked on her door. She had made good use of the time. She went to open the door and saw that Mo Shah was standing outside. He did not wait for her to say anything before speaking. Let's head out. Where are we going? We're going to help them. She had yet to react before Mo Shah turned around and left. She had no choice but to close the door and chase him outside. Mo Shah took her and they walked for 2 days before arriving in front of a cave. Mo Shah walked in front, as Sima Yu held Little Dream's hand and followed behind him. The three of them entered the cave, and they heard the rustling sound all the way. Who is it? A shout was heard from inside, then Hua Xiao and the others came running out. When they saw that it was them, they said with surprise, "What are you guys doing here? Since you didn't come back after so long, we came to see if you needed any help. I've already settled the Red Jade clansmen, and they've already taken the medicine. What trouble? You'll know once you come in." Once Sima Yu entered, she finally understood what was wrong. It turned out that nobody knew where such a huge cage had come from. All the Black Jade clansmen had been trapped inside, and the cage could not be opened. They had no way to rescue them. When they saw Sima Yu and Mo Shah enter, there was still some puzzlement in their gazes. Hua Jing said, "This is made of a 10,000-year iron. Without the key, we cannot open it. We've already exhausted all our ideas." Sima Yu glanced at Mo Shah. Could it be that this guy knew from the start that they would be unable to open the cage, which was why he got her to come and unlock it? Ba Jia was standing at the side, directing some people to attack with spirit energy. However, even using their spirit energy was ineffective. She looked like she was about to burst into tears. Sima Yu walked over and Ba Jia forced out a smile when she looked at her. "What are you doing here?" "Let me try." Sima Yu saw the lock that was about 1 foot high, and there were scorch marks and hit marks on it. There was also marks of attempts at prying it open. Alright. Ba Jia did not place much of her hopes on Sima Yu. However, since she said so, she should really have a plan. Sima Yu went over and took a look at the lock. She used her own fire to give it a try and burnt it for 2 minutes, but the lock didn't seem to give. When the people in the cage saw that a stranger had come, they held a bit of hope. However, the result was still unexpectedly the same. The average fire is completely useless against it. Ba Jia said. Indeed. Sima Yu retracted her flames and began to use Crimson Flame's flame. When the flame burst out, the temperature in the cave went up by an entire notch. Everyone felt waves of deep fear towards the flame. What kind of flame is this? Ba Jia subconsciously took a step back as she looked at the flame pouring from her hands. Belongs to my contracted beast. Sima Yu said. She attacked with her flame, and the flame could only surround the surface of the lock. She watched as the lock slowly shrunk in size, and complained that it was taking too long. If she could just increase her flames by a bit, things would be much quicker. However, this flame was the nemesis of the Dark Clans. With just this little bit, they were already trembling with fear. If she were to increase it by 1 notch, she was afraid that they would not be able to handle it. Since she could not envelope the entire lock, she could only target the metal chain. It was really useful. The Black Jade clansmen watched as the lock began to shrink in size, and their eyes filled with hope. When Hua Xiao saw her flame, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If she had directed that flame towards him during her kidnap, he might already have been burnt into a pile of ashes. Time ticked slowly by, and after an hour had passed, the lock was finally broken. Sima Yu retrieved her flame and the temperature went back to normal. Alright. Everyone, quickly get out. One by one, the black rabbits came out from the cage. The poison in their bodies had already been cured, and they were now lively and full of energy. Princess, since the Red Jade clan dared to betray us, we will break off all our ties. We'll wipe them out. An elder from the Black Jade clan cried out. That's right, Princess, we must find the Red Jade clansmen and take revenge. Everyone, please calm down. We will never let the Red Jade clan off for betraying our Devil Rabbit clan. However, this is not our priority right now. Ba Jia placated them. My grandparents have been kidnapped by the Zhu clan, and are now held captive in Blood Level City. Not only that, they've also kidnapped the elders of the Hua clan along with other elders from other clans. Right now, our main task should be to think of a way to rescue the elders and other clansmen. As for the Red Jade clan, we will definitely make them pay for what they've done. Later, Sima Yu started to mind her business again. She followed behind the Black Jade clan. She watched how their clan controlled the Red Jade clan on the ground and save everyone else. After discussing how to save their captured clan elder, they left successively to the vicinity of Blood Level City. Mo Shah suggested to go together because their time in the Devil World wasn't not long anymore. Therefore, she made a valiant expression and entered the teleportation array. But when she was teleporting, she discovered something different. She was no longer getting dizzy. When she arrived at the destination, she still hadn't recovered. Was she no longer getting dizzy in teleportation array? Why did it feel it wasn't real? While everyone left, she was still in a daze. Mo Shah sighed in his heart. He stretched his hand and knocked against her temple. Let's go. Ah, Sima Yu rubbed her temple. She caught sight of his tyrannical gaze and recalled his several bowls of medicinal juice. Was it because of the thing you gave me to drink? Really stupid. Mo Shah shot her a glance before turning to leave. Really stupid, it took her that long to react. He disdained her in his heart. However, he could not help but raise the corner of his mouth when he saw the joy she showed because she wasn't dizzy while in the teleportation array. Sima Yu curled her lips behind his back, and then strode upwards. It was really great she didn't get dizzy in the teleportation array. When she returned she must get her hands on the formula. She would give it Fenger and let him also not become dizzy in the teleportation array. The Black Jade Clan's member took them to the mountain range in the vicinity of the Blood Level City. At this mountain peak, they could see the overview of the Blood Level City. While Mo Sha discussed with Hua Jing and the rest on how to save the captured people, she was stupefied on the side. The things they talked about in this brief period of time, she couldn't understand them unlike Mo Sha. He could analyze the situation precisely just by listening to Hua Jing and their discussion. She raised her head and observed dusky sky. It seemed that there was no blue sky or white clouds here, and there was no sun all day. She wasn't sure how those green plants could grow. She was extremely bored. She saw they were still discussing and a few more strangers came in from the back. So she silently left the mountain peak. Mo Sha sensed she left and glanced in the direction before continuing discussing with them. Unknowingly, she had walked a distance away from the mountain peak. Crunch. A clear sound was transmitted. She looked around and saw no one. Crunch, crunch. The sound transmitted in succession, but no movement. She summoned Little Dream. 2 people followed in the direction of the sound. Crunch. They sensed someone approaching and that sound vanished. That sounded like someone was munching something. Little Dream said. I think so too, but there's no one around. Yu, it's a little strange here. Little Dream spoke. There seems to be no life around this vicinity. It's indeed weird. Sima Yu closed her eyes and sensed around. She couldn't discover anything strange. Although they didn't discover anything, they continued to chat under the flower. Bang. Little Dream used her spirit power. If something's abnormal, there's bound to be demons. You didn't fall into the trap. Sima Yu chuckled. You deliberately made those sounds to lure us here, and then you want to eat us when we're inattentive and relaxed our guard. It's a pity that it's too quiet here. There's no movement. How dare can we relax our vigilance? With a move of Little Dream's fist, she resolved one. Humph, a little man-eating flower dares to engage in wild talk. Sima Yu was not used to seeing Little Dream talk so domineering, especially when the flower was taller than herself. But the man-eating flower knew her strength. I never thought there was such a young demon king. A normal man-eating flower won't work on you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. It's actually the man-eating flower king. The man-eating flower king and man-eating. Moreover, each flower had. Although Little Dream's strength was great, she wouldn't be able to bear attack of hundreds or thousands of flowers. Little Dream, get down. Little Dream wanted to get down but she blocked in all directions by the man-eating flowers and couldn't move at all. Ha ha ha, even if you're the demon king, you're still going to be eaten by me. Pffffch. A bundle of fire burnt down the flower that was trying to capture Little Dream. It continued to burn the other flowers along the branch. Little Dream took this chance and flew to Sima Yu's side. After the branches of the man-eating flower king caught on fire, they dance in the air, lighting the other flowers. Ordinary flames are useless to me. What kind of flame is this? The man-eating flower king screamed, his voice full of fear. Naturally it can burn you to the ground. Sima Yu exclaimed. Hearing of being burned to the ground, the man-eating flower king was afraid because she knew this flame could achieve this. I was wrong. Let me go. Let you go. Didn't you say you'll eat us? I was wrong, it hurts. Let me go. Let you go. Sima Yu chuckled. I'll only forgive my own people. As for my enemies, I'll only eliminate them completely. The man-eating flower king had lived long. It understood Sima Yu's meaning, but it was unwilling. If you want me to admit you as my master, that is not possible. Sima Yu wasn't in a hurry. She controlled the flame, burning slowly. She faintly inquired, freedom and life, which one is more important? Freedom and life, which one is more important? The man-eating flower king asked himself. Could he let go of his freedom for life? Could he really do that? No. I won't let go of my freedom and conviction to become someone's contract beast. I believe you are an extraordinary man-eating flower king with integrity. Sima Yu reasoned, but it's no loss for me to not be able to obtain you, so I will respect your decision. The flame burned faster. Very soon, almost half of the flowers on the hillside will be all burnt up. You have many spirit beasts. Also, Brother Crimson Flame's fire is much stronger. This sort of man-eating flower if of no use. You can directly burn down its main root. We'll go back and eat. Little Dream suggested. Alright. Sima Yu patted Little Dream and answered. The man-eating flower king heard, since this person has such a powerful flame, then their strength must be exponential. Perhaps, she really didn't care about its life and saw no value in itself. Even talked about going back to eat? What did they mean? I'll go find its master root. Little Dream spoke. Go. We have left for quite a while. They must be worried about us. It'll be good to be back earlier. I'll go. When the two talked, they weren't paying attention to the man-eating flower king at all. They didn't notice that it was shivering. Especially when it saw the Little Dream coming towards its main root, it cried out, No, I don't want freedom. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. Really? Little Dream stopped her steps and doubtfully said, Didn't you say you're not willing to give up freedom for life? I changed my mind, can't I? The man-eating flower king awkwardly refuted. Ouch, quick, stop burning, stop burning. Are you truly willing to recognize me as your master? Sima Yu asked. Yes, I'm willing. Quickly stop, it hurts. The man-eating flower king cried out. Sima Yu was smiling inside. With a wave of her hand, the flames were collected. At this moment, only a small portion of the flowers were left. Yu, how are you going to contract it? Little Dream asked. I really don't know. Sima Yu admitted. How about we returned and asked Mo Sha? He must know. He's so powerful, certainly knows. Little Dream had an instinctive fear towards Mo Sha, like Halcyon and them to Crimson Flame. Sima Yu waved at the man-eating flower king. Come here. Follow me back. The man-eating flower king hesitated for a moment and saw that the flame still lingered in her hand. It obediently turned into a blood-red flower. Little Dream, let's go. Sima Yu stored away the flame and took the flower branch back. Seeing them left safely, the two people hiding in midair sighed out of relief and followed them back. When Sima Yu returned, these people had already left. The only people left were Mo Sha, Hua Jing and his brother, and Ba Jia Zi. Yu, where did you go? You've been away for a long time. We intended to go out and find you. Ba Jia Zi saw the flower in Sima Yu's hand. It's a pretty flower. I just strolled around. Sima Yu saw she was really worried and said apologetically. It's good that you're safe. Ba Jia Zi continued. We were just talking about going to find you. But your senior brother said you're alright. It seemed he knows you better. Sima Yu nodded to her. Afterwards, she walked beside Mo Sha and passed the man-eating flower in front of him. She started, I caught a naughty little flower, and I want to contract it. How should I do that? Mo Sha glanced at the flower in her hand and took it. It's indeed a little flower. But since it can grow into the man-eating flower king, it's hard to come by. In a moment, I'll domesticate it for you. Alright. Sima Yu smilingly answered. Since he said it was hard to come by, then that man-eating flower king was hard to come by. The man-eating flower king? Is it the man-eating flower king from 2 valleys ahead? Hua Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Right. Sima Yu replied. I encountered it by chance. It saw that I looked beautiful and wanted to follow me. The man-eating flower king trembled while in Mo Sha's hand. It shouted angrily inside, shameless, it was you who threatened me. Mo Sha seemed to hear its thoughts. His drooping eyes glanced at it and then gorgeously ignored it. Hua Jing and his brother were speechless as they drew up the corners of their lips. That man-eating flower king had stayed there for quite a long time. They never heard that it would eat anyone who looked beautiful. Looking at the submissive appearance of the man-eating flower king, she surely had fixed it up ruthlessly. But she had ability. Many people had their eyes on it, but they were either injured severely in defeat or was eaten. Unexpectedly, she was able to subdue it. How's your discussion? Sima Yu finally recalled and asked them. Almost all set. According to our strategy, we can certainly save Clan Elder and the rest. When Hua Jing reached this point, he glanced in worship of Mo Sha. During their discussion of their plans, he had just listened to them and responded quickly. The strategy was perfect, much better than the solutions they had come up with by those who were aware of the situation here. While Sima Yu was not there at that time, she had been unable to witness how he deeply impressed them. Then you have nothing else to do? Quickly domesticate the man-eating flower king for me. Sima Yu eagerly glanced at Mo Sha. Though Mo Sha liked her to act coquettish with him in private, it was too humiliating in public. He closed his eyes and held the man-eating flower king at the root stem for a moment before throwing the flower back to her. All done. Sima Yu caught the man-eating flower king. Looking at its waning flowers, she asked, is that all? So fast? Plant-typed devil beasts' spirituality are usually lower, let alone a flower king who became one recently. Mo Sha indifferently said. Sima Yu noted that he didn't put much importance on the man-eating flower king, such that she doubted her taste. But she also thought that the world in his eyes was at higher levels, she didn't bother with him. Thereupon, she clasped the man-eating flower king and ran compliantly aside to check on the contract. Because it was the man-eating flower king and was also domesticated by Mo Sha, during the contracting, Sima Yu's dark spirit power increased quite a bit. Master. As a result of the contract, the man-eating flower king's injuries recovered. He became aware she was a human from the human world. He felt like spitting blood inside, yet he didn't dare do anything to her. Since you like flowers a lot, I'll call you Floey. Sima Yu hadn't began speaking. Little Dream beside her hands, Akimbo, one, had already named the man-eating flower king. FL, Floey? Sima Yu drew the corners of her lips and glanced at Little Dream's opted demeanor of being called Floey. She understood that she was still not unhappy that man-eating flower king had almost eaten them. The man-eating flower king was furious. It was powerful, how could it had such an unpleasant name? But she still hadn't spoken when Little Dream spoke again. Don't want to be named Floey? Then do you want to be called Flowery King? Flowery King Flowery? Little Dream grabbed onto its root stem and warned, say which one of these names do you want? If you don't choose, I'll let Brother Crimson Flame deal with you. Through the contract, the man-eating flower king naturally knew what kind of existence was Crimson Flame. After listening to Little Dream brought him up, the man-eating flower king finally compromised. Then, just Floey. Flowery King and King Flowery whatever were too unpleasant. Then it's decided. Floey, you will be a member of our family. Don't worry, sister will cover for you. Little Dream said with a smile. Sima Yu held her forehead. Why did she feel that Little Dream had been taught wrong? Little Dream, don't follow Little Roar and learn bad things. Little Dream plucked a flower from Floey and inserted it into Sima Yu's hair. It complimented. Yu, I haven't taught bad. Little Dream grabbed her hand spoiledly. Yaguang and them said that I need to learn Little Roar's shamelessness and rogueness, Thousand Resonance's cunningness, Halcyon's modestness, and Little Rock's and Crimson Flame's arrogance. I need to seriously learn. Sima Yu held her forehead. She was with Little Roar and them all day long. She had been deeply influenced. Now she's learning hard. She didn't know what the pure Little Dream would become in the future. Little Dream, don't listen to them. It's good enough to be yourself. She told Little Dream earnestly. I'll be myself. Little Dream seriously nodded. She would certainly need to be shameless, a rogue, cunning, modest and arrogant. Sima Yu looked at her pure smile. Why did she sense that her eyelids were dancing? Hua Jing and the others, who had been paying attention to the situation here, heard Little Dream listed the names of Sima Yu's contract beasts and marveled that she had so many contractual beasts. She must be an amazing figure in the human world. Sima Yu and the rest of them waited on the mountain for some days. 3 days later, Hua Jing and Ba Jia Zi departing with their people, leaving Sima Yu and Mo Sha behind and also a curiously filled Little Dream about the mountain range. Little Dream toured in between the mountains with a flower. When devil beasts encountered them, they didn't dare to provoke her. Jokingly, who didn't recognize the fierce flower in her hand. In the beginning, only a devil bear without eyes would do this foolish thing. It served it right to be almost eaten. Who knew which good individual accepted that disaster? They were all moved to tears. With Floey, Sima Yu could casually go play with Little Dream. She traded the devil world's medical ingredients obtained in the tent. Yu. Come out and take a look. Little Dream's voice transmitted from outside. Hearing her call, Sima Yu set down the things in her hands and went outside the tent. When she went out to see, she was immediately perturbed. She pulled Little Dream aside and took a deep breath before speaking. Why did you bring over so many devil beasts? Little Dream grinned. They said they want to follow Yu. Where did you abduct them from? Who taught you to abduct them? I already told you not to learn from Little Roar. Sima Yu rubbed her temple. She felt like she had a headache. I didn't learn from Little Roar. Back then, he only abducted Yaguang and Little Rock. I abducted a group, a lot more than him. I have surpassed my senior. Little Dream quibbled. You even learned Thousand Resonance's quibbling. Sima Yu poked at Little Dream's head. Although Thousand Resonance is cunning, but his performance is implicit. I am different from him. Little Dream smiled. Alright. Let them all return as soon as possible. Sima Yu waved her hand. Seeing these particularly grotesque demonic beasts, her heart was stressed terribly. Yu doesn't like them? Then alright. Little Dream turned away with her hand at her hips as she expressed to them, my Yu cannot accept you all. You can all return. That overbearing small appearance really resembled one of those small mountain overlord. As Sima Yu observed Little Dream's appearance, she really took after Little Rock. She suddenly thought, did she discover it too late? Little Dream had already adapted to the rhythm. Thinking of the little kid from beginning that would feel timid because she ate too much, she cried in her heart, you guys, return my lovely Little Dream. While those in the spirit pagoda either stare in the sky, eat food, or sleep, ignored her cries. They caused these things. She was not part of it. Sima Yu couldn't help but feel angry in heart. Every one of them were thick-skinned. While those devil beasts saw Little Dream let them leave, some were reluctant and stay in place not leaving. The flower in Little Dream's hand was immediately angry and roared, if you don't want to leave, stay and be my dinner. This lord is hungry. We have something to do, we're returning first. Little Dream, if you have time next time, come play with us. Right, we also have something to do, Little Dream. We'll head out first, we're also the same. Less than 2 minutes, all the devil beasts in the valley had ran away, as if someone was chasing them. In fact, the man-eating flower king was not grinding its teeth at whim. If they ran slow, it was not certain that they wouldn't become its food to fill its stomach. Sima Yu took the flower from Little Dream's hand and chuckled, you did well. If this happened again, it'll be up to you. Like I said you wouldn't like it, Little Dream didn't believe it and must bring it back for you to see. Floey had become accustomed to this master. Little Dream wanted me to have more people beside me. That way, traveling in the upper continent will be safer. Sima Yu patted Little Dream's head and said. Little Dream was originally depressed when she heard her words and her face bloomed into a smile. But I have to say, Floey, are you male or female? Your self-profession lousy is well practiced. Sima Yu plucked a flower while asking curiously. Floey shook the leaves on its branch and exclaimed, I won't tell you. It's a secret. Never mind. Sima Yu said, anyway, your name is Floey. Even if you're a male, you're called Floey. Even if you're a female, you're called Floey. PFFFCH. Ba Jia Zi laughed as she strolled over. The plant devil beasts at the start have no gender. When they transform they'll either become male or female. It's determined by themselves later on. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu looked flowy in her hand and surprisingly said, so you're neither male or female. Therefore, you won't tell me. Your sister is neither male or female. Flowy was not in the mood to put up with this master. Hence, it pretended to be dead and wouldn't talk to her. Sima Yu also stopped teasing. She turned her attention to Ba Jia. Why are you back? Is everything settled? Yes, they have already rescued my grandfather and Hua clan elder. Ba Jia continued, it turns out besides them, Zhang clan and Zhu clan also captured some other clan elders. I don't know what they plan to do. Where are they? Sima Yu saw only her and no one else, so she asked. They're in the blood level city. They wanted me to take you there. Ba Jia said. How could they let you personally come? They could have someone call me. Sima Yu said. I came to tell you. I asked my executive elder. He said that our method requires removing the light attribute in our body when we are born, because at that time, we haven't started cultivation. In your case, our method is useless to you. Sorry, I can't help you. Ba Jia was apologetic. Although she knew the answer would be this, she nevertheless felt dejected when she heard it. It's no problem. I'm not in a hurry right now. I'll see if I can find another way later. My grandfather said that your senior brother is a very powerful. Maybe he can find a way. Your grandfather met my senior brother? She didn't know what he would say to Hua Jing and them. Would he say that she knew where Emo Sha was, or would he say he was Emo Sha? They already met. They are now discussing something and push us all out. Then I volunteered to come to get you. Ba Jia said, your senior brother knows that I'm here to get you. He told me to take you back to the city. Then let's go. Sima Yu packed away the tents in seconds. When they returned to the city, Sima Yu was arranged to a quiet courtyard. In addition to Ba Jia, who came to see her several times in the past 2 days, no one else came, not even the Mo Sha. Today, Sima Yu laid on the rocking chair in the courtyard and chatted with Little Dream. Most of the time, she talked while Little Dream sat beside the stone table eating. Little Dream, where would have Mo Sha gone off to? Would he have sold us here? Sima Yu picked up a grape and threw it into her mouth. She asked in boredom. I don't think so. Little Dream shook her head with certainty. Why? After we arrived here, she still hadn't seen him. But if he sold you, it won't benefit him. Little Dream spoke seriously. Moreover, you have a contract with him. How could he leave you here? Well, I don't know how long will we have to stay in the devil world. Sima Yu sighed, I don't know how they are now. Do they miss me? When Fenger knows I'm missing, I'm sure he'll run here. Hopefully nothing bad happens. You aren't worried other people would come here? Little Dream asked. I won't because they can't enter the bloody tunnel. Sima Yu said. But Fenger is different. When he knows I'm in the devil world, he'll think of ways of getting in. Brother Feng will be alright. Well, I'm worried that he will break my seal and use that power again. Sima Yu sighed again. Mo Sha came into the courtyard. Senior brother, why are you here? I'm bringing them to meet you. Then, we'll prepare to leave. How are you, miss? Thank you for your help this time. If you come to the devil world later, I hope you will come visit us. This is Hua clan's keepsake. If someone comes to find you in the future, they have this with them. Since both clan elders were handing their keepsake to her, she accepted them all without question. She was afraid if she evaded, they would bug her for a long time. She put away the 2 tokens. Then she earnestly asked Mo Sha, senior brother, when are we leaving? When Mo Sha waved to them, the 2 clan elders left with an altitude of respect. That ceremony went as far as to prioritize him. I asked them to find some things, which probably will be ready in a few years. After everything is all set, we will be able to rescind the contract. Mo Sha said. Sima Yu was stunned. She was at a loss on expressing how she felt. Did she want to rescind the contract with him or did she not want to have such a relationship with him? Thinking of afterwards when they have no relations anymore, she suddenly felt a little upset, but she did not know why she had such a strange feeling. There was still a few more years, that also meant, he would be by her side for quite some years. I will be prepared. She answered. Now let's go back. Mo Sha used both hands to form a seal and open portal in the sky. Afterwards, he pulled her head without looking and entered. When their feet landed on the ground, they're standing where they had came in. Is it the entrance of the devil world? Sima Yu could see the faint outline of a wall in the air. It was most likely place they enter from. How can we exit? When they came in, Hua Xiao had used something to open the barricade. Now, were they going to use the same method to leave? That method won't work. Mo Sha understood what she thought and said, but that can only be used to come in from the outside, not from here to the outside. Then what should we do? How does Hua Xiao and then exit? She asked. Their method of exit is too complicated for you. Mo Sha answered. You can instead just combine with Little Roar. Can Little Roar's talent can be used here? Won't the barrier stop it? Sima Yu's eyes brightened. If Little Roar had this effect, then wouldn't she be able to go anywhere she wanted? You also need to use your spirit power. Mo Sha explained. You must unleash your 5 elemental spirit power along with your dark attribute spirit power, in addition to Little Roar's talent. We can leisurely exit. Sima Yu nodded her head. She removed her combination with 1000 resonance. Then she summoned Little Roar to combine, and then she unleashed her 5 elemental spirit power along with her dark attribute spirit power on herself. She let Mo Sha carried her, flying towards the barrier. Previous chapter. It could be because she had control over the size of the entrance this time, so she had used up quite a bit more mental energy. She also felt like the exit was a lot longer than their entry. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she felt like her spirit energy was about to drain dry when they finally exited the thick wall. Are you okay? Sima Yu was carried by Wu Lingyu in a princess carry. She was rather lightheaded when a warm evil energy started flowing from her head. Senior brother? She asked with some uncertainty. Not bad, at least you didn't recognize the wrong person. Wu Lingyu said with a smile. You're out? What about Mo Sha? She furrowed her eyebrows and climbed down from his embrace. She stood on the ground, feeling a little weak, so she had to lean on Wu Lingyu. He's returned to the Devil Snare bracelet. Wu Lingyu said, you should head back into the Spirit Pagoda to rest for a while. Sima Yu nodded, and brought him into the Spirit Pagoda. She took the opportunity to rest, then retracted the dark spirit energy into her dantian before letting the 5 different attributes flow through her body. She used the illusion once again as she changed clothes and turned back into her familiar male garb. Wu Lingyu watched as she changed back into her male appearance, and remembered her stunning female look, saying, it seems I should quickly settle the issues with the Sage Pavilion. Then, you won't have to continue pretending to be male. Sima Yu tugged at her clothes, saying lightly, it's no big deal. I've already gotten used to it. It's not about being used to it. A female should look like a female. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu could not be bothered to deal with him as she led him out of the Spirit Pagoda. Who would have expected that she would hear sounds of fighting shortly after she exited? That wall was so hard to cross. How did so many from the Devil Realm still manage to come over? She asked with furrowed eyebrows. Those from the Devil Realm have always been striving to enter the human realm. With the research of 1,000 to 10,000 years, it's expected that they would have found multiple ways to go about it. Wu Lingyu said, think back to the time Mo Sha led his troops into the human realm. The pathway leads here as well. The 6 provinces in the ancient primordial lands have roads that lead to the Devil Realm. Why do they choose this place? Sima Yu didn't understand. This place has the least obstruction. Although these types of roads in other places, the barriers are much harder there. Wu Lingyu said, since there's an easier place, it's expected that the others would choose to come here. The battle isn't between humans and devil clansmen. Sima Yu headed over to them and saw a group of people fighting from afar. After she saw the people who were locked in battle more clearly, a burst of rage erupted from her heart. Damn, they dare to try and kill my mother and younger brothers? These people are tired of living. Sima Yu raged as she called Halcyon out to join the battle. Don't be anxious. Wu Lingyu pulled on her, if you go there like this, you'll cause trouble even if you headed over. Sima Yu glared at him. Could he not remind her how weak she was? SSSSSS. The little snake crawled up beside her ear, snaking his tongue. You want to go over? Sima Yu understood what the little snake meant, and patted his head, saying, you can't appear in front of others right now. It will be troublesome otherwise. His current camouflage made it such that others could not recognize him. However, once he jumped into battle, it was possible that someone would recognize him. In order to avoid trouble, it was better for him to remain out of sight. Not good, dear Feng wants to forcefully break the seal. Floey, you go. Quickly catch all those people. She cried out, taking out a flowery vine and throwing it in front. She tossed Floey onto the ground near the battle. After forming a contract with Flower, she realized that Floey was not your average man-eating flower king. He was actually able to produce clones of himself and split their roots into 2. As long as you left it alone for a while, it would regrow. This was why she placed the portion of the root that Floey had given her into her spirit pagoda. Even if she died, Floey would not. As Floey landed on the ground, he quickly took root in the soil below. Shortly after, he surrounded the entire area. Later on, a few tens of gigantic man-eating flowers rose from the ground, giving everyone engaged in the ferocious battle a huge scare. What is this? Heavens, it's a devil vine. Man-eating flower, it's a man-eating flower. Why will one suddenly appear here? Careful, do not let the flower catch you. Shiman Feng was preparing to break through his seal, and was trying to use all the energy that Sima Yu had sealed away when he saw the change in their situation. He was stunned for a while. What's going on here? Those with him saw the man-eating flower that had suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Under Sima Yu's orders, the man-eating flower king had surrounded the opponent and caught them. Each petal was as hard as iron and tough as steel as it caught them. They couldn't break free no matter how hard they tried. Should we take this opportunity to kill them? Someone suggested. Do not move yet. The sudden appearance of the flower is too dangerous. We do not know if it is a friend or foe. If we move, what do we do if it turns to attack us? Things are too volatile now, Shiman Feng's words were cut off by the person who had just walked over. He was sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. He flew over immediately and embraced her. Sima Yu patted Shiman Feng's shoulder, saying, didn't I come back safe and sound? Don't worry. So you know that I was worried. Shiman Feng hugged her fiercely, then why didn't you come back any quicker? I didn't ask for this either. When I was over there, I wanted to come back as soon as possible either. Also, someone kidnapped me there. Sima Yu said. Are you hurt, then? Shiman Feng released her and appraised her attentively. Sima Yu saw his eyebrows furrow, and quickly consoled him, I'm fine. I'm all good and not injured. I feel like, you've gained weight. Shimin Feng said, I think that my worries were wasted on you. Sima Yu glared at him. Was this something a good younger brother would say? Could they even mess around happily anymore? Shimin Feng saw her cute and angry appearance and laughed. It was only now that a weight was lifted from his anxious heart. Master, can I eat them? Floey's voice brought Shimin Feng back to his senses, and he saw that a giant flower bud had appeared behind him. Its teeth, that were a foot long each, struck fear into his heart, giving him a scare. Who are these people? Sima Yu asked. They're people from the 38th district. Shimin Feng replied. 38th? From the way he spoke, she should know about the 38th district. 38th district. That's the place you first found your master. Shimin Feng explained. So it's them. Sima Yu glanced at them, saying, there's no need to leave this people alive, right? They aren't important people. It would be the same with or without them. Shimin Feng said. That's great. Floey, you can have them for lunch. Previous chapter. Next chapter. In the beginning, they tried to harm her master. Then, they tried to harm her younger brother. This was the reason why she could find no reason for these people to live. After receiving her order, Floey ate those people with a crunch. Afterwards, he felt that he hadn't had enough, and cast his gaze down to the remaining people below, giving them a shock. We. Sigh, since I'm not in the devil realm, I do not have the freedom to eat these people. Floey sighed, then kept his flowers away. He turned back into a thin flower vine and wrapped around her waist. Sima Yu looked at this smart guy and plucked him off her before tossing him into the spirit pagoda. Those people saw Sima Yu's straightforward nature, and could not help but purse their lips. She really looked so aggressive. Feng, is this the relative you wanted to find? A black-clothed man walked over and asked. Yes. This is my older brother, Sima Yu. Shimin Feng said, this is the first disciple, Kong Bingyu of the Kong Valley. The others are from the Kong Valley as well. He seems to be younger than you, but he's actually your older brother. Kong Bingyu said with a smile, you are Sima Yu, the one we have come here to find. Sima Yu looked at Shimin Feng with puzzlement. The Valley Master found out that you were kidnapped to the Devil Realm, so he sent men over, saying that he wanted to think of a way to rescue you. Shimin Feng explained. Sent men to rescue me? Sima Yu looked at them with confusion. She didn't have much relationship with the Kong Valley, so why would they want to rescue her? It's because they know that you gave me 2 tendon and marrow cleansing pills. It's also because you of that third MO was willing to help them. That's why they wanted to foster a good relationship with you. Shimin Feng said, not only that. The sect has also sent men over. The Feng clan has as well. As for those bird clans, you can say that the bird clans in the entire continent have sent their clansmen. Everyone was thinking of a way to enter the devil realm to find you. Sima Yu was rather moved. She had no idea that so many people would come here to try to find her. What about them? Why did you end up fighting with those from the 38th district? She asked. Our people were distributed into each district to try their luck in rescuing you there. We were sent to this place, and these pretended to help search with us. However, they secretly did a few things here and there. Shimin Feng said. Just now, we were just fighting when they started to shout that they wanted to kill us. It could also be because we were with the Feng clan, though. What kind of power does the 38th district have? Sima Yu asked. They're old enemies of the Feng clan. Simon Feng said, everyone is still worried about you. Since you're back, we should go back first to give everyone a peace of mind. Okay. Sima Yu replied. They went back together, and this time, Shimin Feng and the others did not head to the station at the 38th district. They headed instead for the specified location. Everyone would gather here for discussions after thinking of a plan. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu sat on Shimin Feng's flying beast. They only arrived at their destination after flying for half a day. It just happened that the people in charge of the powers were gathered together in deep discussion. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had returned. Sima Yu had just gotten off the flying beast and had not managed to say a word before something flew over from a tent at the side. Wu Lingyu, who was standing beside her, pulled onto her extremely quickly as that item flew past them. That item dropped on the ground with a loud sound. Everyone only now saw what that flying item was as a lone smelly shoe lay on the ground. You two tiny brats. Could it be that you're all grown up and gotten real bold that you dare run over to the devil realm to play? Did you know that I, your master, have already gone and broken all my bones for you? Another shoe was thrown out of the tent. This time, Sima Yu knew to avoid it without Wu Lingyu's reminder. When she heard Old Man Devil's voice, Sima Yu was beyond herself with excitement. However, she still said grievously, Master, I was kidnapped, okay. What do you mean I went there to play? Old Man Devil ran out of the tent and glared at the both of them. He walked over and slapped them on the head. You still dare to twist and turn? He kidnapped you and you let him take you, right? Did you think about how worried we would be when you were kidnapped? Look at how old your master is, yet I still hurried over from the central regions. I'm tired to death. I don't even need to mention how many strands of white hair has fallen out from worrying about you. How many wrinkles have appeared? Appeared? Old Man Devil stretched forth a hand and pinched Sima Yu's cheeks. Master, it's not like he wouldn't have kidnapped me if I didn't let him. Sima Yu looked at him as if she had been wrongfully accused. That person had a higher cultivation. Humph, and you stinky brat. Old Man Devil realized that his disciple was getting weaker and weaker, so he focused entirely on Wu Lingyu, who was standing at the side. As you were watching your disciple get taken away, did you not know how to rescue him? Didn't I manage to rescue him back now? Wu Lingyu said with a roll of his eyes. Humph, don't think that I am unaware of your little schemes. Old Man Devil said, if you dared to let even a single strand of hair on my obedient little disciple's head get injured, I'll make sure you suffer in a medicinal bath every day. Master, I'm your disciple as well, okay? You're already grown up. Yu is still young. You're the senior, so you have to take care of him properly. Old Man Devil scolded him. Am I not taking good care of him right now? His younger brother even said that he'd gained weight. How is that the circumstance of someone who was mistreated at all? Wu Lingyu said. Fine, actually, he had been unconscious the entire time. The one who had protected her and fed her plumply was Emo Sha. However, that was still his body, wasn't it? The two of them were one. Old Man Devil was about to open his mouth and say something else when Sima Yu quickly grabbed onto his arm, saying, Master, we should talk later. There are many people watching us. Old Man Devil saw the group of people who were watching them in a daze, and snorted twice. He didn't speak again after that. Yu, it's good that you're back. Otherwise, we'd suffer in guilt forever. Dan Qing was there as well, and her worries only faded away when she saw Sima Yu standing in front of them. Sima Yu looked over and nodded at Dan Qing. She saw Feng Zhixing standing by the side, watching her, so she walked over and said, Master, we're back. Feng Zhixing stretched forth a hand to pet her head with a faint smile on his face. It's good that you're back. If anything happened to you, we would have no way to, You truly have gotten a little fatter. He pinched her cheeks and felt just that little bit more meat. I didn't think that you would also be the young master of the divine Devil Valley. Initially, when I saw the Devil Valley master come, we thought that he had come for the Holy Sun. We didn't think that his first sentence would be to ask about your condition. It was only then that we knew you had another master. It's a good thing that you've returned. Otherwise, your two masters would have turned the place to dust. Xiong and Ran joked. Since you and the others have returned, we should notify the others outside to disperse and return home. Feng Lu said. Okay. Old Man Devil walked over and pulled on Sima Yu. When he walked past Wu Lingyu, he said, Come here, both of you. I have something to tell you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Sima Yu followed after Old Man Devil and entered his tent. She saw him casually construct a barrier before looking at her and Wu Lingyu to ask, when you went to the Devil Realm, did you really get kidnapped there, or did you go on your own volition? Someone kidnapped me, so we took the opportunity to enter on our own. Sima Yu replied honestly. Is it because of this damn brat? Old Man Devil said. Something like that. Sima Yu said. She gave him a general summary of everything that happened ever since they met Hua Xiu, as well as the things that happened in the Devil Realm. After listening to it, Old Man Devil said solemnly, it seems that you still have a few years to settle the issue of your contract. During these few years you should diligently strengthen your power. The stronger you are, the stronger your divine knowledge. There will then be a lower chance of you getting injured when you cancel your contract. Sima Yu nodded to show that she understood. After Old Man Devil left the tent, Sima Yu went to Shimen Feng's tent. Big bro, what are you doing here? Simon Feng was currently talking to Kong Bingyu. The two of them stood up when they say her enter. Shimen Feng's face was already completely healed, but in order to prevent those from the Yin Yang Palace from seeing him, he still wore a face mask. Despite the mask, his smile could not be hidden. Sima Yu looked at the way those two were interacting and guessed that they had a pretty good relationship. This was because she rarely saw Shimen Feng smile ever since they had met each other again. I came to check out the latest development. What are you guys talking about that's making you so happy? She walked over and pulled a chair over to sit beside them. She pulled his hand over to inspect it. I'm telling Bingyu about some funny things that happened in the Kong Valley recently. Shimen Feng said, relax, I didn't break the seal. I saw everything just now. If it were not for the fact that Senior and I had reached on time, you would already have broken it. Sima Yu glared at him. He smiled sheepishly, letting her inspect his body without complaint. Kong Bingyu was watching from the side, and was secretly shocked when he saw the way Shimen Feng was acting. Shimen Feng's usual attitude was clear to all who had eyes to see. He was aloof, cold, and cared for nobody and nothing. He had expended a great deal of effort in order to have their relationship at their current status. However, he realized that Shimen Feng had such an obedient side to him. It also seemed that he was really acting like the younger brother. He looked once again at Sima Yu, who was examining Shimen Feng attentively. He was clearly so young, and he heard that he was actually only over 20 years old. Why was it that when the two interacted, it really seemed like Sima Yu was the older brother? Sima Yu examined him for a moment, and only released his hand when she was certain that his body was fine. How is it? I told you that I listened obediently. I didn't do anything to harm my body. Shimen Feng said, apart from worrying for your safety, which caused me to lose a little weight. Don't you use me to cover up your mistakes from today. Sima Yu said, if I didn't reach you in time, I don't know how you would have ended up. Once we head back, I'm going to continue my research on your condition. Let's remove that danger once and for all. Next time, if I ever see you doing something so dangerous again, I'm going to kick you into the Ninth Star Ocean. The Ninth Star Ocean is too far away, you won't be able to reach it. Shimin Feng said with a smile. You can try it. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Forget it, I'd rather not. Shimin Feng said, however, I heard Qin Mo say that Third Mo had gone to the Ninth Star Ocean recently. I wonder why he's gone to such a dangerous place. Third Mo went to the Ninth Star Ocean? Whatever for? Sima Yu was stunned when she heard this bit of news. The Ninth Star Ocean was an expansive ocean that connected the outer and inner regions. Who knew how much bigger it was compared to the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean of her previous life? Although the Ninth Star Ocean was a dividing line between the two areas, nobody dared to traverse across the ocean to head to the other place. This was because that place was too dangerous, such that even those of the monarch rank dared not head there casually. That Third Mo had gone to such a dangerous place filled her heart with worry. Worry. You don't have to be too worried. I heard Qin Mo said that Third Mo had gone to look for him before he left. Based on what he said, Third Mo is very confident of his journey this time. Shimin Feng consoled. You don't know that. That guy always says he has confidence when he isn't even 50% sure. If he was really confident, he wouldn't say a thing. Sima Yu said, since he went to Qin Mo saying that he has confidence, this shows that he actually doesn't. This won't do, I have to think of a way to stop him. You're already too late. Shimin Feng said, he left when you were in the devil realm. Why didn't Qin Mo stop him? Sima Yu asked. Qin Mo said that he tried, but Third Mo was adamant. You know Third Mo's temperament as well. Qin Mo couldn't dissuade him. He could only send 2 of his men to accompany him. However, he was refused as well. Shimin Feng said, I'm thinking that he definitely has something that he doesn't want others to know about over there. Maybe. Sima Yu sighed, however, this guy took risks often. His luck was good, however, and managed to survive somewhat. She just hoped that he wouldn't have any trouble this time. Otherwise, with how big the Ninth Star Ocean was, we would be hard-pressed to find him. Sima Yu thought back on his mysterious identity, and wondered whether that had anything to do with his journey this time. Alright, I've finished your checkup. You guys can continue your chat. I'm going to find Master. Sima Yu pulled the door to the tent open as she left. When she arrived at Feng Zhixing's tent, he was currently perusing a scroll. When he sensed her arrival, he kept the scroll away. Master. Sima Yu walked in and saw Feng Zhixing sitting on the chair. She felt as if there was a deep, unshakable sadness in his gaze. Was it because of her mother? She did not know what kind of person her mother was, that such a talent and great man would have feelings for her until now. Yu, you're here. Feng Zhixing smiled and waved at her. Sima Yu walked over and sat beside him, saying, Master, when I was in the devil realm and had nothing to do, I made an array book. It's for you. She took out a rubbing tablet and handed it to him. Array book? Did you obtain it in the devil realm? Feng Zhixing took the array tablet and asked calmly. Nope, I got it a long time ago. However, I've been busy recently, so I never had time to make a copy. Sima Yu said. Actually, I began to make a copy since before I went to the devil realm. It's just that I was rather slow, and only managed to finish creating a copy when I was in the devil realm. Master, see if this will be useful for you. Feng Zhixing saw how eager she was and placed the tablet on his forehead. He had seen many array books in his time, and many were lone rare books. He initially decided that, even if it was an extremely ordinary book, he would tell her that he was extremely glad. He didn't have much expectations at all. However, once he took a look, he was completely stunned. Previous chapter. His reaction was similar Third Mo, when he saw Soul Search for the Root. Feng Zhixing raised his head and held on to Sima Yu's hand. He said excitedly, where did you get this array method? This was the first time that Sima Yu had seen him so excited. In the past, that was always cool and composed. Even when he was trapped back then, he only smiled when he saw that the Feng clan had come to his rescue. I took this out from a grave. I saw that the array written inside was pretty good, so I wanted to share it with Master. She said with a smile, however, it was a gift from someone, so I couldn't give you the original copy. Then, are you able to let me see that book? Sima Yu took out that book, and it was that book that Wu Lingyu had found for her. Feng Zhixing held that book with both hands and read the biography on the cover. That's right, that's right. This is the one. This is the book. After being lost for so many years, I actually have the fortune to find it. Master, you know this book? Sima Yu asked. It didn't seem that the book had a name, so how did he know that this was the book? This is the 100 Changing Doors, the first array door. Their gatekeeper created this book, and it was treated as the jewel of the world of arrays. It was rumored that this book disappeared when he died, and everyone suspected that it followed him into the grave. However, since they still had a copy of it, nobody really minded. However, when that copy went missing as well, everyone recalled the original book. However, at that time the 100 Changing Door had already been moved to the inner regions and the previous generations of the past had already died. The creator's grave was also impossible to locate. Sima Yu never thought that so many things would have happened, and even less so that Feng Zhixing would be able to recognize the origins of the book at a glance. When she saw that he couldn't bear to part with it, she was tempted to give it to him. However, she thought about how Wu Lingyu had been locked inside an array for 2 years in order to obtain that book for her, and even hurt his soul in the process. If she were to give it away, based on his personality, he would definitely be upset. After hesitating for a long while, she finally decided not to speak. Feng Xixing took a good long look at the book, then compared it to the content that he had seen on his copy earlier on. He realized that Sima Yu had copied it extremely seriously, such that there was not a single difference. She had even painstakingly copied those parts that she had yet to understand. He handed the book back to her saying, "I'll keep the copy and return this book to you. You must take very good care of this one and only book. You cannot casually take it out in front of others either, unless you really trust them." Sima Yu nodded and kept the book away. She knew the value that this book held on the entire continent. If others were to find out about the existence of the book, unless she was willing to share it, she would just invite countless amounts of trouble. "Master, I'm going to head back now." Sima Yu stood up and said. Oh right. Since you're heading back, can you help me to tell those from the Kong Valley that I will prepare to head back once the others return tomorrow?" Feng Xixing said, "You should take this time to rest properly as well. Once you head back, if anyone asks about your journey in the Devil Realm, you should think of a good excuse." "Yeah, I will." Sima Yu said. Since so many had come to look for her, she was afraid that news on the main continent would have long since reached the ears of those in the Devil Realm. If they saw her return, those who were not able to ask Wu Lingyu would definitely come and ask her. It seemed that she had no choice but to discuss what they would say later on. Actually, based on what Mo Sha explained, they had not really gone deep into the Devil Realm. They had merely caused a little fuss here and there. It was as if they were a bustling city and they were just taking a stroll around the country. Mo Sha had explained that the things she had seen were still pretty good because they hadn't gone too deep. If they were to go in deeper, she definitely wouldn't feel that life in the Devil Realm was still okay. Sima Yu never agreed nor disagreed with him. She was just a guest in the Devil Realm, and she wasn't a bit bothered about how the Devil Realm actually was. However, she never expected that she would enter the Devil Realm once again a few years later and go through so many earth-shattering things. Later on, when she went to the place where Wu Lingyu rested and he knew that she came and said, "If anyone asks you, just say you don't know anything and were in a daze the entire time. By the time you came back to your senses, we had already returned to the blood tunnel. So are we going to say that you rescued me? We're going to get them to go to you for the events that happened?" Sima Yu blinked. This story was good, and she had no idea what was going on anyway. She didn't know what happened in the Devil Realm, so if they wanted to know anything, it was better for them to ask the Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion. She wanted to see would actually ask him, how many would dare to ask him. After settling the issue, she went back without worry. Once the Egrets' elder, Bai Qing, led the Egret clan and elders back, she finally recalled those few elders who had been kept in her spirit pagoda. Little Rock had already told them not to let news of the spirit pagoda leak out. After those clan elders meet Crimson Flame, who was the highest ranked divine bird of their bird clans. Even Little Rock couldn't hold a candle to him. At the moment, they were both excited and scared, quick to express that they would not reveal what happened today. Crimson Flame transformed into a human male as he said, "I still trust myself more." He formed a seal with both hands as a few rings of red light entered the minds of these elders. "These things will not affect you normally. However, the moment you think of exposing our spirit pagoda, it will take your life immediately. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." The few elders expressed their loyalties again, saying once again that they would never ever reveal a thing. Crimson Flame initially wanted to reject them, but he thought about how Sima Yu was still weak. Although she had Ninth Rock and the others, it would be better to keep these few old birds around. As such, he agreed to their request. As such, when she saw Bai Qing, Sima Yu somewhat felt that she had let him down. It was as if she had trapped him against a wall. As for Bai Qing, when they heard those elders say that they wanted to remain by Little Rock's side to protect them on behalf of the Egrets, he expressed his approval and kept asking whether or not it was enough, and if he should assign 2 more elders. When Sima Yu saw the way he was behaving, it seemed that he would have volunteered personally to remain behind if he were not the king of the Egrets. It was tough to send the enthusiastic Bai Qing off before keeping those elders back in the spirit pagoda. Then, she finally took the time to rest. On the morning of the second day, Shiman Feng told her that everyone was prepared to set off. Sima Yu went out and sat on the flying spirit beasts together. They flew to the ancient primordial lands and went through layers of thick fog before they finally returned to the red canyons and saw the blue sky that they hadn't seen in a long while. She was used to seeing the blue sky and white clouds every day, and it made her a little gloomy when she couldn't see the blue sky and white clouds for a long time. Adding on the time she spent below, it had been close to a year in which she had not been able to see the sky. Now that she was seeing it again, she felt a little emotional. She sat on the back of an egret, who took her to the top of the canyon. She heard a voice calling her name even before she reached the top. "Grandpa. Auntie Lan, what are you all doing here?" She climbed off the back of the egret as Sima Lai and the others surrounded her. "We knew that you had been kidnapped to the Devil Realm, so we're extremely worried for you." Although he had her life jade and knew that she was not in any danger, he was still worried that she would suffer and get hurt there. "It's good that you're back. Are you all fine?" "Not bad. Then we should head back earlier. It's been a long time since you came out." "All right. Master, if you don't come, I'll come look for you." Old Man Devil was standing around and pinched Wu Lingyu's sleeve unhappily, saying, Yu is too biased. "I'm her master too, why don't I see her so unwilling to leave me?" Wu Lingyu snatched his sleeve and rolled his eyes. Sima Yu turned back to the people who came to save her, and expressed her gratitude. Once the others had left, she walked over to Old Man Devil and took out an interspatial ring, saying, "Master, I know you keep thinking about these. When Old Man Devil saw what was inside the ring, his expression lit up and started beaming. He hurriedly kept that thing away, patting Sima Yu on the shoulder, saying, "My good disciple. I know you always respect your master. As long as it makes master happy." Sima Yu said with a smile. She also gagged inwardly. His dark and gloomy expression clearly showed that he felt she neglected him. "Okay. Right, master. Do you know a woman called Feng Ruyen?" Old Man Devil's hand trembled as he cried, "Who?" "Feng Ruyen. I heard her describe you, so it sounded like you might know her." Sima Yu said. "How did you get to know her?" Old Man Devil cried out agitatedly, "Do you know where she is right now?" "No clue, she left already." Sima Yu said, "Master, do you know her?" I do. Old Man Devil muttered, "Who would have thought I would still be able to hear news of her? She must be as beautiful as she was back then." Sima Yu watched him mutter to himself and stretched forth a hand to wave it in front of him, saying, "Master, is she your eye candy?" Old Man Devil immediately slapped her hand away, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? She was just a kid when I met her that year. That was a few hundred years ago, but you still remember her, okay?" Sima Yu teased. "How could I forget her? A girl like that is hard to forget." Old Man Devil said, "Tell me, how do you know of her? Did you meet her?" Sima Yu told her about how she had treated Feng Ruyen, and he started pondering deeply when he heard this. "So you're saying that you don't know where she is right now? It seems I have to look for Junlan to ask. That kid seems to have gone to the central area." Old Man Devil said, "All right, you should head back to your sect quickly. Remember to help me send my regards to that old coot." After speaking, he opened a portal through space and stepped in. Once the space portal closed, she finally recalled that she didn't ask who Feng Ruyen was. "Forget it. Auntie Feng didn't need me to know back then, so it's fine if I didn't know now. I'll know when the time comes." Sima Yu sighed, then turned to Sima Lai, saying, "Let's head back as well." They went to a city nearby, taking the teleportation array back to the central area. This time, she actually didn't feel giddy after it. However, Shimen Feng was still unwell after. After reaching home, Bei Gong Tang and the others happened to be there. When they saw that she had returned, they were beyond themselves in excitement. "I just knew you would be okay." Fatty Chu wanted to wrap her in a bear hug. However, something felt wrong as he held her. When he lifted his head, he saw Wu Lingyu's icy expression. "Fatty, I didn't think you would greet me so warmly." Fatty Chu saw Sima Yu standing at the side smirking, and figured that Wu Lingyu must have pushed her aside and came over himself, as he, "Fifth bro." Sima Yu and the others walked over and hugged her. Sima Yu patted their backs, saying, "Sorry for worrying you. It's not a big deal for us to worry, as long as you're okay." Wu Lingyu never thought that, after protecting her from Fatty Chu, he would have had to protect her from her brothers. Seeing them hugging for such a long time really made him feel like pulling them away. "Alright, they've just come back, so we should let you rest for a while." Right, look how excited we are." "Oh yes, what are you all doing at home today?" "The sect is currently organizing a competition, so there haven't been classes lately. We're all preparing on our own. This competition is the one where everyone prepares to enter the inner sect to try and ascertain their current standard. The competition starts tomorrow. Who knows, you might be able to register if you look for the vice principal." Fatty Chu said. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, "I just got back and have many things I want to do. I won't be participating in the competition, but I will definitely go and cheer for you guys when it's your turn." The second day Sima Yu returned, she went to the sect. She and Wu Lingyu first went to meet the head instructor and then the vice president. The head instructor asked them about the results of this year, and Wu Lingyu spoke a lot. But in her opinion, they were all superfluous words. On the other hand, the vice president didn't say much. Instead he made Wu Lingyu stay behind. Before she left, the vice president told her Gu Liang had looked for her several times. After she left the vice president's office, she directly headed to Gu Liang's laboratory. Gu Liang was discussing things with the students. When he saw her, he was surprised and became more excited. "We can stop here for today. We can talk about the rest afterwards," Gu Liang told the students. "Afterwards is the competition, so you should prepare yourself." "Yes, Teacher Gu." Those students packed up their things. Only after they exited did they see that Sima Yu was standing outside. "Yu, you're back. It's alright. Did you all sign up for the competition?" "We all signed up for pill refinement. The inner sect doesn't have a medical department. If we want to enter, we can only choose other subjects. Fighting, seniors. Are you looking for Teacher Gu? Quickly get in, Teacher Gu already said you went away for too long." "Okay, take care." Sima Yu chatted a few words with them before entering the room. By the time she entered, Teacher Gu had finished removing his teaching materials. "Teacher Gu." Sima Yu paid her respects to Gu Liang. "I heard you got abducted to the devil world. Are you alright?" It was a secret between the students, but the teachers also knew. The sect must had sent teachers to participate in the search and rescue. "Fortunately, Teacher Wu saved me. I am well." "That's good," Gu Liang said. "Take a look at this." He took out several sheets of xian paper, rice paper, and passed them to her. Sima Yu accepted them and looked. The more she read, the more delighted she was. "Teacher Gu, have you figured out the solution to my brother's illness?" Gu Liang nodded. "The past year, I have primarily been researching his condition. Then, I figured out a method. I think it should be useful. But there's no way to test it." "Why?" Sima Yu asked. "Because it is an impossible prescription. Look at the last page." Gu Liang replied. Sima Yu pulled out the last page and saw it was full of required herbs. As she browsed downward, she became more alarmed. These are all the main herbs. Those I have, I already checked off on the back. Guliang continued, as for the rest, every one of them are uncommon. Among them, the rarest are the last ones. Over 10,000 years of black sea cucumber, over 100,000 years of amber tears, and the eye of the earth. Sima Yu exhaled. These things were hard to find. Over 10,000 years of black sea cucumber can only be found in the ninth star ocean. Few had seen it this year. Amber tear over 100,000 of years have not appeared for many years. As for the last one, I know there is one, but I can't get it. Guliang said. No matter what, I have to find these things. Sima Yu declared. Teacher Gu, you said you know where the eye of earth is? When Guliang heard Sima Yu's words, he suddenly felt he said something wrong and wanted to repudiate. However, when he saw Sima Yu's urgent eyes, he couldn't bear to lie to her. Although I know where the eye of earth is, I'll stick to these words, you won't be able to attain it. Why? Because it's the sect stuff. No one can obtain it. Guliang answered. So you don't have to think about it. It's still early. We can think of other ways. Teacher Gu, do you think the feasibility of the other ways is large? Sima Yu asked. Guliang was stunned and immediately shook his head. He thought about this method for a long time. He was careful when deciding these herbs. If there were other ways, he would not be so conflicted. Therefore, I have to try. Sima Yu said, can teacher please tell me where the eye of the earth is? Guliang was silent for a while, and then solemnly said, well, it's no secret now. There's no harm in telling you. The eye of the earth is in the forbidden area of the sect. Sect's forbidden area? Inner sect? He Liang nodded. The eye of the earth has always been in sect, and it has always been a secret. But decades ago, I don't know who leaked the news, and as a result, some people came to know about it. So over the years, there have been many people who have come to the sect to find trouble, but because of the status of the sect, they dare not come to openly snatch it. Sima Yu thought of the talents that arrived from the inner regions. Were they coming for the eye of the earth? Teacher Gu, as long as one enter the inner sect, they can enter the forbidden area, right? Sima Yu asked. You want to? Impossible, the forbidden area is full of perils. People who enter without permission often never return. No, not mentioning that, the forbidden area of the college can't be entered. Once discovered by the sect, they will be expelled from the sect. Guliang spoke anxiously. Don't worry, Teacher Gu. I didn't say I would go into the forbidden area. Sima Yu assured. Besides, I can't go in now, can I? I was just wondering if it was possible to get some of it. The amount mentioned isn't much. That's not possible. Guliang refuted. In that case, the eye of the earth would already be gone. This kind of thing cannot bring out its value in the forbidden area. It's better to use it as a medicinal ingredient and reflect its value. Sima Yu exclaimed. What nonsense. Guliang gave a sharp tap on her head. Sima Yu chuckled and put away the papers and said, I'll find someone to help me find other herbs first. Go then. Guliang waved his hand, and Sima Yu departed. When he saw her figure disappeared, Guliang let out a sigh. He wasn't sure if he was right to tell her this information. Sima Yu went directly to Xian Yuan Pavilion to find the steward. That steward was a bald old man with a pair of small eyes that shone with shrewdness. Sima Yu didn't waste any time. She took out the token given by Junsong. I have something to trouble Xian Yuan Pavilion. That steward saw her token and respectively entreated, it's young Master Yu. I wonder what are your orders? Sima Yu took out a sheet of paper and said, these are the herbs on it. Have someone collect them for me, and as for the payment. Young Master Sima has the token and doesn't need to pay for taking things here. The steward rejected. No need for payment. She remembered that Junlan and their people had to pay for everything they want to take from Xian Yuan Pavilion. Was her position in Xian Yuan Pavilion higher than them now? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Then check for me if Xian Yuan Pavilion have any of those herbs. Sima Yu said. The administrator accepted the paper and browsed through. Not only was he experienced and knowledgeable of the items, he also palpated over them. From his appearance Sima Yu thought the items were too expensive and they weren't willing to give them to her. Don't worry, I won't take Xian Yuan Pavilion's things for naught. I'll offer corresponding payments. Young Master Yu, don't be mistaken. This old man is just surprised at these things. The administrator explained. Then does Xian Yuan Pavilion have these items? Sima Yu asked. As long as they can offer, then it's all good. Some of them are here. Some of them are only available in the inner regions, but they can be transferred here. However, we don't have the last 3 items. The administrator said. Sima Yu knew the last 3 items were hard to find. It was good that she was able to collect the others. Please prepare these herbs for me. As for the remaining 3, you can ask someone to find them for me. If you can find them, I will not only buy them at a high price, but also thank you very much. Alright, I will notify the whole Xian Yuan Pavilion for you to pay attention to these 3 items. The administrator said, when do you want the others? As long as everything is in order, there is no hurry. Sima Yu said, in addition, the eye of the earth is not needed. Help me find the other 2. If you find them, please let me know. Alright. Sima Yu came out of Xian Yuan Pavilion in the afternoon. She didn't expect to meet several acquaintances just after she departed. Tuoba Yen Er strolled over to Sima Yu. Yu, what a coincidence. I heard that you have come back. We said we would see you later. I didn't expect to meet you here. Aren't you preparing for the competition coming up? Sima Yu saw that only Tuoba Yen Er and Feng Wuhen this time. She didn't see Mu Lin and Wang Kai. She smiled to them. There's nothing to prepare for a little competition. It's a clear and refreshing autumn, and it's most suitable for drinking tea. Tuoba Yen Er said, we are going to have tea. Would you like to come with us? Sima Yu wanted to refuse, but when she saw Tuoba Yen Er winking at her, she seemed to have something to say to her. She nodded and followed them to the tea house. After the waiter brought the tea, Tuoba Yen Er and Feng Wuhen raised their cups up. Tuoba Yen Er said gratefully, Yu, thank you for saving my uncle. I and Wuchen would like to use tea to substitute wine, and salute to you. Your uncle? Tuoba Wuchen? Sima Yu asked. Yes. He and Uncle Xing disappeared for many years. We had always been trying to find him. We never expected they would both be trapped in the bloody continent for so many years. In fact, I still have a question. They have been in the bloody tunnel for so many years. Why didn't they find a way to leave? Tuoba Yen Er and Feng Wuhen glanced at each other, hesitated for a moment and said, because they were also taken to the devil world before. But we don't know what they have experienced. Master and Tuoba Wuchen also went to the devil world? And they stay for many years? How did they survive? How did they return? It seemed they had a lot of secrets on them. Sima Yu raised her cup of tea and toasted with them. The three drank tea and smiled at each other. Oh right, if Han knew you were back, he would be very happy. He had come out to find you several times. When he learned that you had been kidnapped to the devil world, he wanted to go find you. Tuoba Yen Er revealed. After a few days, it'll be the day when they can go out to visit. He should come soon when he gets this news. Just as Tuoba Yen Er said, a few days later, Tuoba Han and Feng Wuheng came to find her. I can't believe you went to the devil world. What's more, I can't believe you came back intact after you went to the devil world. I think it's strange too. Sima Yu said, everyone seems to think that I should be without arms and legs to be normal. Han, how has your health been this past year? You can check it yourself. Sima Yu checked his pulse and offered a charming smile. I don't feel the poison anymore. Congratulations on your rank promotion. It's all thanks to you. I'm afraid it'll be several years before I get promoted if not for you to detoxify my body. Your own aptitude is good. Tuoba Han chuckled. After several contacts, he found that her temperament was sometimes mild and sometimes a bit rascally. Anyhow, we will remember in heart your kindness to me and the Tuoba family. Since you said so, then you should remember it. Sima Yu said, actually, I have something to ask you. A moment ago, she was said to have a mild temperament, but her rogue side showed up again. Talk, what's the matter? If I know, I'll tell you. That's what you said. Sima Yu said, did talents like you from the inner regions came to the sect for the thing in the forbidden area of the inner sect? Tuoba Han didn't expect her to ask this question. His heart jumped. He saw her stare at him interrogatively. He glanced at Feng Yuheng, who was without any reaction and nodded. Is that thing the Eye of Earth? Yes. Then how much do you know about the forbidden area? Tuoba Han saw her concern and retorted, Yu, don't tell me you're also interested in that thing. You can be interested in the Eye of the Earth, why can't I? Sima Yu looked at the two people with a smile, everyone is so familiar with each other. Should you come to share resources? Then you should say what are you going to do with it. The Eye of Earth can be used as a medicinal ingredient. More importantly, it contained powerful power. It is said that it can destroy the sky and the earth, so it is coveted by many big forces. To save someone. Sima Yu said. Medicine usage. I just need a little bit. If you can, it's best to give this up. Feng Yuheng said. Recently, quite a few people had died in the forbidden area of the inner sect. That's right. Tuoba Han chimed in. If you can, substitute it. Sima Yu let out a sigh. If I can substitute for it, would I have to come up with this idea? Don't you want this? If you obtain it, can you share it with me? I can pay you. My life was saved by you. There's no need to pay. If I can, I also wish I could share it with you. But what? The last time we entered the forbidden area, we didn't find the Eye of Earth. The Eye of Earth was no longer in the forbidden area? Sima Yu's heart suddenly jumped. Are you sure it wasn't in there? We're certain. Tuoba Han said. The last time we went, we almost lost our lives. But we also saw clearly the situation in the forbidden area. We did not see the Eye of the Earth. So we suspect that the Eye of the Earth was already not in the forbidden area. It's already not in the forbidden area? Sima Yu spoke anxiously. Could it be because recently there were too many people who wanted the Eye of Earth, so the sect transferred it to another location? No, the Eye of Earth is still in the sect. How are you certain? Because the Eye of the Earth emits a kind of fragrance. Although it is very light, I can still smell it. Feng Yuheng explained, I've been in sect for so many years, and I'm familiar with it. If it's not there, the fragrance will dissipate. Fragrance? The Eye of the Earth is very wonderful. When you smell this fragrance, your speed of cultivation will be accelerated. Feng Yuheng continued. A lot of people are reluctant to leave even when they are old enough to do so, is because of this reason. Is it really that wonderful? Of course, do you think the Eye of Earth is only used for medicine? Seeing Sima Yu's expression, Tuoba Han knew he guessed correctly. Since there is fragrance, can't you follow the source of fragrance to find it? Can't find it. Feng Yuhang rejected. The fragrance will appear at midnight every day and will last until noon the next day. No matter where in the inner sect, the smell is the same. You can't find the direction it is in. After hearing this, Sima Yuyue was taciturn. She looked down at the blue and white porcelain teacup and finally made a decision in her heart. The inner sect selection will start in a year. Based on your talent, entering the inner sect won't be a problem. But you have to decide which department do you plan to enter. One of the best and most suitable for you are alchemy or array. This can be discussed when we get there. Sima Yuyu said. By that time, I'll see which one I want to learn. There is still 1 year to go. She needed to find other ways in a year. A few days later, the outer sects competition began. She went to see Sima Yu Lin's array competition, Fatty Chu's weapon training competition, Ouyang Fei's and Bei Gong Tang's pill refinement competition, and then went to see her brother's duel competition. But fortunately, in her opinion, everyone's strength was not low. In the following days, she often went to the library to borrow books. She was no longer as anxious as before, and she put more energy on learning alchemy. She was able to refine 6th grade pills skillfully a long time ago, but because of the restriction of her strength, she had not been promoted to 7th grade pills. Now that she had the strength, it was time to upgrade herself to a 7th grade alchemist. She now spent almost all day in Wu Lingyu's courtyard. She would enter the spirit pagoda to practice alchemy, and when she becomes tired, she would turn to the medical books to find other solutions to the Shimen Feng's problem. As for her level of alchemy, she's really promoted to 7th grade and become a 7th grade alchemist. A 7th grade alchemist who was under 30. If this talent was broadcast, it would make the whole continent shuddered. Considering if the people inside the sect knew, they would be impatient to get their hands on her. Besides alchemy, her strength was also promoted. She became a divine king, a step away from divine overlord. 1 year had passed in a hurry. The students of the outer heavenly sect were very excited presently, because the 10-year selection was about to start. If they could enter the inner sect to study, more cultivation resources would be available to them. Sima Yu didn't go into the spirit pagoda these days. Instead, she went back to her dormitory and discussed alchemy and array with Bei Gong Tang and the rest. You always been away recently. We still haven't told you something. Bei Gong Tang started. Little Two has already entered the inner sect earlier. Little Two already entered? The vice president stimulated the blood in his body. Those like him are without any time constraints. He can enter the inner sect to learn at any time. That's also good. The inner sect is a bit safer than the outer sect. In the future, if his clan knows his whereabouts, they would have to second thought if they want to take him. Oh right, 2 days ago, people from Xianyuan Pavilion came to say if you have time these past 2 days, take a trip there. It's probably news about the herbs you wanted. I'll go see right now. Do you want to go together? Or continue to study the subjects at hand? I can't finish it in a brief period of time. The more closer we're to time of selection, the more we need to relax. In the last 2 years, the first year they were worried about Yu, the second year they were all busy. They hadn't had a good meal for a long time. A few people headed to Xianyuan Pavilion first. Bei Gong Tang and the rest looked at all the things in the restaurant downstairs. Whenever they see anything they like, they bought it. At the end, they prepare to pay the bill. Sima Yu followed the sales clerk upstairs and went directly see the administrator. Young Master Yu finally came. The administrator saw Sima Yu came in and got up. If you didn't show up, I would have to go to the sect to find you. Sima Yu saw the administrator was anxious and asked, do you have news of the 2 herbs I want? During the year, Xianyuan Pavilion prepared the herbs one after another, leaving only amber tear and black sea cucumber left. It's news of the black sea cucumber. The administrator answered. The other party wants to personally see you and see what you can offer. On the other hand, we also obtain this. The administrator took out a box and handed it to her. Sima Yu opened the box and saw a golden amber tear lying inside. This is the amber tear. Pavilion Master Tsang sent it and said that Auntie Feng heard the news and sent someone to find it for you. Aunt Feng. Sima Yu didn't expect to hear Feng Ruyan's name at this time, let alone find such a rare thing for her. Sima Yu stroked the box with the amber tear. She was deeply moved. It was most likely due to her making the Xianyuan Pavilion perform a large-scale search for the amber tear and the black sea cucumber, and because she had a deep relationship with Xianyuan Pavilion, she received this news and helped her find this. She stored the box away as well as her emotions. Afterwards, she finally asked, where did you say the black sea cucumber is at? That person is not here, but he said he'll come here the day after tomorrow and stay for half a day. By that time, I can arrange for you to meet in the afternoon. The administrator said. The day after tomorrow? Sima Yu stared blankly before agreeing, okay, I'll be here the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. The day after tomorrow was the day when the inner sect selection began. Hopefully, she wouldn't miss it. After the matter was explained clearly, Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang's party returned to the courtyard. When they learned that she would have to leave the day after tomorrow, everyone was anxious. Besides the General Spirit Lord, others will all be selected on the first day. If you go there and miss the selection, what are you gonna do? But that person will only arrive in the afternoon and leave at night. I can't pass on him. Sima Yu answered. Over 10,000 years of black sea cucumber is very rare in the 9th star ocean. I heard that the competition is to refine the pill designated by the sect before 6 p.m. The best participants in the alchemy department are of 6th grade. I think the task should not exceed 6th grade pills. Sima Yu had decided to apply for the examination of alchemy department. Maybe she would have a chance to be in contact with the Eye of the Earth when she entered. But to refine a 6th grade pill, the most simplest requires between 4 to 5 hours. Bei Gong Tang said. So, you won't have much time. I hope the other party is easy to negotiate. Sima Yu sighed, if I miss the intersex selection, it will be more difficult to get the Eye of Earth. Hopefully, there won't be any accidents on that day. A day passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the outer sect was filled with excited students everywhere. The teachers of the inner sect weren't anxious at all. They didn't come to the selection place until noon, and Sima Yu was already waiting in Xian Yuan Pavilion. The teachers here began to announce the assessment of the selection. Sima Yu gotten the news through the Mother-Sun Stone. Green Lotus Pill, a 6th grade uncommon pill. It was mainly used to healing those whose meridians were injured from cultivation. It normally required 5 to 6 hours to refine. Sima Yu once refined this pill, which took nearly 5 hours. It finished before 6, that is to say, she needed to be back by 1, and now it's almost 12. While she was waiting in Xian Yuan Pavilion, she tried to calm her anxious heart and began to recall the process of refining Green Lotus Pill in her mind. When it was almost 1, a man in black came in with the administrator. Young Master Yu, this is Mr. Wu La. The administrator introduced. This is the young man who wants to purchase the Black Sea Cucumber. You two, take your time and talk. The administrator left, leaving the space to them too. Mr. Wu La. The 9th Star Ocean's Violet Water Imperial Beast Clan member? Sima Yu watched Wu Lali. Wu Lali raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't expect you to be so young and experienced to know about the Violet Water Beast Clan. I've heard it before. Sima Yu replied, I heard that Mr. Wu La is willing to sell the Black Sea Cucumber over 10,000 years old. Wrong, it's not sell, but exchange. Wu Lali corrected. I'm also looking for something that as long as you have it, we can exchange. If not, there's no need to further discuss. What do you want? 10,000 years of red snow ginseng. Wu Lali answered. Sima Yu's heart jolted, and she secretly scolded this guy for his appetite. The red snow ginseng of 10,000 years is even rarer than the Black Sea Cucumber of 10,000 years. This guy was trying to scheme. I don't have it. She said bluntly. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. Wu Lali stood up and wanted to leave. Wait a second. Sima Yu stopped him. Wu Lali turned around. Then do you have it? I don't have red snow ginseng. Sima Yu answered. But I think we can continue to discuss. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Wu Lali retorted. Crippled meridians, dantian destroyed, body paralysis, the person you want to save must be like this? Sima Yu murmured. Seeing his expression changed, she smiled, am I now qualified to talk to you? Wu Lali's figure moved. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Sima Yu from the doorway. He grabbed her neck and his eyes flashed with dark red light. Who are you? How do you know this? Wu Lali was filled with killing intent. Sima Yu wasn't afraid. She extended her hand and brushed his off. She said, since you're looking for red snow ginseng, isn't it to save someone? The biggest function of red snow ginseng is to refine nirvana pill, which allows the wasted person to attain nirvana, and cultivate again. Wu Lali didn't see her lying. He didn't use much strength, and she easily brushed his hand off. You're an alchemist? Yes. Sima Yu spoke in a hoarse voice. She rubbed her neck. These powerful people all have a common fault. They like to pinch people's neck. This guy was crueler and almost strangled her. Her throat was damaged by him. She felt a scorching pain and even her voice changed. She quickly produced a pill and took it. Wu Lali calmed down and witnessed her hurriedly taking a pill. He asked, you said you are qualified to talk to me. Do you think that you can talk to me if you know his situation? After consuming the pill, her throat felt better. She stored away the medicine. She returned to her seat and waved at Wu Lali. When he sat back down, she began, you want to refine nirvana pill, but you can't find all the herbs. Besides red snow ginseng, you haven't found any other herbs. Am I right? How do you know? Wu Lali frowned. Because many of them are already extinct. Sima Yue said, of course, you can't find any herb that doesn't exist. Wu Lali knitted his brows. Many people already told him, the herbs he was looking for most likely no longer exist. But he wasn't willing to give up and continuously searched for them all over the continent. If you're willing to wait, I can help you save that person. Sima Yu didn't care about his expression and added, one is the ethereal nirvana pill, and the other is to nurse the person back to health. If it is you, which one would you choose? Wu Lali narrowed his eyes and looked at her calm face. How do I know if you really have the ability to save someone? Previous chapter. Sima Yu was not worried about Wu Lali's question. She spoke confidently, do you have any other way besides believing me? Wu Lali raised his brows. He didn't like her self-confident. I think you've thought about every way you can think about and have looked for all the people you can, but you have not found a better solution. Otherwise you will not rest your hope on this ethereal nirvana pill. Sima Yu concluded, don't be angry. Being too impulsive is not the quality an emperor should have. Her words extinguished the burning scorn in Wu Lali. You're saying, I'll have to wager on you? You can only choose to wager. Sima Yu remarked. But you can keep betting when you can find your nirvana pill. It doesn't matter, does it? I'm just another backup for you. What if I find these materials? Then I'll promise you a condition and help you later. You? Wu Lali sized her up. This kid is truly overconfident. How can Sima Yu not understand the meaning of his eyes? Mr. Wu La, have you heard of a saying? What? It is better to deceive a white mustache duke than a poor youngster. I'm very weak now, but I'm still young. And I have a big future. Besides, I have a lot of talent. Sima Yu smiled. Puff. Wu La Lali really laughed this time. He hadn't seen such a boaster. You are the most self-confident person I've met. Thank you for your praise. Sima Yu replied curtly. I don't think I'm praising you. I think you are praising me. Sima Yu retorted, for human beings, black sea cucumber is a very rare medicine, but for your sea people, it is not uncommon. To be honest, it's really important for me, but the ninth star ocean is so big, maybe I'll meet someone else who has it. But you can't meet a confident doctor like me. How about, Mr. Wu La? It's a good deal? I need to know your true strength. Wu Lali stated. If you promise me, I'll immediately show you my strength. Sima Yu said. Since we discuss, I'll take the black sea cucumber first. Wu Lali looked at her and thought for a moment. Maybe it was her confidence that made him believe her. He took out a crystal box. Here is the black sea cucumber. Since the black sea cucumber left the sea, it can only be contained in this crystal box, otherwise it will wither rapidly. Can you prove it to me now? Sima Yu stored the black sea cucumber away. The anxiousness in her heart subsided. Alright, come with me. Wu Lali came out with her and discovered her unperturbed behavior turned urgent when she came out. Young Master Yu, your beast carriage has already been prepared. Thank you. Mr. Wu La is coming with me to the sect. Sometime later, I will send him back. Wu Lali watched as he followed her out the door. This feeling, it didn't feel like a man's palm. Sima Yu pulled Wu Lali into the carriage and shouted to the coachman. Go to the heavenly sect. Hurry. Alright, young Master Yu sit still. Wu Lali observed Sima Yu's anxious face, which was a large change from then. He couldn't help but ask, are you worried? Yes. You're really strange. Sima Yu looked at him confusedly. You were so calm when you talked with me a moment ago and you weren't anxious at all. But now, how can I talk to you if I'm not calm? Sima Yu smiled. I always believe that no matter how anxious you are, you should calm down and get things done. Very good mentality. Wu Lali leaned back. You said you would prove your ability to me. Is that what you are in a hurry to do? Yes. If I can accomplish it well, then you'll be able to see my ability. She opened the curtains and looked out. The beast carriage was very fast, and it had already traveled halfway. Later, both of them did not speak. The open-air venue of the sect was populated. In order to satisfy the crowd's desire, the open-air venue was surrounded with. It was hard to see the scene of hundreds of students refining. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei were. Beside them, an unused pill furnace and two batches of. Before they started fusing, both of them glanced at that seat and the. It's already 2:30. Why is Yu still not here? There's only 3.5 hours left. No, fifth brother won't give up. I also believe in her. The people in the stands had long found out that one person. Is it the student that old Gu talked about? On the rostrum, a teacher said to Guliang, I wanted to see what kind of students you were full of praise about. Now it seems that I won't have the chance. Guliang saw his infuriating smile and gave him. That kid said so firmly that he was. But his friends and family are all here. If something happened. At this moment, there was a clamor at. You can go find a place to sit. Stop. What are you doing? Teacher, I'm here to attend the selections examination. Sima Yu replied. No, you cannot enter. The teacher vetoed. Why? I thought that there wasn't a slated time for the competition. There isn't a specific time in which you cannot enter, but there is only 3.5 hours till the end of the examination. It's completely impossible for you. No way, I want to compete. No way, no way. Just go home. Teacher, this selection is very important to me. It's not about whether or not I want to let you pass. He understood as well that there was a big difference between the inner and out. What's going on? Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu, this student says that he wants to go in for the exam. Let him enter. But he doesn't have enough time now. Let him enter. The teacher standing guard didn't understand. Thank you, teacher. Bei Gong Tang and the others had. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang. Su Jin leaned on his chair lazily and noticed that Gulang didn't reply. Su Jin was familiar with it. Time is so tight, but he actually still. Gulang actually bothered with him. It'll be fine, as long. Su Jin was in shock as he looked at his smirk, cursing, damn, no way. Ol Gu, you're actually smiling. Heavens. This ice block actually knows how to smile. At his cry, many other teachers turned their attention to them. So it was this crazy guy. Su Jin didn't bother about their attitude as he continued. Hey, Gulang. Why do you keep looking at him? Shi Jiu's expression of shock was even more intense than when he had seen Gulang smile earlier on. He pointed at Sima Yu with a hand that would not stop trembling, and couldn't speak at all. When the other teachers saw his huge reaction, they looked over to Sima Yu as well. They watched as she threw a few ingredients into the furnace simultaneously and were all shocked. Is he crazy? How could he put all those ingredients in at the same time? How is he going to refine the green lotus pill like that? Wastrel. Wastrel. Whose student is that? How could he waste ingredients like this? Not mine, he's not my student. Not mine, either. Even if he isn't, we can't let him waste ingredients like this. Isn't that the student who just came in? Why? SS-. Just as they were in their heated discussion, Sima Yu threw a few more pill ingredients. Heavens. Heaven. Yeah, we cannot let him continue to defile pills anymore. Someone who does not know how to cherish pill ingredients will. I agree. Are you guys idiots? Just as every teacher was in shock, a languid voice cut through their Su Jin, what do you mean by this? Exactly what I said. The fact that you can't even understand this proves that you're an idiot. Su Jin, don't think you can randomly curse others just because you have a special position. When did I curse you randomly? Su Jin gave them a sideways glance. You can't even recognize the diverse refinement method and accuse the student of wasting resources. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? What did you say? Your final question is finally on point. Su Jin said, however, I don't care about how he is able to handle it. The fact is he can. Look at the aura that his refinement is producing. It's extremely pure. A youth who appeared to be male said, despite being quiet the entire time, all right. What are you all fighting for? There are many students watching. You should all watch the students' refined side. Yes. At his word, everyone settled down and did not comment any. You knew that he knew this long ago. Su Jin scooted over to Gulang and said, that's why you let him participate in the selection. You know that it would drastically reduce the time taken to refine pill. Gulang glanced at him saying, why ask if you already know? Damn, old Gu, you really did know. You did this on purpose. I've said it before that he's special. You're the one who didn't take my words to heart. You merely said that he's rather talented and skillful in medicine, that he can perform alchemy rather well. You never said he was familiar with the diverse refinement method. If I told you, would you have been as shocked as when you see it with your own eyes? Honestly, he himself was immersed with shock when he knew that she was familiar with the diverse refinement method. Su Jin pursed his lips, saying, this student. I want him. Sima Yu knew the kind of shock that her actions of today would bring. However, she had no choice. She just had to enter the inner sect to find the Eye of Earth. Also, only with enough talent would the sect pour more resources into cultivating her. It might also make it easier for her to receive information. The people watching from the stage were stunned by her outstanding actions. Watching her refine pills was akin to a beautiful performance. Wu Lali randomly chose a spot and sat down. He cast his gaze on one particular person in the area and kept watching her. As he watched, he slowly began to believe what she said before. Perhaps she could really help them out. Even if she couldn't, she was someone that was worth roping in. Sima Yu spent 1.5 hours to refine those ingredients. She no longer had the time to redo it, so she had to succeed in ONT shot. The fusion process was one that took up a lot of time. She took out her scarlet bees and added a few in, wordlessly improving the quality of the green lotus pull. An hour later, she was done with the fusion process and was left with the final step, binding. At the moment, there were already a few quicker people who were done with their pills. Some had failed at the final step. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei AHD already finished refining their pills. Although she had learned a little of the binding method that Mo Sha had given to her, she was far from being familiar with it. That middle-aged male stood up from his seat, with an expression that went far beyond shock. Oldu, what's wrong? His binding method. Su Jin was also watching Sima Yu. He felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his. Oh Gu, you've really discovered a talent, no, a super genius. He turned around and grabbed Golang's hand, saying, why did you let a person like that focus on medicine? It's a good thing that there is no medicine branch in the inner sect. Otherwise, you'd infuriate me to death. Golang raised his eyes and looked to the sky. If this kid really entered the inner sect, you'd really be infuriated to death sooner or later. Time trickled by, and beads of sweat started to form on Sima Yu's forehead. Pu Chi dash. Bang. There was the sound of a fire dying down and there was an explosion. Sima Yu was not the least bit affected as she continued to bind the pill steadfastly. Dang. There was the sound of a gong and everyone stopped what they were doing and extinguished the flames below their pill furnaces. Now, we will invite Oldu to lead the teachers of the inner sect to examine the results. Duze Shi led Su Jin along with the other teachers and started from the first row. Those who had formed their pills successfully placed theirs on the table, with chests sticking out in pride. They quickly finished inspecting a few hundreds of them, and Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei. Duze Shi walked in front of Sima Yu and stared at her, saying, you have great talent. Thank you for the high praise. Your ability to produce a pill of this standard within 3.5 hours shows that you are better than your fellow mates. Sima Yu blinked in surprise. She was allowed to enter even though they had not even seen her pill? When she saw that he was about to leave, she understood his intentions. Teacher, are you not going to assess my pill? You have already passed the test. Thank you teacher for your favor, but this test still requires the pill to be examined. Teacher, you must not wish for everyone to assume that I have done so dishonestly either. Are you certain? As they had not smelt the fragrance of the pill at all, they all assumed that she had failed in her pill refinement. I am certain. Sima Yu raised her hand and opened the pill furnace. The fragrance of the pill immediately burst out. The refinement was successful. The students who were standing nearby all dashed over. They could smell the fragrance, and everyone knew that advanced rank green lotus pill. Su Jin could tell the rank of the pill by its smell alone. Sima Yu took out the pills from inside the pill furnace and placed it in the palm of her hand, stretching it in front of Duze Shi. Not bad, not bad. You are now a student of the inner sect. Su Jin dashed in front of Sima Yu, shocking a certain someone who was currently basking in happiness. Sima Yu suddenly saw his large face and Pa dash. The crisp sound of a slap caused the bustling hall to quiet down immediately. Everyone looked over, causing the two affected parties to feel rather awkward. I saw a huge mosquito on your face. Sima Yu retrieved her hand and said to the person opposite her. I was wondering why it was so itchy, so it turned out to be a mosquito. Su Jin calmly touched his face. This brat was rather vicious, eh? Sima Yu blinked innocently at him. It was his fault for dashing right in front of her so suddenly. Brat, you're rather talented. I'll come by to teach you properly in the future. Su Jin beamed at her, relax, I will definitely develop your talent to the best it can be. Can I choose my own teacher? Sima Yu asked. Nope. Su Jin said with a smile, good student, you should report a little earlier. I'll be waiting for you. Ha ha ha. Su Jin left with a laugh as Sima Yu watched him leave. She suddenly felt as if her life would be a tough one if she had someone like him as her teacher. The other teachers were rather unhappy at his advanced selection of a student, but they dared not say a word. Teacher Go. Sima Yu looked at Golang. Golang walked over and patted her on the shoulder, saying, he has the right to pick a student first. This is the right given to him by the principal. So, but he is very good at alchemy, so you'll learn quite a bit if you learn under him. Study properly. He left after speaking. Sima Yu remained standing where she was, feeling as if her future was bleak. Previous chapter. You really scared us to death. We really thought that you wouldn't be able to make it. Bei Gongtang walked over to her and said happily. Sima Yu laughed and said, I initially thought that I wouldn't make it either. However, the negotiations went rather smoothly, so I made it. Is it that person? Ouyang Fei looked at Wu Lali, who was standing outside the courtyard. After the exam, those students had all started to leave. He was the only one who remained. That's the one. If my guess is right, he should be from the Royal Violet Sea Beast clan. Sima Yu said, I have some things I have yet to finish discussing with him. I'll come and look for you guys again later. Okay. Fatty Chu and the others went down, but happened to see Sima Yu already on her way out. Why didn't you wait for us before leaving? She said that she still has things to discuss with that person. I'm guessing that they only managed to discuss things halfway before she came over. Bei Gongtang said. That person is rather powerful. Sima Yu commented. Yu said that he might be from the Royal Violet Sea Beast clan. Ouyang Fei explained, we should head back first. By the time Sima Yu walked over, Wu Lali had already left the observation deck. Let's go. We have yet to finish our discussion earlier. Sima Yu said, I can walk you back in the meantime. Your performance was extremely shocking earlier. Wu Lali said, it's no wonder you had so much confidence. Thanks for your high praise. Sima Yu replied. You're really not modest. Wu Lali said as he turned to leave. Sima Yu followed along, leading him back to the Xian Yuan pavilion. You should fill me in on that person's situation. Sima Yu went into the room to take out a pen and paper, ready to take notes. Although you're rather talented. Wu Lali was still unable to believe that she had a way to solve it. How do you know whether or not I'll be able to do it if you don't tell me? Sima Yu said, in any case, don't you have a bit of time? Since I've made a deal with you, you naturally have to settle my stuff well. Wu Lali watched Sima Yu and noticed how serious her gaze was. He smirked and said, all right then. I'll tell you about his illness. A few minutes later, Sima Yu was pondering deeply over the contents written on the paper on the desk. She didn't even notice that Wu Lali was watching her the whole time. Do you have any ideas? Wu Lali asked. I have some ideas, but it would be best for me to see him personally. This would be best for me to be able to cure him. You can't meet her. Wu Lali said, she's in the 9th star ocean and has been placed on a water crystal bed. The moment she moves, she will die. What if I go over there? Sima Yu asked. Wu Lali stared at her, you should know how dangerous the 9th star ocean is, right? I know. Sima Yu said, but you told me that you can't bring her over, so the only way is for me to go and see her. I just wonder whether or not the sect would agree to my leave of absence before I even entered the inner sect. All right. If you are able to go, I will ensure your safe return. Wu Lali said, no matter whether or not you are able to cure her, I will not get you to return the Black Sea Cucumber. Although I really want to make this deal, I have to first request for a leave of absence. If I am unable to get it, I'll have no choice. Sima Yu said, I'm going to head back now. When do you want to leave? Tomorrow then. I initially had some things to settle in the afternoon. However, since I have been delayed, I'll have no choice but to push it back a day. If you are able to take a leave of absence, I will change my plans and bring you back with me. I'll give you my answer tomorrow then. I'll go and apply for the leave now. Sima Yu stood up and left after speaking. Once she had left, a silhouette slowly appeared within the house. Your Highness, if he is really able to apply for leave, are we really going to head back directly? That person asked. Yes. Wu Lali said while fiddling with the interspatial ring on his finger. But we have already received the location of the dragon beard grass. Get you men below to go. That's merely some information, it may not be true. I feel that he is more reliable than the dragon beard grass. Wu Lali said, send men to check up on his background. A talent that stands out so much among humans cannot possibly be a layman. Yes, Your Highness. When Sima Yu returned to the sect, she headed directly to the place where the vice principal lived. She didn't expect to see him playing chess with Golang. Is there a reason you have come? The vice principal said as he played a chess piece. Vice principal, I want to request a leave of absence. Sima Yu said. A leave of absence? Did you not just pass the inner sect's test? Once the other tests have concluded, you will have to head to the inner set. The vice principal replied. I know, but I have some things I need to settle. So I just need to know if I can do so or not. Ordinarily, you would no longer be a part of our outer sect, so we cannot approve your leave. You have no choice but to seek approval from the inner sect. Vice Principal said with difficulty, however, you have not yet reported to the inner sect, and they probably do not have your documents, so will not approve it. Does Su Jin not have special privileges? Gulang placed a chess piece down on the board, saying, if he approves, then you can report to the location a little later. Really? Sima Yu beamed. However, when she remembered the slap she gave him today, she was uncertain whether or not he would make things difficult for her. A leave of absence? Half an hour later, Su Jin's cry of shock could be heard from inside the vice principal's house. Hey, old Gu, you called me out in such a flurry because he wants to take a leave of absence? Do you not know what I was doing just now? Do I need to know what you were doing just now? Your roguish smell betrayed you long ago. Gulang said, if I don't call you over here, am I supposed to let the student go over there to look for you? Sima Yu immediately understood where he was referring to. When she thought of how a certain someone casually drinking wine was earnestly summoned back here, she could not stop herself from lowering her head with a smirk. She really didn't understand how someone like Gulang who had such an upright character would actually be on such close terms with a person like Su Jin. Laugh. If you keep on laughing, be careful that I won't approve of your leave of absence anymore. Su Jin chided her, obviously noticing her snickering. So, teacher, you mean that you approve? Sima Yu forcefully wiped the grin off her face and looked up at Su Jin. However, her bright eyes still betrayed her. Su Jin felt a bit awkward under her gaze and subconsciously explained, that was just my good friend. We were just drinking tea and chit-chatting. It's just that the people there are heavily covered with perfume, so some of the smell rubbed off on me when I brushed past. He stopped explaining when he noticed that Sima Yu's grin was getting wider and wider. Why was he doing explaining the situation to him? He was a teacher and he was just a student, okay? He rubbed his nose and said, alright, tell me. Why do you need to take a leave of absence? How long do you think will you take? It can't be that you want to take a leave of absence to avoid me, right? During the evening, Su Jin touched the left side of his handsome face. It was the pain of getting hit by her just now. Cough cough, that. I'm really sorry about that slap. However, that was really my first instinct. Sima Yu's heart jumped when she saw him touching his face. This guy couldn't be reneging on his promise, right? In any case, I have remembered this slap. Su Jin said, you have yet to tell me how long you want to take leave for. I want to head to the 9th star ocean. Based on this, I should need a few months. Sima Yu replied. 9th star ocean? Based on your current level of strength? Are you sure you don't mean that you need a lifetime? Su Jin was wavering when he heard that she wanted to go to the 9th star ocean. She was such a treasure that it would be a monumental waste if something bad were to befall her. Even the vice principal and Gulang were rather apprehensive at her taking this leave of absence. You want to go to the 9th star ocean? Gulang furrowed his eyebrows, you should know how dangerous this is. I've heard of the reputation of the 9th star ocean long ago, but I won't be going alone. Someone from the Violet Water clan will be going with me. Sima Yu said. Violet Water clan? How do you know someone from the Violet Water clan? Gulang asked. The Violet Water clan was not a small one from the 9th star ocean. Furthermore, it was not one that one could just casually get close to. It really caused one to wonder what was going on, and were worried about what in the world was going on. Teacher Gu, I found the Black Sea Cucumber. Sima Yu said. You made a deal with them? Gulang looked at her with disapproval. The Violet Purple clan has the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon. They have always been high up there. If you fall under their control, would you? Relax, Teacher Gu. I'm merely helping them to take a look at a sick person. Sima Yu said, Wulali has not made things different for me either, he is merely going to let me take a look. They will bring me back here regardless of whether or not I can heal them. Wulali. The prince of the Violet Water clan? Su Jin asked. Should be the one. Sima Yu said. She didn't ask for Wulali's background, and merely cared for his name. She didn't care whether or not he was a prince either. However, she really did have the aura of royalty. Alright, I've decided. I will give you a year's time. You better get your ass back here within a year. Su Jin said, alright, you can go. Sima Yu didn't expect Su Jin to agree immediately upon hearing the mention of Wulali's name. She couldn't believe it for a second, and finally came back to her senses when she left the vice principal's place. Su Jin had actually given her a year's time. Ol Su? Gulang waited till Sima Yu had left before looking over at Su Jin. He was clearly dissatisfied with his decision. I have heard of Wulali before. Within the spirit beasts, he can be considered to be more trustworthy. Since he has promised to bring him back, he will not renege. Su Jin said, furthermore, it will be good for him if he can get them to ingratiate themselves to him. Are you not worried for his safety? Gulang asked. He has already come back safely after a spin around the Devil Realm. Although the 9th star ocean is dangerous, it is about as dangerous as the Devil Realm. Su Jin said. Furthermore, he will go to the right to the Violet Water clan and back. He will be fine as long as he does not run wantonly around the 9th star ocean. After saying this, he stretched lazily and said, it's late, and time for me to go back and sleep. Ol Gu, since you've interrupted a good time of mine, you know you need to compensate me later eventually? Alright, you can go. Gulang couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Why do I have the feeling that I'm going to be ignored after this? Su Jin said. It's not just a feeling. You can go now. Gulang said. Alright, you're so cruel. Su Jin huffed as he turned to leave the house. Sima Yu went to look for Wu Lingyu to see him chilling out in the shade. She never seen him cultivate before, so why was he still so strong? Senior, I have something to tell you. Sima Yu walked over, took a chair and said while sitting beside him. It so happens that I have something to tell you too. Wu Lingyu said, you can go first. I have requested for a year's leave of absence from the sect. Sima Yu said, I want to head to the 9th Star Ocean. The vice principal has just updated me about that. Wu Lingyu wasn't surprised. She was the one who ended up surprised. The vice principal had gotten the news to him so quickly. What about you, senior? What did you want to tell me? She asked. I'm going to leave the sect soon. Wu Lingyu said. Leave? Where to? Wu Lingyu sat up and said, I came here to accompany you, but now that you are going to head into the inner sect, I cannot be there. That is why it is meaningless for me to remain here. It so happens that the Sage Pavilion has some issues that I have to go back to settle. That is why I'm going to head back to the Sage Pavilion for now. Those oldies in the Sage Pavilion are barely strong enough, so it should not be a problem as long as you do not provoke anyone too powerful. So I'm not going with you this time. Sima Yu nodded, you should go ahead if you have something to attend to. I will teach you how to set up this barrier. Next time, you can set up your own barrier when you enter the inner sect. Those old guys won't notice a thing. Is the barrier that powerful? It can even deceive those old guys? Of course, this barrier is one I have learned from the Sage Pavilion that has been passed down from ancient times. What other barrier can compare? Wu Lingyu said, this isn't that hard. I'll teach you. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning, and you should get more practice after learning in order to set it up as you please. I got it. Then, I'll begin. As such, the night passed as the two of them were engrossed in the learning. On the morning of the second day, Wu Lingyu left saying that he was going to look for the ice principal. Once Sima Yu had pretty much grasped how to set up the barrier, he finally returned. Take this. If you encounter any issues in the 9th Star Ocean, take this and look for the Blackfish clan. Wu Lingyu took out something that resembled a starfish and placed it into her hand. Remember that you are not alone. If something happens to you, remember to look for me or the divine devil Kali. Otherwise, look for those little birds. Do not take the whole world upon your shoulder, understand? Sima Yu nodded. Head to the inner Rehinos quicker. That guy's curiosity of you is going to shoot through the roof. I'll head over once I'm done with my studies. I'm going off now. Remember to let me know if anything happens. You should know how to find me. I got it. You should go. Wu Lingyu saw that she wasn't reluctant for him to go at all, and sighed secretly. He pulled her into a hug before lowering his head to give her a light kiss on the lips. He only released her when she came back to her senses. When I'm not around, you are not allowed to get close to other guys. Not even if they're just spirit beasts in camouflage. Wu Lingyu nagged. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. She could only do that in reply to the kiss that he just sneaked. Wu Lingyu was in a good mood when he saw that she did not rage as she used to, and stepped through the portal that he created. Previous chapter. Bei Gong Tang and the others never thought that she would leave just like this, and that she would even have finished asking for leave. Fatty, I'm sorry. I can't stay to watch your tests. You guys have to do your best. Sima Yu said with a smile. We will. Fatty Chu said solemnly, we'll wait for you in the inner sect. Alright. I'll bring a few items from the 9th Star Ocean back with me. Sima Yu said. After saying her goodbyes, Sima Yu went to another house and told Sima Lai that she was going to leave. Although Sima Lai was extremely worried, he was helpless to stop her. Once she had left the Xianyuan pavilion, it was already evening. If you tarried any longer, I would have assumed our deal void. Wu Lali said. I've always been a man of my word. Sima Yu replied, when are we going? Now. Wu Lali opened a space portal after speaking, leading her through. Once Sima Yu had reappeared, they were standing in a deep forest. This shouldn't be the 9th Star Ocean, right? Sima Yu said as she looked at the trees that were sky high. No, but it's pretty close. Wu Lali said, once we cross the forest and another stretch of mountains, we'll be there. Then what are we doing here? Waiting for someone. Wu Lali sat down on a boulder. Sima Yu saw that there were many pill ingredients around her, even a few that the spirit pagoda didn't have, and thought about how it should be fine, before taking out a shovel to dig a few up. You really are practical, aren't you? You don't waste a thing. Wu Lali mocked. I don't know about practical, but at least I won't let it go to waste. Sima Yu dug up a herb and threw it directly into the spirit pagoda without even shaking the soil off. These ingredients are a dime a dozen. It isn't rare at all. In the eyes of alchemist, the most common of ingredients are treasures. Sima Yu continued to dig it up, passing the time this way. When the herbs were dug out, she realized through the hole left behind that there were quite a few ores buried underground. What's wrong? Wu Lali asked when he saw that she had stopped. Prince Wu La, have you come here before? Sima Yu asked. No, why? Nothing. Sima Yu looked at the ores buried in the soil. Based on the state of the soil, it seemed that ores had been here for a few years. She wondered who left them here. Wu Lali walked over and was similarly surprised when he saw the ores. How strange. There are actually ores here. Didn't you say that there were mountains here? Who knows, there might be a cave. Sima Yu said. No way. Seeker Spirit Master have long since scoured the mountain, and there were no caves. Wu Lali said, it's probably been a long time since someone came here. Maybe. Sima Yu neither confirmed nor denied it. She dug an ore up carefully and washed it clean of soil. An ash-white colored stone slowly appeared. She was shocked when she saw the lines on the ore. Based on your expression, there should be something valuable in the ore. Wu Lali said confidently. Although he wasn't human, he was familiar with humans. He had spent the past years wandering around the continent, and had seen his fair share of ores. I can't be certain of the quality of the item, but there's definitely something inside it. Sima Yu didn't say it too confidently. You're a Seeker Spirit Master as well? Wu Lali's eyebrows raised. Kind of. Sima Yu said, there are 11 stones here. Since I'm the one who discovered it, you can have 5 of them, and I'll take 6. You can choose first, but you can't regret your choice afterwards. You think I'll cheat? Up to you. Sima Yu shrugged. It was better to be straightforward in front of an expert. Wu Lali smiled, I'll give you all of them. I have no interest in these things. Sima Yu never expected him to reject it so straightforwardly. Doesn't your spirit beast clan rely on absorbing the spirit energy from the spirit stones to grow stronger? Rarely. Wu Lali said, the beast clans have their own ways of cultivating. Few depend on this to advance in rank. It's you humans who can make great strides with the help of these spirit stones. You really don't want it? Up to you. After Sima Yu, she dug the ores extremely quickly. Once she had scrubbed the ores clean, she walked happily to Wu Lali's side and asked, who are we waiting for? How much longer do we have to wait? If it's going to be much longer, I'm going further away to dig up ingredients. Apart from this area, the others are extremely dangerous. You can go ahead if you're not afraid. Forget it, then. Sima Yu shrunk her neck. She couldn't help but sigh when she thought of how weak she was. She had been cultivating and studying this entire year, and there was no need to mention about her advance to the advanced Divine King rank, but she was a step away from Divine Overlord. Little Roar was right. They waited in the forest for 2 more days before 2 more guys came looking for them. When Wu Lali saw them shaking their heads, his gaze faded a little. He looked at Sima Yu, saying, prepare to return to the Dragon Palace. The name, Dragon Palace, caused a shock to run through Sima Yu's body. Ever since she had come back to life, she had a strange longing for dragons. She liked dragon totems and myths about dragons, then after becoming Sima Yu, she had grown in curiosity towards the dragon clan. It was just that they had died before she had reached the 9th star ocean. Now that she heard they were going to return to the Dragon Palace, she was incredibly curious. She wondered whether or not there were any differences between the real Dragon Palace and the one she had seen on the screen. Wu Lali took out a pearl the size of a dragon's eye and gave it to her. This is an underwater pearl. If you eat it, you will be able to breathe underwater. The 2 guards who looked like humans were stunned when they saw Wu Lali take out the underwater pill. One of them wanted to say something before the other person pulled on them. Sima Yu was just wondering about how she could go underwater. Who would have thought that Wu Lali had already considered for her? She took the underwater pearl and ate it without hesitation. Wu Lali didn't expect Sima Yu to be so straightforward, as if she wasn't on guard against him. He was secretly pleased. How are you? He asked. Sima Yu felt herself. Except for almost choking then, she didn't feel anything. Nothing peculiar. She honestly answered. Haha. You'll feel something once you go underwater. Wu Lali chuckled. Let's go. We're going down. Can't we use a space passageway? Sima Yu followed him. The pressure underwater is different, so the positioning of the space passageway wouldn't be accurate. Oh. 2 people were walking further and further away from the 2 stationary guards. His Highness actually gave the underwater pearl to that human? Didn't you see? But that's the underwater pearl. The precious underwater pearl. Why would His Highness give it to her for consumption? Isn't it better giving her the red underwater pearl? The underwater pearl Sima Yu consumed was turquoise blue. After consumption, it would stay in her body and she would be able to freely breathe underwater anytime. While the red underwater pearl was temporary. It could stay in the body for a month. After a month, it would lose its effect. Red underwater pearls weren't uncommon, whereas turquoise blue underwater pearls were rare. There were only several in the whole seafloor. His Highness seems to treat her particularly. What particularly? It's very particular. Look, His Highness is smiling at her. When has His Highness ever smiled at us? Does His Highness like her? Unlikely. She's a man who's somewhat effeminate. What's wrong with men? Do men like men less? But I haven't seen His Highness like men before. Before is before, now is now. If your Highness didn't like it before, it doesn't mean he doesn't like it now. Maybe it just proves the human saying, it's not because I like you because I like men but I like you, and you are a man. Oh, what romantic love talk. If you continue to spout love talk, His Highness will bestow you a corpse. A guard reprimanded before walking away. The other guard called out and ran to catch up. They crossed through the woods, over the mountains and saw a vastness sea. Ah, all things special of the sea is the water. All things special of the spider is its legs. Facing the sea, she spread her arms and emotionally sighed. Wu Lali looked puzzledly at her. Cough, cough, this is a sentence I heard before. Sima Yu said awkwardly, shall we go down now? All of a sudden, Woolali put his arms around her waist, flew to the sky, and then plunged into the water. Before going underwater, Sima Yu had subconsciously closed her eyes and mouth. In the moment of plunging underwater, she felt that her body was completely enclosed, and a huge impact force pressed against her, but stopped around her body. She opened her eyes and found that her body was covered with a thin film, which isolated the water from the outside and ensured her smooth breathing without being squeezed by strong pressure. Is this the function of the underwater pearl? She asked delightedly. Yes. Woolali answered. We can breathe freely underwater, but you humans cannot. With this, you'll be the same underwater and on land. Thank you. Sima Yu felt grateful. This thing must be very precious, yet he gave it to her. Let's go. We may encounter some trouble on the way. In order to speed up our pace, you'll have to endure. After Woolali finished, he transformed into a long purple dragon without waiting for her reaction. This dragon was not as powerful as the dragon in the totem in the previous life, but it nevertheless amazed Sima Yu. Originally, she thought that the other party would let her ride him, but reality proved she was being wishful. With a huge claw, Woolali grabbed her, and then swam forward like lightning. Oh my goodness, it's faster than a cruise ship. Both of her hands hold onto Woolali's claws. She looked excitedly at the underwater world. Woolali lowered his head and saw her excited little face. He swayed his tail and increased his speed to maximum. They traveled for several days and they passed through several different clans' ground. Those clans felt the aura released by Woolali and kept their distance from them. We're almost there. Woolali said, we're lucky this time to haven't met any old enemies. You have old enemies? Sima Yu asked. For all living things of the world, there inevitably will be things disagreeable. Some old grudges are passed from ancestors. Woolali explained. Sima Yu also thought the same. Who in the world didn't have a few enemies? After another half day of traveling, they finally arrived at the Purple Water Clan grounds. When Sima Yu overviewed the place where Woolali had swam, dormant water dragons at the waterbed raised their heads and saluted him. Woolali brought Sima Yu to an underwater palace before he stopped. He unclenched his claw, releasing Sima Yu and transformed into a human. Your Highness, you're back. The guard saluted to Woolali. Where's Imperial Father? Woolali asked. Emperor is with the Empress. The guard answered. Woolali paused his steps and turned towards another direction. Come with me, I'll show you around. Your Highness. An old man walked out from palace. He didn't have a beard but 2 whiskers. Prime Minister. His Highness was very respectful to the old man, and he spoke in a different tone. Is your Highness going to see Empress? The Prime Minister asked. Yes. I found a doctor, and in passing, I'll show to Imperial Father and Mother. Woolali answered. Last time, the Emperor said, no more human beings are allowed to walk in the palace. You can take her there, but I fear that you will provoke the king. I will persuade my father. Will the Prime Minister go with us? Old Minister will go with you. PFFF. In the past, we had brought some human alchemists and doctors, but they not only failed to cure her, but also made her situation more serious. And the last time we did, she almost died, so my Imperial Father forbids us to bring humans. Woolali probed, why? Are you afraid? It's useless to be afraid. I'm already at the point of no return. And I believe that since you call me here, you won't let me die here unjustly. You're still so self-confident. It wasn't the first time he met a self-confident person. But relatively few self-confident people made him not feel disgusted. That, in a moment, you'll go in first. I'll wait for you outside. Why? You go ahead and give your father a preventive injection. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he will kill me as soon as he sees me. By then you can't stop him, right? Sima Yu answered. That old monster, whose strength was terrifyingly high, it was better to wait outside for the sake of her life. Woolali never thought that Sima Yu would give her condition so straightforwardly. After thinking about it, he nodded, okay. Wait outside. Cheng Xiang will go in with me. Oh right, who is injured? She asked. It's my mother. Woolali said, my father, the Emperor, and my mother had a good relationship. That is why he would disregard everything in order to save her life. However, even though that is the case, my mother has just been lying on that water crystal bed. She cannot speak or open her eyes. She's like a dead person. At the end of his sentence, Woolali's voice was low, and his mood fell with it. We expended a lot of effort in order to save my mother. We also cared little for the world outside. Our clansmen started to lose patience with us. However, my father did not have the heart to care. Woolali continued, furthermore, I spent many years wandering around the continent to look for a way to save my mother. I also cared little for the events happening in my clan. It's a good thing my second brother was able to support the Violet Water clan. You guys definitely love your mother. There was an alchemist who took a look at my mother's condition after he came. He said that there was no way for my mother to ever regain consciousness, unless we had the Nirvana pill. Even if someone were to help her regain consciousness, she would be like a cripple. That person should have been rather capable because the average person would not know about the existence of the Nirvana pill. Do you remember the name and identity of the alchemist? I do, it was the Devil Valley Master of the Divine Devil Valley. When I went to the continent, I heard of his name and went to the Divine Devil Valley to look for him. At that time, I almost broke their door down in order to enter the Divine Devil Valley. Later on, I had to give him quite a lot of items before he was willing to do anything. Initially, it wasn't much. However, that old man devil started listing a whole lot of items and then insisted to be compensated before being willing to come with me. Wu Lali said. Then, he noticed that Sima Yu's expression was getting rather odd and asked, "What's wrong?" "That old man devil is actually my master." Sima Yu said. "He is your master? You are from the Divine Devil Valley? Then what are you doing in the heavenly sect?" "I am someone from the Divine Devil Valley. However, my master was the one who accepted me when I was outside. I have yet to even visit the place." That Devil Valley master was the most powerful candidate of them all. However, even he was only able to alleviate my mother's pain. He was unable to awaken her. Furthermore, his efforts were ruined by the last alchemist. My master's forte does not lie in medicine, but in alchemy. Sima Yu explained, if you got him to refine a pill, it definitely would be no problem for him. However, I can't say the same for medicine. Furthermore, I have a relatively deeper knowledge in medicine. Even if I were able to heal your mother, it does not mean that I have surpassed my master. Wu Lali stared at her calm face and said, "Your master has taken in a good disciple. That you, your highness, for your high praise." As they were speaking, they arrived outside a palace. "This is the place." Wu Lali said, "I'm going to update my father first. Cheng Xiang, stay here and accompany him." "Your Majesty, it would be better if I came with you." "You should stay here and accompany you." Okay. Cheng Xiang said, "Your Majesty, in the few years that you were away, the king has gotten prone to anger." "I know." Wu Lali turned around. Sima Yu remained waiting outside. "It would be best if you did not go over." "Why?" "There are traps everywhere, otherwise, there are strong guards. It would be unfortunate if you were to be killed while wandering around by accident due to a misunderstanding." Sima Yu followed his gaze, and saw that there was a little snake on a stone that was around the same size as little golden snake. When she saw its color, she guessed that it was a violet water dragon in disguise. "Cheng Xiang, does everyone in your clan hate humans?" Because they have not only failed to cure the queen, but have even caused her condition to worsen. At this moment, inside the palace, Wu Lali, "I've said it before that not a single human is to walk in here. Father, you cannot condemn humanity due to the error of one human. Even then, there is no need for a human to examine her. But father, you couldn't possibly want mother to lie there for— How dare you?" Wu Lami punched Wu Lali and sent— Angry? Wu Lali crawled up from the ground, saying, "Father, you are truly selfish. You know for a fact that mother will not be happy this way, but you still keep her like this. You want to rescue her. We all do. However, there is clearly a chance here, that you stubbornly refuse to try due to your own prejudice. Father, do you really love mother? How could I not love her? The person that I love— You're wrong, father. True love is not selfish like this where you do what you want without a care for mother's wishes." Wu Lali met his gaze. "Father, think about it. Do you want mother to lie on that bed her entire life, or let the human outside try?" After speaking, both of them fell silent. "Mother." Wu Lali suddenly ran to the water crystal bed and cried out anxiously, "Father, mother is still lucid. She's crying." Wu La turned around and saw the tears that were akin to seawater. He struggled for a moment before saying, "Bring that person in and give him a go." Wu Lali's eyes flashed with joy as— I'm done talking. You're not injured, are you? We heard everything just now. There were sounds of fighting. I'm fine. Go and take a look at my mother." When Sima Yu entered, her first reaction was to look at an aggressive violet-clothed male. In front of him lay a beautiful lady quietly on the wall. "Father, he is here." Wu Lamai turned around and looked at Sima Yu. He never thought that she would be so young. He initially thought that Wu Lali had found a very prestigious great master. "Come take a look." He stood to the side, allowing Sima Yu to examine her. Sima Yu walked over, and was secretly sighing that she was in a human appearance. Meridians completely wasted, spirit energy dissipated, dantian destroyed, vital organs shattered. It's no wonder that master said that it was hopeless without the nirvana pill. How is it? Can you save my mother? Her condition is much worse than what you told me. Apart from problems with her meridians and inner body, her consciousness has also suffered damage. Furthermore, because she has been injured for such a long time, her injuries are deep-seated. I will need to treat her for quite a while before I can give you an answer. You're saying that there is a possibility that you will be— If things go well, it's not like things are hopeless. However, if she is not responsive to my treatment, your only choice is to continue searching for the nirvana pill. You're saying that there is a possibility that you will be able to heal my mother? Your Highness, I've already said that I have to observe her first. Then how long will you need to try and treat her? 10 days. Then I will give you 10 days. Send a servant girl over here. I need to do some things. No way. She had yet to finish speaking before Wu Lamai cut her. I have to perform acupuncture. How could I let another male look at the body of the queen of the Violet Water clan? Father, she is female. Wu Lali immediately pulled on the raging Wu Lamai and said. Wu Lamai was suspicious. How did you know? When you grabbed my hand earlier, it didn't feel like a guy's hand. This kind of weird method existed? It seemed like she couldn't randomly hold the hand. You're really a female? Wu Lamai didn't believe it. If she was really a female, how come he couldn't tell? Sima Yu turned a section on her ring, and she immediately resumed her female appearance. Will you, king, consent now? She said, it's a good thing she still has a human appearance. Only then could I perform acupuncture. Otherwise, healing her would be a lot trickier. Of course, if you still do not consent, I can only adopt a more conservative method. Since you are female, you may perform the acupuncture. Wu Lamai said, however, I have to be present as you perform the process. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This was his territory and his wife, so she might as well listen obediently. especially since this big boss was rather partial towards his view of human. In the end, she took out a kind of screen to block the view. In any case, this was useless against Wulamai. She allowed the servant girl to strip her of her clothes before feeding her 2 pills. Then, she began the acupuncture. Later on, she gave her the treatments at intervals of the day, persevering through 5 rounds of it. Wulamai remained in the house the entire way without leaving, and he continued to watch as Sima Yu performed the acupuncture process. He personally watched as the queen's condition visibly started to improve. Wulali, as the son, didn't have such a preferential treatment. Yu, how is my mother doing? She isn't doing too bad. At least, it's much better than her disastrous condition before. Does that mean there is hope for mother? I will do my best to help her regain consciousness. Sima Yu said, however, I'll need a few ingredients. Later on, I'll also need a place to refine my pills. Otherwise, I'll have to carry my refinement back on the continent. A place to refine? Will this place not do? It's not that I cannot. It's just that I'll need a place without water. Otherwise, it won't be good for the medicine. Sima Yu explained, I will continue to administer acupuncture over these few days, and you should do your best to send the ingredients over. Tell me what you need, first. I will look for them. Wulali said. Paper was useless underwater. She took out a sound stone and listed the ingredients that she needed. Then, she handed the sound stone over to Wulali. Take this to the Divine Devil Valley and look for my master. Oh, he might not be around. In that case, just find someone else. If the Divine Devil Valley doesn't have these ingredients, you will have to look for them elsewhere. Okay. Wulali kept the sound stone away. Right, it would be best if you could find the ingredients within 3 months. Sima Yu sighed, the latest would be a maximum of 4 months. Otherwise, the efforts of these few months would be completely wasted. Bring more people with you, and take more items from the treasury as well. We can't waste a bit of time. Previous chapter. No matter what, you must bring everything back here within 3 months. Today, the Divine Valley Master happened to be doing research on an array when a disciple came to report that Wulali had come again and was kept outside by the new array he had set up. He recalled the time Wulali had destroyed their things, so the guardsman immediately came to report to the Valley Master. Wulali has come. Could he have come to look for Ol Second? Tell him that Ol Second isn't around. I've already told him that, but he said that he's not here for Devil Valley Master. He's not here for Ol Second? He said that he's here for you. Me? Divine Valley Master placed his book down. I wonder what he has come for. Send men to send him to the guest pavilion. I'll be there immediately. Yes, Valley Master. The disciple retreated as Divine Valley Master kept his things away before making his way slowly to the outer valley. Wulali was led across the array outside, into the guest pavilion. Then, he waited there with tea. After a moment, the Divine Valley Master came in. Your Highness, I wonder what brings you here to the Divine Devil Valley. Wulali stood up, saying, I, Li, have come this time with a request. I wonder what has happened to your Highness, that you require our assistance. Divine Valley Master saw that Wulali was still rather polite, so his prejudice was lessened somewhat. Wulali took out a sound stone and handed it to the Divine Valley Master. Valley Master, you will know once you listen to this. Divine Valley Master took the sound stone and inserted a stream of spirit energy. Sima Yu's voice played out. Master, I'm with the Violet Water Beast clan, helping them to treat their queen. I need a few ingredients now, so could you help me check if the valley has these items? Violet sand, red heart sand. I can only stay here for a maximum of 3 to 4 months, so I definitely have to prepare these ingredients within this period of time. Master, you have to help me prepare these things and let His Highness bring them back. I'm sure they will give you the proper compensation. Master, hurry, okay. Sima Yu's voice cut off there, and had to count inwardly as he heard her list the ingredients that she needed. The Violet Water clan had many treasures. Valley Master, Yu said that it was possible her master was not in the valley, and told us to look for you instead. Wulali said, I request for you, the Valley Master's assistance in preparing these ingredients. As Yu has said, we will be sure to compensate you properly. The Divine Valley Master knocked a finger on the table, then pondered for a moment, saying, we will discuss the compensation later. We will definitely find a way to prepare these ingredients. I invite your Highness to wait outside for a moment. Thank you, Valley Master. Wulali said gratefully. Divine Valley Master called for someone to enter. Valley Master. Divine Valley Master handed him the sound stone and said, these are the things that young Valley Master requires. You should prepare the ingredients based on his requests as listed in there. First check to see if we have it within the valley, and to search outside if we do not have enough. You definitely have to ensure all ingredients are properly prepared. Yes, Valley Master. That person took the sound stone, then turned to go. Isn't you studying in the sect outside? What is he doing in the Ninth Star Ocean? Divine Valley Master asked. It's like this. Wulali told him about how he had met Sima Yu in the outer regions, and told them about their agreement. I see. I have heard as well that his medicinal skills are not bad. Even Golang has not stopped singing his praises. Divine Valley Master said, I hope that he will be able to cure your mother. I believe that he can. Wulali said with a smile, in the past, those who came to treat my mother all said that they had hit a dead end. He has merely treated her for 10 days, but there are visible improvements already. That's why I believe that he will be able to cure my mother. We will do our best to prepare the ingredients as soon as possible to empower him to heal your mother as soon as possible. Right now, I'll get someone to take you to rest. Thank you for the trouble, Valley Master. Oh right, you should know that our valley has many arrays everywhere. If you want to walk around, you should get someone to take you. Otherwise, it would be a problem if something untoward were to happen. Divine Valley Master cautioned. Woolali thought of the last time had charged through their arrays, and was rather embarrassed. He nodded sheepishly and said, I got it. Divine Valley Master called out for his men, and a disciple came in to lead Woolali down. Master. Bai Chun came in. Bai Chun, you're back. How are the things you've been checking up on? Divine Valley Master asked. I have already found out a lead. Cloud Cave is actually in contact with people from the inner regions. It's just that they're extremely careful, and we have not yet ascertained who it is. Bai Chun said, I got them to stay behind to continue the search. It's been tough on you. This is something I should do as your disciple. Bai Chun said, Master, upon my return, I saw our valley's men wantonly getting ingredients. Has Master returned? No, it's Yu. Divine Valley Master said, he has gotten men to prepare a few ingredients, saying it was very important. Yu has come to the valley. Bai Chun rather missed that rascal. Who knows how many years it had been. He wondered how she had turned out. He isn't here. It was the prince of the Violet Water clan who came. He brought his sound stone, saying that he is there to cure the queen of the Violet Water clan. He needed a few ingredients and sought my help to prepare them. Divine Valley Master replied, that brat. He ran off to the Ninth Star Ocean without a word. He's real bold, isn't he? He's in the Ninth Star Ocean. Bai Chun was rather worried, that place is so dangerous, what is he doing there? He's even gone to the Violet Water clan to heal their queen that even Martial Uncle was unable to. What is he doing meddling in this? Aren't you curious as well? Divine Valley Master said with a smile, that brat really is gutsy. He dared to make a deal with Woolali under who knows what circumstances. However, Golang has said that his skills in medicine aren't bad. Who knows, he might really be able to treat the Violet Water clan's queen. The Violet Water clan is the biggest clan in the Ninth Star Ocean. If we can forge a good relationship with the queen and king, as well as the favor of their clansmen, it will be good for the Divine Devil Valley. But what if he doesn't? Bai Chun was not at rest. When Martial Uncle came back that time, he said that the queen had suffered grievous injuries. Although the water crystal bed was preserving her life, she had already slipped into a comatose state. Yu is still so young. If things don't turn out well, he might never be able to take another step out of the Violet Water clan. If Ol Second finds out that his obedient disciple died there, he might cause a huge chaos. Divine Valley Master was rather worried as well. Master, I have an idea. 3 months later, Sima Yu had just finished the queen's acupuncture. The appointed servant girl dressed her as another servant girl entered, saying that the king has called for her. She went to the side hall, and saw that there were 2 people who appeared in the palace. She said with surprise, Senior Ing? What are you doing here? And this is? Previous chapter. Yu, this is my master. Bai Chun saw that Sima Yu was rather safe and sound, and wasn't as worried as before. He introduced her to Divine Valley Master. Greetings, Valley Master. Sima Yu greeted him. You should call me Martial Uncle, no? Divine Valley Master said with a smile. Sima Yu had once heard Wu Lingyu tell her that Old Man Devil and Divine Valley Master were brothers. Based on this, she should indeed call him Martial Uncle. Yu greets Martial Uncle. She greeted once again. Through this greeting, they had become closer upon their first meeting. Martial Uncle, Senior Ing, what are you doing here? Sima Yu asked. We were worried that you would not know of the proper customs and rules here and end up evoking their ire. So we have come to supervise you. Bai Chun said. Sima Yu felt warm. They had actually followed Woolali here because they were worried for her safety. Yu, we have prepared all the ingredients you requested. When do you need them? Woolali asked. The sooner the better. If it's possible, I can go and get it now. Sima Yu said. Big bro, entertain our guests. I will bring him to the refining area. Woolalu said. Okay. Yu, let's go. Woolalu said to Sima Yu. Woolalu was the second prince of the Violet Water clan, and the person who took charge of most things. Sima Yu said her farewells to Divine Valley Master and Bai Chun before leaving with Woolalu. Valley Master, young master. This is the first time you have come to my Violet Water clan. I initially wanted to take you for a tour, however, in light of my mother's situation, I'm afraid that I have to neglect you. Your Highness, there is no need to worry about this. Why don't we head to where Yu is refining things? Okay. Once the time comes, I will bring you for a good tour around our area. Woolali said, follow me. Sima Yu followed Woolalu to the peak of a sea mountain. They swam up to the top of the cave until they reached we're here. There's actually no water here. This is a place I found in my free time when I was younger. I don't know why, but the sea water does not flow here. Woolalu said, how is this place for your refinement? It will do. Sima Yu said, although there's quite a bit of pressure, it should be no pressure for refinement purposes. Splash dash. There were sounds coming from the entrance. He turned their gaze to it, only to see Woolali, Bai Chun and Divine Valley Master emerging. Big bro, what are you guys doing here? We came to take a look. How is this place? Not bad, Yu is preparing to start the refinement. Sima Yu took out a huge desk and placed the ingredients on it. When they saw the usual herbs growing by the mountainside, Woolali and his brother were stupefied. Do your human pills require so many ingredients? Wu La Lu asked. The usual pills do not require so many. The pill that you use about to refine is rather high in rank. That's why it needs so many ingredients. That time, back at the Heavenly Sect, the talent he displayed caused a huge shock for everyone. It's also because of his performance that I trusted in him. Wu Lali moved when he recalled what happened back then. The Divine Valley Master was extremely happy. This was a person who was fit to be from the Divine Devil Valley. She would surely fill many powers with envy. Sima Yu did not pay attention to their gazes and she continued to sort out the ingredients. Furthermore, in order to avoid failure, she had even chosen to define a few types of other pills in order to get herself used to the environment. Only after that, did she begin to refine the fundamental pill she needed. The fundamental pill was rather similar to the Nirvana pill. It's just that it wasn't as heaven-defying as the Nirvana pill. The Violet Water Queen only needed the fundamental pill to recover. She sorted out the ingredients and Divine Valley Master had gone through pains to gather 3 portions because he was afraid that she would fail. The process of refining pills was rather smooth. However, the first time she had fused it, she had wasted the entire batch of ingredients because of a tiny mistake. Sima Yu was not too agitated about the result. She kept the wasted ingredients away and cleaned the pot out again. Then, she ate 2 pills and sat cross-legged in order to recover her mental energy. This time, she was a lot more careful in refining the pill. However, she failed after the first step. When she heard the deflating sound from the furnace, she knew immediately that the ingredients were wasted once again. She had to think hard again. She stood in front of her last batch. This time, she did not rush to act, choosing instead to ponder carefully about the previous 2 failed tries. Wu Lali and the others had remained watching her the entire day. They saw that she had already wasted 2 batches of the 3. If she failed again, all their hopes would be dashed. Master, it seems that the pill Yu is refining is of the 7th rank? It should be. Divine Valley Master was anxious from the moment she began to refine the pill, even more so than the Wu La brothers. If she was successful, she would be a 7th-ranked alchemist. If word of such a young 7th-ranked alchemist spread, it would be the envy of so many. Sima Yu closed her eyes and thought deeply. Her entire person seemed to sink into a state of deep contemplation. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes and they were bright and clear. The Divine Valley Master noted her calm and unhurried manner, and nodded satisfactorily. That she was able to remain calm under such monumental pressure showed that she had more than the average level of confidence. It was rare for a person of that age to have such depth of character. Sima Yu refined the pill step by step, and did not let her mind wander to anything else. Her brain was filled with the refinement process. Purify, fuse and bind. Each step was done steady. The temperature, size of the flame, every step was controlled to a T. Bang, bang, dash. Just as they thought that the refinement had been a success, there was the sound of something hitting the side of the furnace. Wu Lali and Wu Lalu's expressions fell. They cried out, could it have failed again? It was not only the brothers who were disappointed. The Divine Valley Master and Ing Bai Chun had weird expressions as well. Master? Ing Bai Chun raised his head and looked at Divine Valley Master. He saw that he had the same expression he did, and knew that you were thinking of the same thing. Not bad, not bad. Ol Second would be ecstatic if he knew. Divine Valley Master said happily. Wu Lali and Wu Lalu were currently wallowing in their sorrow. However, when they saw how excited the other 2 were, the hope they had rekindled. Valley Master, are you saying that the pill did not fail? Wu Lalu asked. Fail? No, he did not fail. He succeeded, and very well at that. Divine Valley Master said. Succeeded? However, wasn't there some sound? Wu Lalu didn't understand. The sound that they had was clearly one of failure, so how come it wasn't? That sound you heard was of the pill hitting the furnace after forming. The reason this happened was because the pill was refined extremely successfully and became a pill tribulation. Pill tribulation? Wu Lali was excited. He had spent a longer time on the continents and had naturally heard of pill tribulations. Once a pill tribulation occurred, the pill would be the epitome of its rank. However, we didn't properly prepare for a pill tribulation. What if the lightning strikes him? Only he can go through this. Divine Valley Master said. Are we not going to help? Wu Lali asked anxiously. It's pointless even if we went. The pill tribulations recognizes only the refiner. Ing Bai Chun said. Sima Yu opened the cover of the furnace. The moment she opened it, she had to grab a hold of the pill that was trying to fly away. Be good, don't fly away. Otherwise, all my efforts would be wasted, okay? She grabbed that pill and, along with the other items in the cave, threw it into the spirit pagoda. Then, she turned to Wu Lali saying, send me to the surface immediately. Surface? Yes, hurry. If the pill tribulation did not encounter the pill itself, it would grow bigger and bigger in the sky. It could start from being a simple pill tribulation but end up as a humongous lightning tribulation. Wu Lali did not press further when he saw how anxious she was. There's a little island there. Head there. She climbed to shore and took the pill out. Zap dash. A bolt of lightning struck, striking her directly. It obliterated her shield. Pa dash, Sima Yu knelt on the ground and they already kept the pill into her in such a familiar pain. At that time, she advanced to the divine rank and had been struck. When Little Rock had advanced in rank and she had advanced to the middle rank, she had also been struck. She forced herself to flip over and lie on the ground. She yelled at the cloud in the sky, hey, bro. Why do you keep striking me? Although I appreciate that you can strengthen my lightning properties, could you just give me a break? She never thought that a huge pill tribulation would happen at this moment. That was why she did not prepare for it at all. When the lightning struck her, it hurt like hell. The shield she had just formed was completely destroyed, and she had no strength left to set up an array. After going through so many lightning tribulations, she had pretty much gotten the gist of it. Furthermore, it was as if the tribulation cloud had listened to her. The second strike did not land for a long while, giving her some breathing space. Sima Yu blinked in surprise. She looked at the tribulation cloud with disbelief. Did this guy actually understand her? However, since the strike had yet to fall, she used the opportunity to eat 2 pills. Zap dash. The second strike landed, electrifying her. Afterwards, the tribulation cloud trembled, leaving like a victorious soul. Once the tribulation cloud had drifted away, Wulali flew to the island. When he saw that she had gone through it in one piece, he recalled what she had said to the tribulation cloud and had to force himself not to laugh. Sima Yu was filled with a burning pain. It was a good thing that the pill she ate earlier had healed quite a bit of her vital organs. She saw the smile in Wulali's gaze, but couldn't do a thing about it. She could only roll her eyes. Can you still move? Wulali asked. If you can, blink once. If not, blink twice. Sima Yu immediately blinked twice. Shall I take you back? Blinked twice. I can't move you. Blinked again. Alright then. Then you can continue to lie there. Wulali said. Sima Yu relaxed when she saw that he was not going to move her anymore. She began to direct the lightning energy into her dantian while Wulali continued to watch her from the side. Once she had absorbed it all, she could finally move. The sharp pain from that dark cloud had also disappeared. She looked at her dry and cracking skin and could not help but appreciate her divine devil body. She didn't have to waste any effort on ensuring that it wouldn't scar. Wulali saw that Sima Yu was almost recovered and was shocked. Even if the devil beasts had very powerful recuperative abilities, even they couldn't hold a candle to her. Let's go. We should head back. Sima Yu said. Wulali turned back into his original appearance and took her back to the Violet Water clan. You guys are finally back. Wulalu dashed in front of them when he saw them. Father has asked for you many times. He was going to dispatch men out to find you if you tarried any longer. Sima Yu was injured by the lightning and had to take 2 days to heal. Wulali explained, where is father? With mother. We should hurry over. Sima Yu went to the side palace. You're back. I heard that you have finished refining the pill. Wulamai looked at her eagerly. He didn't trust her at first. However, after personally seeing that the queen got visibly better after 3 months, she had even become a little more conscious even if she was not yet awake. After Sima Yu met up with Wulamai, she went to the side palace where the queen was. Wulamai, Wulali and his brother came as well. Divine Valley Master and Ingbai Chun waited for them outside the side palace. Sima Yu came beside the queen and fed her the pill. Afterwards, she took out some soul fluid and fed her 2 drops. After that, she even took out the essence of the golden snake fruit from before and let her drink it too. After a little over half an hour, the closed eyes of the Violet Water Queen trembled. This showed that her eyes were beginning to turn. Qing man. Wulamai saw her reaction and cried out her name agitatedly. The person lying on the bed slowly regained her consciousness, but her gaze was still rather unfocused. Qing man, you're awake. Wulamai saw that his wife who had been unconscious for a few tens of years had finally awakened. He could not stop the tears that flowed. King. When the Violet Water Queen heard the familiar voice, she looked to him immediately. Her eyes slowly regained focus and was more animated. Mother. Wulali and Wulalu dashed over as well. When they saw the love in her eyes, they felt as if everything that they had gone through all these years was worth it. Dearly, dear Lu. Violet Water Queen wanted to stretch forth a hand to touch them, but found that she was still unable to control her body. The queen, although the queen has already regained consciousness, she's still rather weak. Try not to let her speak, and do not let her get worked up. Sima Yu instructed. Queen, you have been unconscious for so many years, and have just woken up. It will be hard for you to control your body for a while, which is normal. You will be fine once you rest. The Violet Water Queen looked at Sima Yu and said with a light smile, you are the child who healed me, right? I recognize your voice. Mother, you could hear us? Wulalu asked in surprise. Yes. Violet Water Queen said with a faint smile, I do not really remember what happened after I was injured, but I was in a dark area. There was one day, though, that I felt a sharp pain and could actually hear voices on the outside. For a few days I listened to you speak. You said that I would be able to hear you as you were performing acupuncture for me. Later on, I started to get used to you talking. Thank you for saving me. You're too kind. Sima Yu said, to heal a beauty like you is my honor. I have to perform a checkup now. I'll have to trouble you. Violet Water Queen said. Sima Yu walked over and held on to her hand, examining it once through, saying, you're better than before. Later on, I will refine a few more pills for you. You'll be fine after a few more rounds of acupuncture. Thank you, little friend Yu. If you ever need anything, you can just tell the 2 of them directly. Wulamai said as he held on to Qing Man's hand again. I will. Sima Yu was also rather pleased at being able to heal her. You guys can catch up, I won't get in your way. Remember, don't tire the queen out. I'll send you out. Wulali said. I have to head out to settle some things as well. Mother, I'll come and look for you again when we're back. Wulalu said. The brothers walked out in mutual understanding, leaving the two behind to catch up. When they went out, they saw the two who were waiting anxiously for them. Martial uncle, Senior Ing. How was it? The queen is already conscious. I will just have to follow up with some treatments. Sima Yu said. You really treated the queen? Although her answer was expected, the Divine Valley Master still couldn't believe it. If your master knew, he would definitely be pleased. He never gave up looking for a way to cure the queen throughout the years. Since you have already cured the queen, when do you plan to head back? Ing Bai Chun asked. Of course it would be best for me to head back as soon as I can. Sima Yu said, I haven't settled my brother's issue, and have yet to report to the inner sect. Once the queen's condition stabilizes, we can head back. Sounds like a good plan. Divine Valley Master said, Your Highness, we have some things we want to speak to you about. Could you? Of course. You guys go ahead, I happen to have some issues to discuss with Ol Second as well. We will head to the palace. Wu Lali said. Wu Lali and Wu Lalu left, then the Divine Valley Master's expression turned solemn. Yu, Go Lang said that you went to the inner sect, and you want to do it to obtain the Eye of Earth. Teacher Go? Sima Yu didn't think that Go Lang would tell them that. Go Lang is from the Divine Devil Valley. Divine Valley Master explained. I see. Since he was someone from the Divine Devil Valley, he naturally knew of her identity. It was natural for him to report the incident to the Divine Devil Valley. Yeah, I did it to obtain the Eye of Earth. Sima Yu said, I'm guessing that Teacher Go explained the reason. I need the Eye of Earth for my brother. You should know that the Eye of Earth is the treasure of the inner sect. Ing Bai Chun said. I know. I also know that it's not easy to obtain the Eye of Earth. However, I have no try no matter what. Sima Yu said, furthermore, I heard that the Eye of Earth is huge. I just need a small piece of it. Since the Eye of Earth is a treasure, its guards are extremely strict. It will be very dangerous. From what we know, many have tried to obtain it but none had returned. Divine Valley Master said. I don't necessarily have to force it. I still have a few years, I'm sure there will be a way. Sima Yu said, Senior Ing, did you attend the Heavenly Sect? I graduated from the inner sect as well. Ing Bai Chun said, but I didn't stay there for too long, I entered the Divine Devil Valley later. Then do you know where else the Eye of Earth could be, apart from the Forbidden Area? Is the Eye of Earth not in the Forbidden Area? Ing Bai Chun asked in surprise. Someone said that they had gone in before, but didn't see it. That's why they guessed that the Eye of Earth isn't there. Sima Yu said. I don't know, then. Ing Bai Chun replied, when I was in the inner sect, news of the Eye of Earth had not yet leaked. I don't know either. I've never paid attention to these things before. Maybe we can wait for that old guy to return, then ask him. Who knows, he might be able to give you a bit. Divine Valley Master said. Who is the old guy you're referring to? Sima Yu asked. Old Mo had also once said that he would ask that old guy, and now, Martial Uncle was referring to him as well. She wondered who it could possibly be for them to refer to him as such. The principal of the sect, Yuan Tian He. Principal? I heard that he often roams about outside, and has not been back for a long time. Sima Yu said. Soon, I'm guessing he will be back soon. Martial Uncle, how do you know that? Divine Valley Master smiled as he patted her shoulders. There was news that a person that one sees in 10,000 years, someone who has climbed the entire stretch of the heavenly staircase, has appeared. It is enough for him to return. I'm guessing that the vice principal has told him of the news earlier on. He must have been held up by something since he has yet to return. However, based on how powerful he is, even if he was stalled he should be done soon. That's why I said it will be soon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comment. Martial Uncle, you have a good relationship with Master and Headmaster Yuan? Sima Yu asked. Yes. When we were young, we were just like you and your friends, but we also had another relationship. We came from the same sect. Later, Old Second and I became the Valley Master of Divine Devil Valley, and he became the headmaster of the sect. By the way, by seniority, we should call him Martial Uncle. The Divine Valley Master said. Then isn't he my Grand Martial Uncle? Sima Yu's eyes widened. The sect's headmaster was her Grand Martial Uncle. She wondered if she could enter through a back door. Divine Valley Master shook his head. That guy ever since he accepted the headmaster's position, as per request, left our sect. Past headmasters of the sect did not belong to any force. This was a practice that had been handed down through time. It was to prevent the sect from becoming a vassal of some force. However, that didn't hinder their private relationship. Such that Old Man Devil, Divine Valley Master, and Yuan He Tian, although were no longer of the same sect, their private relationship was still very good. Soon afterwards, Sima Yu understood Yuan He Tian's condition, such as his likes, his personality. Martial Uncle, is my master not in the valley? Sima Yu asked. The last time he came back from the bloody tunnel, he told me he needed to go on a long journey before leaving. Divine Valley Master answered. I want to ask you, what did you say to him that made him run away despite everything? I asked him if he knew Aunt Feng. Sima Yu said. Aunt Feng? Do you mean Feng Ruyen? Divine Valley Master asked in surprise. Does Martial Uncle also know Aunt Feng? Divine Valley Master shook his head. I heard from your master when he was young that he once met a woman who helped him. She was very special to him. He hasn't seen her after that, but he can't let it go. Yu, how do you know her? You even have such a great relationship with her. Aunt Feng's body isn't well. I've treated her before. I once heard from your master that she was like this when he was a child. I didn't expect that she would still be like this after so many years. Martial uncle, according to you, master doesn't know Aunt Feng's identity. Where is he going to find her? I'm not sure if Jun-sung would tell him Aunt Feng's whereabouts. I don't think it's possible. Divine Valley Master said, since the other party has never heard anything from them, it shows that they are very secretive. In fact, my biggest worry is that he knows the news. Why? Ying Baichuan asked. According to Yu, Feng Ruyan's strength is extremely high, which is definitely not owned by any of us here. If in the inner regions, she'll be the apex existence. If your martial uncle is alone and rushes to find her, I'm afraid he'll be in danger. The Divine Valley Master said. Can you still contact Master? Last time he sent back a message, he said not to worry about him, but he didn't reply after we had someone sent a message. Divine Valley Master said, you have a very different relationship with Xian Yuan Pavilion now. If you can, ask about Feng Ruyan identity. That way, we can have some place of finding him. Alright. Sima Yu nodded in reply. In the next few days, Sima Yu went to treat the Empress again. Perhaps of her Violet Water Clan and Dragon Blood, once her body started moving, her injury started recovering speedily. Empress, your body is almost recovered. Your strength has regressed. You can only recultivate again. Sima Yu examined Shui Qingman's body. It's already very good. Without you, I would still be half-dead person. Shui Manqing said, as for strength, I have only regressed 2 ranks, which is much better than I expected. Thank you, child. Sima Yu smiled and spoke to Wu Lamai, Your Majesty, since Empress injury has recovered, it's time for me to go back. Wait here, we have presents for you. Wu Lamai was very pleased at Sima Yu. Thinking of the Empress proposal, he thought it was good. Your Majesty needs not be courteous. I came to save the Empress because His Highness and I came to an agreement. He gave me black sea cucumber and I came to treat the Empress. How can I accept your things? Sima Yu waved in declination. Although she was a bit covetous to their collection of things, there was an agreement made, she had to follow through. Shui Qingman warmly smiled, Child, I know you're a girl. I've always wanted a daughter, but Lear and his brothers are all sons. My wish for a daughter has not been fulfilled. I have discussed with His Majesty. We want you to be our daughter. Are you willing to recognize spirit beasts as your adoptive father and adoptive mother? Adoptive father and adoptive mother? Sima Yu was stunned. She had never thought about this before, and didn't react for a while. Shui Qingman saw Sima Yu was speechless. The smile on her face froze. She spoke in an embarrassed manner, well, how could humans want to recognize beast clans as their relatives? It's our abruptness, Yu. Sima Yu didn't want to see such a gentle woman sad. She took her hand and smilingly said, Empress, I'm not unwilling. It's just that this news came too suddenly for me, and I was too happy and unable to react for a moment. I was sent to Grandpa by my father when I was a baby. I still haven't seen my parents till now. I want to have a mother, too. It's my blessing that you treat me so well and want me to become your daughter. You don't disdain our beast clan? Shui Qingman questioned. What differences are between humans and beast clan? They're all living beings of the world. Sima Yu answered. After Shui Qingman woke up, Sima Yu often chatted with her, and their affections grew day by day, which was why she did not reject this proposal. Imperial Mother, like I said, Yu won't disdain such matters. Wu Lalu chimed in aside. You also knew? Sima Yu stared at the 2 brothers. Of course. We're very happy when we know that Imperial Mother had this idea. Wu Lalu chuckled, I didn't expect that we would have another human sister. I really didn't expect it. Has Konger and them returned yet? Wu Lamai asked. They've been told that Imperial Mother has woken up. Wu Lalu answered. They're on their way. Sima Yu knew that Wu Lali and then had several more brothers that also traveled all over the continent to find a way to cure the Empress. This family possessed a rare friendship among the beast clans. Shui Qingman patted Sima Yu's hand. I know you are in a hurry to leave. But we have to tell all the clansmen about you becoming our clan's princess, and you have to meet your brothers. So just stay here a little longer before you head back. Sima Yu accepted Shui Qingman's request to stay a little longer and meet those brothers she hadn't met before. After Divine Valley Master and Ying Baichuan knew Wu Lamai accepted Sima Yu as his adopted daughter, they soon departed. They came here only to ensure Sima Yu's safety and afraid that Violet Water Clan might hurt her. Since she became family with them, there was nothing more to worry about. Sima Yu and Wu Lali escorted them above water and watched Divine Valley Master opened a teleportation space and left before returning. Upon returning, the clansmen all saluted her on sight and respectfully addressed herself princess. She was not used to it at first. But the clansmen all address her as such. It took a few days for her to grow accustomed to it. Today, she was summoned by Wu Lamai, father and mother. When she entered the audience hall, she saw Wu Lamai and Shui Qingman was conversing. She saluted and called out. As per the request of Shui Qingman, saying that it was more daughter-like, she wore women's clothes on the clan's ground. Presently, she was wearing a long pomegranate dress, half of her long hair was done in a simple bun. Yu, come over. Sima Yu walked over and sat beside her. What were you doing the past few days? I haven't seen you for days. I made some pills for my mother to completely recover your body. Sima Yu took out a jade bottle. There are not many medical pills that beast clans can eat. Fortunately, there are many herbs in the treasury pavilion. I refined some useful ones for you. In addition, I also refined some common pills that can be taken by the beast clans. Usually, my contract animals eat these pills when they are injured. I think that when I'm away, you can also take pills when you are injured. With a wave of her hand, a pile of jade bottles appeared before them. Now her grade tier had risen. The speed of refining 6th grade pills had improved a lot, and the rate of pill formation had also increased. So it didn't take much time to refine this many pills. Especially when she was alone, she was refining them in the spirit pagoda, which saved a lot of time. Wu Lamai and Shui Qingman were astonished at those pills. They hadn't seen so many pills before. Beast clans possessed strong bodies and fast self-healing abilities. Heaven treated them kindly. But no matter how powerful the beasts were, none could learn how to refine pills and refine weapons, only humans can. So they'd never seen so many pills before. Are these for us to take? Shui Qingman emotionally asked. Yes, beasts and humans have different requirements for pills. These are specially made for you. Sima Yu answered, although your body is very strong, having pills helps, especially when I heard recently from second brother that some clans are covetous to us. These pills can provide some help for you. I'll refine some more later. It doesn't matter if you don't use them during ordinary times. You can use them when necessary. It's true that people say that daughters are like intimate little padded jackets. See, it hasn't been long since she became a princess. She already began to think for us. Shui Qingman lovingly rubbed Yu Yu's hair and said, but don't exhaust yourself. I know. Sima Yu smiled. Oh right, father, what were you calling me for? Since these were refined by his daughter, Wu Lamai curtly stored the pills. Right, I almost forgot because of the pills you brought. He increasing like his human daughter. She had good temperament, high talent, and was considerate. He didn't expect his daughter would be so good that he wanted to have another daughter. If Sima Yu knew about his thoughts, she would be glad to have met them. If she didn't experience the extermination of her family in her past life, her current temperament would have been the same brusque as previously. Thinking of the past life, she had changed a lot. Her temperament had changed greatly, had become more steadfast. Wu Lamai transformed into a violet dragon in front of her. Didn't he have something to look for her for? Why did he transform? She glanced doubtfully at Shui Qingman. Don't worry. Sima Yu suppressed the curiosity in her heart and transferred her gaze onto Wu Lamai. Wu Lamai swam around palace, and then arrived in front of Sima Yu. 2 long whiskers flutter in the water, which made her want to stretch out her hand and touch it. At this moment, a drop of essence blood coagulated between Wu Lamai's eyebrows. That red blood carried tints of light violet. That drop of blood was floating in the water. Sima Yu smelt a faint fragrance. Yu, go over. Shui Qingman said. Mother, how can I do that? Sima Yu understood their intention and cried out in a loud voice. What can't be done? Shui Qingman spoke, you're our child. What's a drop of essence blood for you? If it wasn't for my strength had regressed and my body hadn't fully recovered, would give you the drop. But it will hurt adoptive father too much. Essence blood gathered the spirit beast's power. Even though it was only a drop, it contained huge power, especially for Wu Lamai who surpassed divine rank spirit beast. It's only a drop of essence blood. When you've absorbed it, you can refine some pills for him. Shui Qingman said. Since you are our child, you should have our blood in your body. It's okay. Go ahead. Shui Qingman patted her on the shoulder, signaling her to go. Sima Yu turned to look at Wu Lamai. His huge eyes were filled with profound meaning and urging. She took a deep breath, and then came towards the drop of blood. Wu Lamai controlled the blood essence and slowly approaches in between Sima Yu's eyebrows before plunging in. At the moment when the blood essence entered the body, Sima Yu felt being burned in between her eyebrows, which was very painful. We examined you. Your body is stronger than ordinary humans. The power of the essence blood may cause you some pain, but if you overcome it, you will benefit a lot. I understand, mother. Sima Yu endured the pain, but her complexion was nevertheless pallor. You are here to absorb the power of essence blood. No one will disturb you. The crystal bed is good for your absorption. Go on above it. With a wave of Shui Qingman, Sima Yu was placed on the crystal bed. At this time, she was unable to say anything. She sat cross-legged and began to absorb the power of the essence blood. Wu Lamai transformed into human form. Shui Qingman saw his pallid face and said apologetically, I'm sorry, your majesty. If I didn't insist, you wouldn't have to. What silly stuff are you saying? You like her so much. She is our adopted daughter now. It's a drop of blood essence. She will recover soon. Wu Lamai said. I'm curious how long it will take for her to fully absorb the power and how much she can increase her strength. Previous chapter. They had never given blood essence to a human. This was the first time they had ever done so, and thus had no way to know how it would turn out. She seems to be in a lot of pain. Do you think this was the right thing to do, or not? Shui Qingman was rather worried as she looked at Sima Yu writhing in pain. I believe that she will be able to go through this. Wu Lamai said, if she does, she will grow much stronger. Her body will also toughen. It will be extremely good for her. She's a strong woman, this pain will not hinder her, but will push her towards her potential instead. I hope so. Shui Qingman held on to his hand, saying, she is too weak now, but has so many things he must do. It will be better for her to grow stronger now. However, I never thought that she would be in such pain. You had her best interests at heart, she will understand. Wu Lamai said. Yeah. Let me take you back to rest first. Shui Qing Man said. Okay. The both of them departed, leaving behind Sima Yu, who was in the abyss of suffering. Wu Lamai's blood essence began working its way through her system, and the veins were on fire as the blood essence flowed through. Simultaneously, the water crystal bed released an ice-cold chill. All her spirit energy was used to battle the blood essence, as she tried her best to control it. All her efforts were futile. Her mental energy slowly depleted. If she could not control it anymore, it would explode inside her. This would be beyond terrible for her. It was a good thing that she was still able to suppress the blood essence right to the end. She used her spirit energy to surround the blood essence and began to absorb it. There was just one drop of blood essence, however it felt like the power of a raging inferno. At the very least, that's what it felt like to her. Just before she absorbed it, she had to refine it into her own. This process took her 3 months. During these 3 months, Shui Wuqing and Wu Lamai had come to visit her. They saw that her situation started to stabilize, and was no longer as frightening as before. During this time, there were 7 to 8 princes who had once come with Shui Manqing. They felt rather strange when they saw the human who had now become their sister. However, they were still grateful that she had saved their mother. 3 months passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wu Lali came together with an apparently young human to visit Sima Yu. They thought that she was still in closed-door cultivation, but it was as if they had been caught red-handed by the person inside. Yu, you're out? Sima Yu looked at Wu Lali and joy sparked in her eyes. She grabbed onto his hand, saying, quick, take Mai to the island from before. Wu Lali knew that something must have happened to Sima Yu for her to be as anxious as this. Without saying another word, he turned into his original appearance and took her towards the shore. Big bro, wait for me. The kid who came with him shouted when he saw them fly off in such a rush. He transformed into his original appearance and chased them. The guard noticed the 3 people who had left in a hurry, and shouted, the princess has emerged, quickly informed the queen. Wu Lali took Sima Yu to the island that she was at before. She looked around and found a wide beach, then started setting up an array. Big bro, you're getting faster. The male from before had caught up. He watched as Sima Yu started throwing stones on the ground and asked with curiosity, Lil, sis, what are you doing? Lil, sis. This was the way they addressed her. Setting up an array. Wu Lali said. Isn't she an alchemist? How does she know how to set up arrays? Wu Luxiu asked. I'm guessing it's because she's an alchemist and an array master. Wu Lali watched Sima Yu and felt as if she held many secrets. Sima Yu finished setting up the array and walked over. Lil, sis, I am your 9th brother, Wu Luxiu. Wu Luxiu introduced himself. Hello, 9th bro. Sima Yu smiled at him, then turned to them, saying, you should quickly leave this place. Why did you come here? You even set up an array, are you an array master? Wu Luxiu was extremely curious about this human stepsister, so he asked a whole string of questions. I'll answer you once we're back. You should leave first. Sima Yu said. Why? Wu Luxiu asked. It seemed as if he wouldn't leave until she gave him an answer. I'm going to advance in rank. Sima Yu said. It's a good thing for you to advance in rank. However, isn't it imperative for you not to be disturbed when you advance in rank? Now that we're here with you, we can protect you and prevent any blind people who disturbing you. Wu Luxiu said, although this is our shore, there are other clans who might secretly come here to scout for information. Second bro also mentioned 2 days ago that there were a few people causing trouble, and might even send people over. You would be in trouble if you bump into them. Thank you, 9th bro, for your kind intentions, but I advance in rank a little differently from others. I'm not afraid of being disturbed. Sima Yu replied. What's the difference? Sima Yu saw the way he just had to clarify every single thing, and wondered whether this was just a common trait of the youngest child. There's always lightning when I advance in rank. She explained, if you were here, the lightning would recognize you as people who wanted to come and help me and would drag you in. It would also increase the difficulty of the lightning tribulations. You advance with lightning tribulations? Why is yours so strange? Wu Luxiu asked. I don't know either. It's been a lightning tribulation since I broke into the divine rank. It's been this way ever since. Sima Yu replied, that's why I came here to advance in rank. I set up a protection array here so nobody can come close. You guys should head back first. We will stand guard somewhere far away. Wu Lali said, we will remain outside the range of the lightning tribulation. Sima Yu knew that he was still worried for her. However, since he would not remain without the vicinity, she left it up to him. She checked the array one last time. When she was sure that it could up, she put on the lightning protection suit that Fatty Chu had given her before. Although it wasn't that useful, it was better than nothing. Then, she took out 2 pill bottles and put it beside her before sitting down in the lotus position. She had already absorbed the blood essence and refined it. Now, what she had to do was to release the energy that the blood essence gave her and direct it to her dantian. Wu Lali observed the way Sima Yu entered into a state of cultivation, and pulled Wu Luxiu to leave the island. They went to the water not too far away, and continued to keep an eye on her. Big bro, there's something there. Wu Luxiu suddenly said. Wu Lali also heard the sounds coming from the island. His eyebrows furrowed together as he wanted to go and get rid of those useless soldiers. However, he saw that dark clouds had already started to form in the sky overhead. We can't go there. He pulled on Wu Luxiu's hand, the lighting has already started to form. If we head over there now, we would be taken as people going through the trial with her. We'll cause harm to her instead. Then what do we do about them? Wu Laxiu was rather worried as he cried out. Previous chapter. At this moment, there were a few hybrid sea fish folk in armor who had entered from another part of the island. Boss, it looks like it's about to rain heavily. The one walking in the center lifted his head up to the sky, saying, why are there thunder clouds all of a sudden? Hey, boss, there's a human over there. Oh, there really is. This is the deepest part of the Ninth Star Ocean. What is a human doing here? She seems to be cultivating. I don't think she's noticed us. I heard that the Violet Water Clan's queen has recently adopted a human daughter. It shouldn't be that person, right? It's possible. However, who would cultivate here? Boss, we came here to listen out for information about the Violet Water Clan. If we kidnap the princess, the king will definitely reward us. That's right, boss. Once we return, we will no longer have to put up with their maltreatment. The boss had hesitated initially. However, when he heard what his underling said, he waved his hand and said, let's go. We'll take that woman back with us. Boss, she seems to be advancing in rank. She's just an advanced rank divine king. She's so weak, I wonder why the Violet Water Queen would take an interest in her. It's good that she's weak. That makes it easier for us to capture her. The boss grinned, two of you. Catch her and make sure there are no Violet Water clansmen around. Okay. The few of the eyed the surroundings of the island closely, but didn't find anyone. As such, they strutted boldly to Sima Yu. Go, catch her. The boss ordered. They started to get close to Sima Yu, but before they could reach her, the array lit up and kept them outside. Hey, why does it seem like something is blocking our way? We can't get in. What is this? Boss, we can't get through. Boss, this ray of light is strange. It seems to be protecting her. It is strange. Move aside, let me try. The boss walked over and was similarly blocked outside. You guys, move away. The boss punched the array, but not only did the array not disperse, it seemed as if some strength had recoiled and attacked his arm, throwing him backwards. Boss, boss. The bandits ran over to pull their boss up and they clamored to ask, boss, are you okay? This ray is incredible. The boss crawled back up and looked at Sima Yu with fear. What's wrong, boss? You, attack the ray of light. The boss pointed at one and instructed. Okay. That person did not question anything and opened his mouth towards the array, shooting out a column of water. Just like it happened with the boss, the column of water did not only shoot past the ray of light and land on Sima Yu, but reflected and sent him flying. Splash dash. The group was pushed backwards as they looked at the ray of light with surprise. Boss, what is this? It actually reflected my attack. I don't know, but it feels terrifying. Wu Lali and Wu Laxiu watched the events unfold from the waters. They initially planned to intervene and get rid of the people if they dared get close to Sima Yu. They would not let them interfere with her advancement. However, they didn't expect that she would settle them herself. Those sea folk had never left the Ninth Star Ocean and never saw humans arrays. That was why they had no idea what it was. They tried once again, only for a repeat of what happened earlier. They were so afraid that they did not dare continue. Boss, why does it seem like the clouds overhead are getting denser? Duh. If the thunderclouds from before didn't get denser during a thunderstorm, then would it thin out? He punched that underling. He was already troubled enough, but this guy was still talking rubbish. No, boss. The dark clouds are different from the ones during a thunderstorm. Someone cried out, also, look at those clouds. Why do I feel a kind of terror when I look at them? Me too. Someone else affirmed. Boss, why do I feel like those dark clouds are not the usual thunderstorm clouds, but are more like tribulation clouds? Tribulation clouds? Could it be that this person is undergoing a tribulation? Hot damn, it's really a tribulation cloud. It's no wonder my heart kept pounding. What are you still doing here? Aren't you going to scram? Do you want that tribulation cloud to drag us in as well? Yes, yes, yes. The group climbed over themselves to escape, while Wu Lali and Wu Laxiu heaved a sigh of relief. Once they had run far away, Wu Lali glanced at Wu Laxiu. They had a mutual understanding as he quietly headed towards where the group escaped, then returned shortly after. Settled? Settled? Wu Lali asked. Wu Laxiu nodded. I sent them back for interrogation. These goons really thought that nobody was around the shore. Wu Lali raised his head and looked towards the clouds, saying, I keep feeling as if the lightning tribulation's range will be larger than we initially expected. Go and notify the creatures here to get farther away. Relax, I've already done so. Wu Laxiu said. Then we should head farther as well. The two of them retreated hastily, giving Sima Yu even more room. The clouds continued to increase in density, but the array was still more intense than the lightning tribulation. It seemed as if the entire area was shrouded in the thunderclouds. A sea of black covered the sky. The fish folk underwater could feel the terror as they fled in all directions. Even the palace underwater could sense that something was up. What's going on? Wu Lamai walked out of the palace with Shui Qing Man and asked. King, it seems as if somebody is advancing. Cheng Xiang swayed as he came over. Advancing? Why will an advancement cause such a huge commotion? Wu Lali said. All those who had turned into human appearances had gone through lightning tribulations as well. They naturally knew that it was no small feat. However, this was the first time that they had seen something on this scale. Father, mother. The seventh son walked in. He was also shocked by the current situation. Father, what's going on? Why are all the fish folk in the ocean escaping? Someone is advancing. Wu Lamai said. Advancing? Second bro, is someone from our clan going to transform? Wu La Lu shook his head, nope. Their clansmen who could transform into human appearance could report to the royal clan. The royal clan would then help them prepare what they needed to increase the likelihood of their success. However, they had not heard of any news recently. It was possible that it was not one of their clansmen. Could it be that someone from the other clan have come here to advance? Oh no! Shui Qing Man cried out, giving everyone a shock. Qing Man, what's wrong? Wu Lamai held on to Shui Qing Man's hand and asked. You told me once before that after she advanced to the divine rank, she would always go through a lightning tribulation. The guard told me earlier on that Dearly and Dear Xiao had taken her to the shore. Could she be the one who caused this? Shui Qing Man postulated. What? Everyone was shocked. Was there someone who would advance like this? No way, I have to go up and take a look. Shui Qing Man shook Wu Lamai's hand off and transformed into her original appearance to dash speedily towards the surface. Shu Qing Man took off, and it was given that Wu Lamai would follow after her, and Wu La Lu trained behind them anxiously. Seeing how much father and mother care for this human, it seems that Lil Sis is rather capable. Initially, all we managed to see was her enclosed door cultivation. Aside from looking pretty, we couldn't tell what else there was to her. Since she's already out, why don't we go and take a look? Sounds good. I also want to see how she will survive such a huge lightning tribulation. The brothers quickly arrived at a unanimous decision and headed towards the shore as well. Only Cheng Xiang was left behind to placate the anxious clansmen. Wu Lali and Wu Laxiao were growing increasingly worried as the dark clouds grew. Shui Qing Man and Wu Lamai had reached the surface as well. Father, mother. The two of them greeted. Is that you use advancement? Shui Qing Man immediately asked. It's Lil Sis, alright. However, it has not yet started and the clouds are still gathering. Wu Lali said. What? Wu La Lu, who was trailing behind them, cried out, the lightning tribulations are still gathering. How big is this lightning tribulation? Much bigger than the ones we went through during our transformation. Wu Laxiao said. There was now a deep-seated terror that came from inside them as they watched the clouds. The rest of the brothers had also rushed over. When they reached the shore, they could feel the power of the lightning tribulations even more. Indeed, it was not of this intensity even when they were going through their transformations. What do we do now? Can she survive such a huge lightning tribulation? Shui Man Qing gripped Wu Lamai's hand as she watched the human on the island with worry. Mother, don't worry. Since Lil Sis has gone through the lightning tribulations before, she should be fine this time as well. Wu Laxiao said. We also watched as she did some preparatory work beforehand. Really? Shui Qing Man turned to Wu Lali and asked. Wu Lali nodded. She had indeed done some preparatory work beforehand. However, in his opinion, it was not enough. Mother, you never had an interest in humans before, and the daughter that you adopted is not the average person. Relax, since she's not ordinary, this lightning trial will not faze her. Someone comforted her. That's right, relax. She has my blood essence in her. It can help to support her a little. Wu Lamai comforted his wife. What? Father, you actually gave our little sister some blood essence? Yeah. It was because she absorbed the power of the blood essence that she advanced in rank. We just have no idea how many sub-ranks she can advance to. Wu Lamai said with a smile. The brothers fell silent. They never expected that this little sister of theirs who suddenly appeared would be so favored by their parents. Their father had even given her his blood essence while their mother was so worried about her that she ignored them all. Wu Laer, the third prince of the Violet Water clan, saw that Wu Lali and Wu La Lu were not shocked at this news. He said, Big bro, second bro, did you guys know this beforehand? We only found out after father had given it to her. Wu Lali said. At that time, Wu Lamai had already let his blood essence enter Sima Yuyu, and it was already too late to take the blood essence out. Otherwise, Sima Yuyu might suffer heavily from it or even lose her life. It's no wonder father's complexion seemed bad when he returned. Wu Laer said rather unhappily. After saving mother, they could treat her a little better. However, he did not approve of the way they favored her if it would harm his father. Did she know that this would harm father? Wu Labo, the fourth prince, asked. She's a human, how would she know? Wu Lamai said, also, she didn't want it in the beginning. We were the ones who insisted. We told her that it would be good as news after a few months of rest. When they heard Wu Lamai's explanation, the Wu La brothers felt a little better. If she had wanted it despite knowing of the circumstances, they wouldn't tolerate her no matter how much father and mother favored her. She's not like the humans you are thinking of. Wu Lali said. Hope so. Wu Laer said. It seems like Lil Sis is about to advance in rank. Wu Laxiao commented as he watched the events unfolding around Sima Yuyu. The tribulation clouds are still gathering. Wu Laxiao said while looking at the clouds. As they watched, everyone stopped speaking and cast their gaze to the person on the island. Sima Yuyu had no idea idea what Shui Qing Man and the others were here. She was currently focused completely on advancing in rank. More accurately, she was controlling the strength inside her. She was gradually drawing out the power that was stored in the blood essence. However, the blood essence poured out as if through a floodgate, and gushed out lock, stock and barrel. She wasted a great deal of strength to direct it back into her dantian. Then, her strength continued to soar like a dragon, breaking through the barrier easily. It broke through the next rank and continued to do so over and over. She was initially at the advanced Divine King rank. However, after that power had been released, she immediately surpassed the beginner Divine Overlord rank, intermediate Overlord rank and the advanced Divine Overlord rank. She only stopped just before the rank of the Divine Saint. She advanced an entire rank. A few rays of bright light flashed as Sima Yu's spirit beasts, apart from Crimson Flame and Little Dream, came out as well. As she advanced in rank, so did they. Halcyon and Little Rock entered the 5th Sacred Beast rank, Thousand Resonance entered the 4th Sacred Beast rank, Scarlet and Yaguang entered the 3rd Sacred Beast rank, while Little Roar did not have an explicit rank, but everyone could feel that he had grown much stronger as well. Even the man-eating flower had grown. Its blood-red color was even more intense now. When the people standing by the ocean saw the spirit beasts she had with her, their eyes bulged. Damn, Lil Sis actually has so many contracted beasts. Is she a monster? Wu Luxiu cried out on everyone's behalf. They often wandered around the continent, and had met their fair share of geniuses and powerful people. Even those who were rather powerful did not have that many sacred beasts. Also, what kind of contract did she form? When she advanced in rank, they all advanced in rank with her. Wu Lali said. It truly is strange. However, you guys. Look at that huge golden bird. It seems to be the legendary Great Rock. Wu Laer said. That's the legendary Great Rock? Wu Luxiu looked at Little Rock with suspicion. When he was wandering around the outside, he had heard of the legendary Great Rock. However, it had to do with the bird clans and he wasn't that concerned. He never thought that its master would be his own sister. Yeah. She has a contract with the King of the Rocks. Wu Lali said. I never thought she would have this kind of identity. Wu La Bo mused. They had always thought that she was climbing the social ladder as a human princess of the Violet Water clan. Who would have thought that she obviously had an identity that didn't lose to this one? Wu Lamai's attention was not on the spirit beasts. He laughed loudly thrice before saying, I am the clearest on how much power the blood essence contained. Most people would only be able to rise 2 sub-ranks at most. Who would have thought she would rise an entire rank? Furthermore, I sensed that she was clearly able to advance to the rank of Divine Saint. However, she forcibly stopped it. It seems that she absorbed the power in the blood essence well, without wasting a bit of it. Ha ha ha. Previous chapter. Everyone was rather surprised when they heard what Wu Lamai said. Why did she forcibly suppress it? Don't humans all hope to grow stronger faster? The 7th Wu La Price said. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing. She should know that if she grows strong too quickly, it would become unstable and she wouldn't be able to catch up in terms of mentality. It would affect her future cultivation instead. Wu Lamai said, the 3 sub-ranks she advanced were just because there was just too much raw power and she couldn't control it. However, once she reached advanced Divine Overlord, she had a higher capacity to control her power. That's why she could choose to advance in rank, but she chose to stop it there. She used the power to solidify her current strength. This attitude is rare indeed. This child has always had a good temperament. Shui Qing Man said with approval. The Wu La brothers suddenly saw their stepsister in a whole new light. Apart from having so many contracted beasts, she was also able to resist temptation and was honest and forthcoming. If they were in their shoes, they weren't sure that they would have been able to halt the advancement in rank if they were offered the same choice. Sima Yu successfully advanced in rank and smiled at her spirit beasts when she saw that they had advanced as well. She looked up and watched the clouds that were as black as ink. The lightning trials this time were even more powerful than the last. She wondered whether or not she would be able to survive this safely. Master, let us face this with you. Little Rock said. That's right, Master, we'll face this with you. Yaguang agreed, don't keep us back in. Sima Yu nodded. She wasn't sure if she would be able to complete the lightning tribulation on her own this time. There was a little more hope if Little Rock and the others were with her. I'll keep you back in if you can't hold on. She said, Flowey, you're a plant type, so you shouldn't stay out here with us. For types like Flowey, there was no need to talk about surviving a lightning tribulation. He might be turned to ash in a single strike. Master, let me stay behind. Flower said, my spirit energy doesn't actually have a type. I'm not afraid of lightning in particular. Master, you've also forgotten that my original body is in the spirit pagoda. I'll be fine. But. Sima Yu was still a little hesitant. Master, I will transform in the future as well and I'll have a lightning tribulation as well. Flowey said, right now, we can just take it as a taster. Alright then. Don't force yourself to hold on if you can't. Sima Yu said, the same goes for the rest of you. Go back if you can't take it. We understand. Her spirit beasts stood up and said. After she finished her talk with her spirit beasts, Sima Yu took a look at her spirit pagoda again. She took out all the things Fatty Chu had ever refined for her that were related to defending against lightning. She didn't think that the lightning tribulation would be so terrifying, which was why she only took out the more effective ones. Now, she was practically scraping the bottom of the barrel. She didn't care if they were useful or not, she took it out to give it a go. It was a good thing that Fatty Chu knew that she would face a lightning tribulation every time she advanced in rank, so left a lot of them inside her spirit pagoda. Also, she hadn't thought to throw those things away. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have these with her. As those standing by the ocean saw the pile of things that were as tall as a person, they couldn't help but laugh. Why did those things look like a pile of trash? The tribulation clouds didn't give her much time to prepare as the first bolt of lightning struck. What was even more shocking was that she actually turned off her protective array, choosing to let that bolt of lightning strike her. Zap dash. She dispersed most of the energy behind that lightning strike and absorbed the remaining into her inner body. In the beginning, the lightning strikes were relatively weaker, and were as powerful as the one that had struck her before. The remaining ones were not that harmful to her. She was secretly happy. It seemed that she was getting used to the lightning strikes. The powerful of those lightning strikes are almost on par with the later ones that appeared during my transformation, but she's actually completely fine. Wu Luxiu cried out with surprise. It could be that she's gotten used to it. Wu Lalu explained, however, we've examined her body before and it seems that someone has helped her temper it. Although she's not as strong as we are, she's comparable to some of the spirit beasts. Now that she has father's blood essence as well as the tempering of the lightning trials, her body will be on par with ours. Wu Labo commented. Why does it feel like Lil Sis has many secrets? I really want to figure out what she's hiding, the sixth Wu La brother said animatedly. If her current situation is any indication, although the current lighting tribulation is still rather difficult, her life should not be in danger. Wu La Mai said. I hope so. Shui Ma Qing said. She had already dispersed the first 10 bolts of lightning and had absorbed quite a bit of lightning spirit energy along the way. Based on the color of the tribulation clouds, it seemed that the first 10 bolts were mere appetizers. The lightning bolts in the later parts were growing in strength, and the thunder terrified the fish folk living in the ocean. Even the stronger ones were not immune to the heart-striking terror. The Wu La brothers also started to feel terrified near the end. The weakest one, the eighth Wu La brother, immediately grabbed Shui Qing Man's hand for support. If Sima Yu really survived the lightning tribulation, the brothers would all truly accept her. In their hearts, they already felt like she had already long surpassed them, as there was no way they would have been able to hold up under such powerful lightning. Sima Yu grabbed a pill and tossed it into her mouth before she activated the array. The array surrounded them with a ripple. However, the array was only able to block out 10 bolts of lightning and broke apart on the final one. However, this gave Sima Yu a moment of respite. As the lightning continued to fall, Sima Yu felt like she was already roasted. She was even able to smell her own charred flesh. I've got the next one. Little Rock announced as he sent an attack towards the lightning bolt. The lightning immediately fried his feathers. As he fell to the ground, he immediately ate a pill and started to heal. Me next. Halcyon was the second one up, only to fall like Little Rock did. Electric currents danced along his feathers. He also ate a pill to recover from his wounds. Thousand Resonance, Little Roar, Yaguang and Floey were the next ones up, facing the bolts of lightning one after the other. However, because they took turns, they had brief moments of rest, which allowed them to tank 10 rounds of the lightning bolts. Sima Yu recovered quite a bit as she added herself to the rotation. The lightning tribulation, which was initially terrifying, was divided by their teamwork. This significantly lessened the load. I never thought lightning tribulations could be faced this way. The Wu La brothers watched the team of 6 beast and a human taking turns to combat the lightning with incredulity. If they continue to face it this way, future lightning tribulations won't be that hard. Wu La Xiu's eyes shone. This can't be done by just anyone. Wu La Li cut Wu La Xiu off. If you want to do what she did, you first have to have enough spirit beasts to fight for you. Actually, you also have to be able to refine pills for your spirit beasts like she does. Oh, and you also have to be able to refine arrays. Like I said earlier, even if you had enough spirit beasts, you wouldn't be able to do what she did. Previous chapter. Although her spirit beasts had taken quite a few blows for her, they were all down. They fell unconscious one by one. She returned them to her spirit pagoda, where Little Spirit would heal their injuries once they returned. Based on her observation of the tribulation cloud, it seemed that there would be a total of 7 rounds of 7 lightning strikes. Of that total, 46 had already struck. This meant that she would have to face the last 3 on her own. This was in spite of the fact that she was already covered with wounds. Do your best to absorb the remaining lightning bolts. I will protect your heart, blood channels and dantian. Just when she thought that she was going to die here, Crimson Flame's voice sounded from inside her mind. Absorb the remaining lightning bolts? Sima Yu didn't really understand. If she did this, she would have to spend all her remaining spirit energy to control and guide the lightning. She wouldn't be able to protect herself. However, since Crimson Flame had told her so, she had no other choice. She believed that he wouldn't harm her. As such, she retracted all the spirit chi from her body. At the same moment, she felt the warmth of Crimson Flame's flame surround her meridians and dantian. As she retracted her spirit energy, those who were watching her from the ocean were stunned. Why did she retract her spirit energy? The remaining lightning strikes are going to be more powerful. If she doesn't fight back, she'll be roasted to a crisp. Wu La Xiu cried out anxiously. Could it be that she plans to abandon her physical body and focus on protecting her heart and blood channels and dantian? Wu La Li guessed. You're wrong. Shui Manqing said, she should have one more contract beast remaining. Furthermore, it's the most powerful one of them all. I can feel a powerful energy radiating from inside her. That energy should be protecting her blood channels. Yes, I can feel it too. Wu Lamai and Shui Manqing exchanged glances. They could both feel that the energy radiating outwards was not a bit weaker than they were. They wondered what kind of contracted beast it was. Could it be one of the missing divine beasts? Zap dash. The bolt of lightning directly struck Sima Yu, and she felt the pain shoot through her entire body. Her meridians were badly seared and the pain was so intense that she almost passed out. The pain was so intense that she couldn't think, leaving her in a daze. Absorb it, quickly. Crimson Flame's voice pulled her mind back from the fog. She couldn't faint. If she didn't, there was no telling if she would survive this or not. She gritted her teeth and suffered through the pain to control the pathway of the lightning. She channeled her spirit energy and consciousness to control the lightning bolts that were rampaging inside her. She suddenly felt as if the lightning bolts were different from before. There was a little streak of purple amidst the white. Everyone standing by the ocean were stunned when they saw the lightning bolt strike her. However, they saw that she was actually absorbing the bolt. They suddenly felt as if she was a little too crazy. As expected of an abnormal lightning trial. The bolts at the end are not the same. However, for it to strike her directly, the amount of anguish. Shui Manqing understood what she was doing, but her heart still ached for her. She was clearly a young girl in her 20s. Why did she have to strive so hard to become strong? If they saw the way she was right now, even the third and fourth Wula brother who had something against her were moved. They should be proud to have a little sister like this. Sima Yu had yet to finish absorbing the third strike when the next one came. She felt as if she were already burnt to a crisp from the inside out, so much so that even her bones were burnt. If it were not for the fact that Crimson Flame was protecting her vital organs, she might have been a corpse by now. Absorb, absorb. Apart from focusing on absorbing it, she didn't care about anything else. She merely hoped that absorbing the lightning would be of some use. She didn't want to suffer in vain. As the final bolt of lightning struck, she felt as if her consciousness was not going to hold out anymore. Her arms and legs were already deformed, and her entire body was charred black. She looked terrifying. It was a good thing that the tribulation cloud slowly dispersed after it shot the final strike. As Sima Yu was in a daze, it seemed as if a gracious beauty had drifted over to her. Yu. Shui Manqing immediately got out of the ocean when she saw that the tribulation clouds had gone. She flew as quickly as she could to Sima Yu. When she landed beside her, tears started to form in her eyes when she saw how she looked. She took out some clothes to cover her body and asked, Yu, how are you? Sima Yu saw the worry in her eyes and really wanted to tell her that she was fine. She was still alive. However, she didn't even have the energy to speak. She had spent it all on absorbing the lightning strikes and no longer had control over her body. She couldn't even blink. Okay, she could. But she couldn't use it to express anything. Wu Lamai led his sons over. Although they saw her practically burnt to a crisp, none laughed at her. Her performance this day had really won them over. Mother, is Lil Sis alright? She's alive. As long as she was alive, they would bring her back to full health no matter what the cost. We should bring her back first. It would be best not to do so. The last time you refined the fundamental pill for Mother, she had gone through a lightning trial as well. At that time, she told me not to move her. She said that she would recover naturally once she had finished a similar. Then we should just let her rest here. The few of you, help to pitch a tent for her. That will shield her from the elements. Shui Qingman instructed her children. However, Wu Lali and the others slept in inns or just slept out in the open when they were outside. They really had no idea how to set up a tent. Why don't we get some twigs and leaves from the island and set up a hut for her? Guess we have no choice. As such, a few of them went all the way inside the island to look for large trees. Working hard and doing their best as a team, they actually built the hut within an hour. Although Sima Yu was immersed in her own world, she was still aware of the things happening around her. It was a pity that she was unable to laugh because she didn't have the facial muscles to do so. She really didn't dare to even think about how she looked like right now. Who knows, she might even vomit her guts out. King, with the huge commotion, I believe that many will be terrified. You should take the children back first to settle the issue. Wu Lamai was also aware that there would be people in the clan who were definitely still panicking. Alright then, I will return with them. Once she's able to move, you can bring her back. Dearly will remain with you. Wu Lamai said. Wu Lali was the most powerful of his sons. He would be more relaxed if he remained behind. Mother, I will stay with you too. Wu Laxiu said while pulling onto Shui Manqing's hand, I want to accompany Lil Sis as well. Wu Lamai left with his sons, leaving Shui Qingman, Wu Lali and Wu Laxiu behind. Wu Laxiu ran to Sima Yu and stretched a hand forwards and poked her cheek, saying, Lil Sis, you're so ugly right now. If it weren't for the fact that I had seen how you look like now, I would never have believed how pretty you used to be. He dared to insult her. Sima Yu wanted to glare hatefully at him but she couldn't control her eyes. She could only look at the top of his head. She would remember this grudge. He dared to call her ugly. Once she was well, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Ninth bro was it? Humph, she would wait and see would have the last laugh. Yu is someone who holds a grudge. You actually dared to call her ugly? Just wait and see how she ignores you from now on. Wu Lali crossed both his hand over his chest as he said. Huh. No way. Wu Laxiu poked Sima Yuyu's cheek again, saying bitterly, Lil, sis, although you're ugly, I didn't leave you behind, did I? Look, I'm even accompanying you right now. You can't abandon me, okay? Sima Yuyu secretly rolled her eyes. Was this guy the most annoying because he was the youngest? She couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Once she was certain that she was safe, she focused on digesting the huge feast she had today. When she was absorbing those light purple bolts of lightning, her body was also recuperating quickly. Along with the pills that she had eaten earlier, she was able to move her body after a day's time. She realized as she grew stronger, the weaker the seal over her divine devil body would be, and the quicker she could heal. However, with the weakening of the seal came a higher probability that her body would explode. Her consciousness continued to focus on her body's condition, and she realized that there was a thin strand of a violet water beast bloodline inside her. Because of this, her remodeled body was even stronger than most other spirit beasts. Mother, why do I feel as if the speed of which her physical body is recovering is rather abnormal? Wu Laxiu would go over to watch over Sima Yuyu whenever he was bored. He realized that her torn and tattered body was actually recovered at supernatural speeds. Even her hair that had been burnt off completely was beginning to grow. It's probably because she has a unique physique. Wu Lali said, don't humans have various types of physiques? Maybe. Wu Laxiu nodded, however, Lil, sis's recuperative abilities are too good. It's even better than ours. Shui Qing Man saw that Sima Yuyu had already closed her eyes, and said, this child carried many secrets. If she is willing to tell us, then she will. If not, then you are not to force her. Understand? Yes, mother. Wu Laxiu knew that she was talking to him and replied. A few days later, Sima Yuyu finally regained her ability to move. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she said to Wu Laxiu was, I'm too ugly, don't talk to me. Wu Laxiu, who was supporting her at the time, was immediately stunned. He turned to her, smiling sweetly, Lil, sis, you're so beautiful. Who dared to call you ugly? Ninth bro will get rid of him. Sima Yuyu was amused at what he said, you're sure that the person isn't you? How could it have been me? I've always felt that Lil sis, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. There's no way I would call you ugly, right? Wu Laxiu denied it immediately. Dear Xiu, Yuyu is unable to walk by herself. You should carry her back. Shui Qing Man said. Huh. Wu Laxiu was rather unwilling. He was the lofty prince of the Violet Water clan. He had the bloodline of the ancient beasts. How could he randomly carry a human on his back? Even if that human was his sister, who was the most beloved of his beloveds. I understand, ninth bro hates that I'm ugly. Wu Laxiu saw the way she was acting and knew that she was doing it on purpose. However, he still couldn't help but fall for it. Fine, I'll carry you, okay? Thanks, ninth bro. Wu Laxiu eventually carried Sima Yuyu back and sent her directly to her room. He placed her gently on the bed. Mother, I'm fine now. My wounds will continue to heal over the next few days. It's been a long time since you rested. Father's heart will hurt if you don't rest well. Sima Yuyu said with a smile. Mother, we'll be here with Yuyu. You can head back first to rest. Wu Lali said. Alright, then. Yuyu, I'll come back to see you soon. Take care, mother. Sima Yuyu smiled as she watched Shui Qing Man leave. Then, she said to the remaining two, big bro, ninth bro, you guys should head back to rest too. Don't worry, we're not tired. We want to take care of you. Wu Laxiu said. Sima Yuyu shot him a glare. Now that she had control her eyes again, she could glare at whomever she wanted. Ninth bro, I'm a girl, okay. I'll feel uncomfortable if you stayed. Sima Yuyu said. Alright then, we will head back as well. Wu Lali turned to leave after speaking, dragging an unwilling Wu Laxiu with him. Sima Yuyu let out a long sigh once they had left. She flailed her arms and stomped her feet. Although they still felt a little numb, it was already much better than before. In order to prevent them from being suspicious, she didn't move her arms and legs at all. She was finally free now. However, what she didn't know was that they had long known that her body was different from the average human. She lay on the bed and examined how strong she currently was. She was at the advanced divine overlord rank, and a mere step away from entering the rank of a divine saint. She had traversed an entire rank in a single leap, and she was ecstatic about it. She was filled with gratitude towards Wu Lamai. If he had not given her his blood essence, she would probably have found it impossible to be increased to her current rank. Initially, they thought that she did not know what was going on in the outside world because she didn't react no matter what they said. That was why they had also talked about how Wu Lamai had given her his blood essence. It was only then that she knew Wu Lamai had harmed his body by giving her his blood essence. If he wasn't careful, he might even cause his strength to weaken permanently. However, he had still given it to her without regrets. Even if the main reason was because he didn't want Shui Qing Man to use her own blood essence to strengthen her instead. I'm already near the level of the divine saint. If I have enough strength, I will be able to advance in rank. She said with confidence, however, I've just grown by so much that I'm in no rush to reach the divine saint rank. Although the lightning tribulations were powerful this time, it's also a contributing factor to my current strength. It's helped to ensure my foundations were solid. Father's body still seems quite weak after he's given me his essence. I'll rest for another 2 days to let my body stabilize before thinking of a way to strengthen him again. When she focused on her dantian, she realized that the reservoir containing her lightning spirit energy was rather different. It had turned completely violet. She recalled that Crimson Flame had told her to absorb it, but he never told her what for. Crimson Flame, why did you get me to absorb the lightning? She just asked him directly. Previous chapter. However, she didn't hear any reply from Crimson Flame despite asking. After a long moment passed, he finally replied, top-grade purple lightning is not something that happens all the time. After absorbing it, the amount of damage you receive from the lightning decrease quite substantially. You will not have to worry when faced with average lightning tribulations. That is the benefit the lightning gave you. Sima Yu's eyes went wide with wonder when she heard, and her mouth was so round that you could stuff a chicken egg in. What's top-grade purple lightning? It's a rare type of lightning encountered in lightning tribulations. Now that your body contains the top-grade purple lightning, you can call upon the powers of lightning if you cultivate well. You won't have to wait to advance in rank either. Crimson Flame explained. So you're saying that I will be able to call upon the lightning tribulations to help me in the future? Sima Yu pursed her lips. This was too OP, wasn't it? The lightning can temper your body, and it will be useful if you use it together with your current cultivation method. Crimson Flame said, also, if you ever find anyone that pisses you off that you can't defeat. Crimson Flame didn't finish speaking, but Sima Yu understood what he meant. If she were immune to lightning, she could use it to temper her body whenever she had the time. She could also use the lightning tribulation to kill her opponent if she needed to. In any case, during her tribulations, others would be dragged in too if they were nearby. Once she found out how useful the top-grade purple lightning was, she was grinning even in her sleep. Crimson Flame, why was it that despite all the lightning tribulations I went through before, this time was different? Why did the top-grade purple lightning appear? She finally thought of this question when she was done smiling. It should be because you gained quite a few more levels this time. Crimson Flame wasn't too sure of it himself. The occurrence of the top-grade purple lightning is based on chance as well. It's not that it appears just because you advance a few levels at one go. I didn't know that it would appear in the beginning. I only knew when it appeared in the last 3 strikes. If that's the case, it must be because I'm such a great person. Sima Yu said narcissistically, oh but, Crimson Flame, did this purple flame really injure you? You sound a little more tired than usual. Crimson Flame didn't speak through the time she was recuperating. He seemed to be sleeping and had only awakened today. It is true that I spent quite a bit of energy in order to protect your body against the top-grade purple lightning. Crimson Flame replied, however, I have already eaten a golden snake apple and have already recovered quite a bit. I am merely a bit tired and will recover with rest. Sima Yu thought it over before lowering her voice and saying solemnly, thank you, Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame was actually really strong. This was something that she was already subtly aware of. However, she didn't think that he would be so gravely injured. If it were not for him, would she really have been able to survive after encountering the top-grade purple lightning? I'm going back to sleep for a bit. Don't call me unless you need something. Crimson Flame could feel her gratitude and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He didn't speak after his casual reply. Rest well. Sima Yu said. Her heart was broken when she thought of how badly Crimson Flame as well as her little spirit beasts were injured as a result of helping her pass her tribulations. We're almost completely healed. Little Roar called out from inside the spirit pagoda. That's right, Master. We're all healed up. Guang replied. We also took the opportunity to consolidate our new strength. Halcyon said. She was so moved that her little spirit beasts were comforting her. Thank you guys, I'm so glad to have you with me. It's the best to be with you, Yu. Little Roar said. I've had no choice but to let you suffer inside the spirit pagoda recently. Once we're back, I'll cook up a huge feast for y'all. Sima Yu said with a smile. Yay. It's been so long since I got to eat Yu's cooking. Little Roar was always the first when it came to food. Master. I want to eat roasted pork. Guang said. I'm good with anything. Halcyon said coolly. The smile on Sima Yu's face grew. She really had a group of greedy little spirit beasts. She was only in her room for a short moment before her group of brothers came in. Lil, sis, let us introduce ourselves. This is 3rd bro, this is 4th bro, this is... Wu Laxiu introduced them all to her. Thank you, big brothers, for coming to visit me. Sima Yu lay on the bed as the group of guys stood around her, feeling as if she was really had fate with getting brothers. It was a pity that she didn't have any sisters. How do you feel now? Wu Labo asked. Much better. I should be out of bed in a few days. Sima Yu replied. Lil, sis, you're really amazing. You were actually able to survive that kind of lightning tribulation. Isn't it all thanks to my little spirit beasts? She said with a smile. In any case, they had already seen everything that happened. It was natural that they had seen her little spirit beasts. You have so many contracted beasts that I've never seen anyone like you when I was wandering around the continent. How did you end up contracting so many beasts? I bumped into them and they were willing to follow me. I eventually collected more of them. Sima Yu explained. Although these beasts were basically ones that had been scammed by either her or Little Roar, they were all willing to follow her in the end. Alright, let's let Lil Sis stay her and recover. We shouldn't continue to linger and bother her. Wu Lali noticed that Sima Yu looked rather tired, so he immediately chased them out. Lil, sis, rest well. Once you're well, we'll be back to talk about this crazy event. Alright. She cast a grateful glance at Wu Lali. Although her cheaply gotten brothers didn't look half bad, she was not yet fully recovered and did not want so many people around her. Big brothers I wonder how my big brothers back home are doing. Sima Yu kind of missed Sima Yu Ming and the others as she gazed at the Crystal Palace. Although she had entered the sect, if she wasn't running around looking for ingredients for Shiman foam, she was busying about outside. She rarely spent time with them 2 years. Now that she thought about it, she rather missed them. After eating a few pills and recovering based on her natural ability with the divine devil physique, she recovered within half a month in total. Everyone in the Violet Water clan was secretly in awe at her speed of recovery. Within this period of time, her cheaply gotten brothers would pop in for a visit now and then. She gradually grew familiar with them as time went by. On this day, she had changed into male garb to look for Shui Qingman. After staying here for such a long time, she figured she should head back. Lil, sis, why did you change into male garb? Wu Laxiu asked her curiously when he saw her dressed this way. Sima Yu casually told them about how she had to dress up as a male. Shui Qingman used to assume that she just enjoyed dressing like a boy, but once she knew that she had an inevitable reason for doing so, she ordered everyone to change their form of address. She got the common citizens to address her as the 10th Highness, and Wu Lali and the others called her 10th Bro too. Mother, I've been here for around 7 to 8 months. At that time, I took a year's leave, so I should be heading back now. Shui Qingman and the others weren't that surprised at her request. They knew that she would definitely request to leave once she had properly healed. After all, she had her own life to live. We will not stop you from leaving. However, you should come back and visit your mother whenever you have the time, understand? Shui Qingman nagged her while holding on to her. I will. After spending time with her this past year, Sima Yu had grown attached to this non-pretentious mother of hers. She had already treated her as one of her own. A pile of pills appeared in front of everyone with a wave of her hand. Mother, these are the pills that I have refined for you during this period of time. It's around the same amount as the ones from before, but a little higher in quality. Sai, why did you refine pills even while you were injured? Shui Qingman rapped her lightly on the head. It doesn't hinder my healing anyway. Sima Yu smiled. Her wounds had already healed a few days prior. It was just that she didn't want to give them too big a shock, so she waited a few days before telling them. As such, she used the time to refine some pills. Her strength had grown quite a bit again, and refining 7th ranked pills was a piece of cake. Furthermore, the 3rd level of her spirit pagoda had unlocked. There were many high-ranked pills, methods and recipes as well as extremely valuable ingredients. The very first time she had gone to the 3rd level, she was ecstatic to see the items there. It was just like how she imagined it to be. The things that appeared were items that she could use right now as well as items that she would need eventually. A 7th ranked alchemist was only a little different from an 8th ranked. However, it was still a chasm that many spent tens to hundreds years to try and cross. With those precious items on hand, along with the attention of those above, her advance to the 8th rank was only a matter of time. I have yet to start eating the pills that you made for me the last time, and now you've gone and made some more. I probably have the most number of pills in this entire area. She kept all the pills away before taking out an interspatial ring, saying, I knew that you would return once you healed, so I got your brothers to prepare a few things for you. They've been wandering around the continents, so they know what humans need. All the things you need are all here. If you need any more, just come back and get it. Otherwise, I can get your brothers to send it down to you. Sima Yu took the interspatial ring and peeked inside. She was so shocked that she almost dropped the ring on the floor. The interspatial ring that was the size of 2 football fields was actually chocked full of things. Any one item that was casually tossed inside was a treasure that was worth tens of thousands of crystals. Mother, there are so many things. How could I accept them? Shui Qingman saw the look of surprise on Sima Yu's face and said with a smile, are these really useful to you? I watched as those fellows filled it up and I even scolded them for choosing useless things. However, they said that those things were useful in the continent, so I got them to give you a few more of them. In any case, they're just sitting in our storeroom. It would be better if you could use it. The last time, I showed you around a treasure store, but it was just a small part of it. The items in here are merely a tenth of what we have. Wu Lali said. Sima Yu pursed her lips. The last time, she had been starstruck by the treasures hoarded by the Violet Water clan. Who knew that that would be less than 10% of what they actually possessed? It was rumored that the dragon clans loved hoarding treasures and it seemed to be true. You are the princess of the Violet Water clan. How could it be appropriate for you not to bring these items with you as you went out? Shui Qingman placed the ring in her hand with a smile, go and say goodbye to your father. I'll get dearly to send you back later on. Thank you, mother. I will go and say my farewells to father, then. Sima Yu kept the ring away and left with a smile. Farewell, 10th Highness. Cheng Xiang happened to be coming back in from outside, and bumped into her. Cheng Xiang, slow down. Sima Yu supported Cheng Xiang, mother and big bro are in there. Are you here to look for them? Indeed. Go ahead then. Sima Yu released him before going off to look for Wu Lamai. Cheng Xiang watched as Sima Yu left and beamed as he went inside. Who would have thought that they would ever become so intimate with a human? Sima Yu went to look for Wu Lamai, who happened to be discussing something with Wu Lalu. Ever since Shui Qingman had recovered, Wu Lamai had once again put his heart into managing the affairs of the clan. He paid especially close attention to the clan who had hurt Shui Qingman, as well as the incident where there were those who snuck in during Yu's advancement in rank. He delved deep into it at one go. Once he found out that Sima Yu was leaving, he immediately stopped whatever he was doing and said that he was going to send her off. They first went back to where Shui Qingman was, then the group of brothers who caught wind of her departure accompanied her to the shore as well. 10th bro, remember to think of us once you return. I will. Sima Yu was rather reluctant to leave Wu Luxiu as well. He was the one who walked the closest to her. Oh right, I have a friend who said that he came to the 9th star ocean. He's called 3rd Mo and looks like this. If you ever bump into him, do give him a helping hand if he runs into trouble. After speaking, she took out a portrait and handed it to Wu Luxiu. Your friend? Wu Luxiu took the portrait and looked it over. If I ever bump into him, I will take care of him. Sima Yu had remained here for a year, and yet had never asked him for anything. Now that she had finally requested for something, he paid close attention to it. Thank you. Sima Yu smiled. Let's go. Wu Lali opened a portal through space and led Sima Yu through. It was only when the passage had closed up that they tore their eyes away from her. Alright, if you ever miss her, you can still go and look for her. Wu Lamai rubbed Shui Qingman's shoulders as he comforted her. Who's there? Wu La Lu suddenly called out and flew into the sky. Wu La Bo and Wu La Er followed after him. A short moment later, they caught a few half-man half-fish creatures and returned. It's the eel clan again. It seems that their lives have been too smooth sailing recently, so they have forgotten how life used to be. Wu Lamai raged. It seems our Violet Water clan has to remind them who the real king of the ocean is. Take them back for proper questioning. Yes, father. The Wu La brothers saw that Wu Lamai had recovered his vigor from before, and every one of them was filled with joy. Their clan had spent the past years focused on treating Shui Qingman and neglecting the issues in the ocean. This had caused others to forget the former might of their clan. They even thought that they were a piece of choice meat, available to any of those interested. Now that his father had revived, the Violet Water clan were once again ready to reclaim their rightful position. On the other side, Wu Lali had sent Sima Yu directly to the heavenly sect. He even sent her to the Sima residence. Big bro, you should follow me in. Sima Yu said, I want to let you meet my grandfather. Wu Lali did not initially plan to interact with any of the humans, but when she said that it was her grandfather, he felt that he should greet him. As such, he nodded in agreement. She ran from the outer courts to the inner courts, but not a single person was in sight. Grandpa? Grandpa? Auntie Lan? Auntie Yu? Are you guys here? She was panicking after running a whole round around the area. She couldn't find a single person. Wu Lali grabbed onto her when he saw that she was going to run off against somewhere, saying, there's nobody here. You don't have to keep looking. How could grandfather and the others not be here? Sima Yu called out with worry, even if grandfather went out, Auntie Lan and Auntie Yu usually don't. I have never even seen the house empty before. Could it be that something happened? Relax. Maybe they just went out for a walk. Wu Lali said, just go search at the places that they might be. Or, you could ask the others to see whether or not they know where they are. You're right. I'm going to look for my brothers. But they might be in the inner sect. I don't know if I'll be able to meet them. Sima Yu said, they might be at Memory Restaurant too, I can go there and ask. Grandfather's taking charge of that now. If anything happened to them, the Memory Restaurant would know. I'll go and ask right now. Sima Yu dragged Wu Lali with her as she ran out, and she saw a group of people wandering in the moment she reached the outer courtyard. Grandfather? She immediately stopped running and stared at him. Yu? You're back. Fatty Chu came to her and pulled her into a bear hug as he grinned widely. Grandfather, Auntie Lan, are you guys okay? Sima Yu blinked in confusion and said blankly when she was sure that it was them. Why not? Sima Lai walked over and pulled Fatty Chu away from you, saying, when did you return? Just. When I came back, I saw that nobody was around and thought that something must have happened. Who would have thought that it was a false alarm? Sima Yu sighed, where did you all go? I've never seen you the house empty before. You ran and the others are on their break today. It's the first time that everyone could gather in half a year, so we went to feast at the Memory Restaurant. Even Ouyang Fei and Bei Gong Tang came, so Auntie Lan and Auntie Yu naturally came along. Sima Lai said. It's fine if nothing happened. Sima Yu said, so you're saying that you've all joined the inner sect? That's right. We were pretty amazing back then. It's a pity you missed it. Sima Yu said rather regretfully. Yu, have you settled everything? Sima Yu saw that Wu Lali had come along with her, so he was rather worried. This is? Sima Lai had never met Wu Lali, so he had no idea that he was the one who had led the way for Sima Yu. Grandfather, let me introduce you. This is my new eldest brother. He is a prince of the Violet Water clan. Sima Yu said, big bro, this is my grandfather, my eldest brother, second brother. She introduced everyone in the house as Wu Lali nodded to each of them. Yu, didn't he take you to treat someone? How did he end up becoming your big bro? Fatty Chu asked. I went to treat his mother, who is also the queen. Once mother recovered, she took me as her adopted daughter. That's why he became my big bro. Sima Yu explained, let's not tarry here, we should go to the hall. Okay. Sima Yu told them a summary of all that happened to her in the Violet Water clan, and they heard that she had actually undergone the lightning tribulations twice and even almost lost her life. They were also extremely shocked when they heard that her strength had grown by leaps and bounds. I'll be heading back first if there's nothing else. Wu Lali said. Big bro, won't you stay for a few days? Sima Yu asked. Father has begun working since mother has recovered. Many things that we initially laid to rest should be getting dug up. There are many things to settle in the clan, so I have no choice but to return. Wu Lali explained. Then, big bro, please hold on. Sima Yu said. Then, she turned to Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei, give me all the pills that you have refined for spirit beasts. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei guessed that she was going to give them all to Wu Lali to take home, so they took out all the pills they had ever refined for spirit beasts. The pills they had in total amounted to a few hundred bottles. Sima Yu gave a rough count before telling Wu Lali, big bro, these pills are similar to the healing ones I gave you before. Take these back. If you need more pills, just send word. Your lil sis doesn't have much of anything else, but of pills I have no lack. You already left us quite a few before you left. Wu Lali said. Ninth bro told me the last time that quite a few outsiders almost interrupted me during my advancement. It's a good thing that the array kept them at bay. That area belongs to the Violet Water clan, and other sea beasts will appear. This proves that someone is sending men out to scout for information about the Violet Water clan. Sima Yu said, if the Violet Water clan ends up coming to blows with the other sea beasts, there will be many injured. These pills should tide you through. Wu Lali didn't think that Sima Yu would be so thoughtful for the clan despite not having asked anything during her stay there. She really cared about the matters of the Violet Water clan. Since this is the case, I won't hold back. Wu Lali said. If they really ended up coming to blows, the pills would be of utmost importance. There were very few pills that were useful for spirit beasts. Very few. Sima Yu smiled when she saw that he had accepted the pills, this pales in comparison to what you have given me. If you need anything in the future, just send word. Just like I said, I don't have much of anything else, but I have much of the ingredients needed to refine those pills. It's also very easy for me to do so. Wu Lali stretched forth a hand to ruffle her hair, saying tenderly, got it. I'll definitely let you know if we need any more pills. You said it. Yep, I did. Wu Lali said, do you remember how I told you to contact me? Sima Yu nodded, I do. Alright, I'm heading back. Wu Lali let his hand fall as he opened a portal back to the Ninth Star Ocean. Once Wu Lali left, Fatty Chu and the others finally relaxed. They surrounded Sima Yu and pelted her with questions non-stop. Sima Yu called her spirit beasts out, saying, I promised them that I would cook, so let's talk over food. Oh, I forgot that you guys have already eaten. No problem, we can eat some more. Fatty Chu said, no matter how much food you make, we can eat it all. That's right. It's been a long time since we ate your cooking. Sima Lai joined in. Sima Yu saw the way they were acting and laughed, alright, let's go. Let's have a feast tonight. You guys can also catch me up to speed on what you've been doing the past half a year. She had gone for 7 to 8 months, and had grown a lot during this period of time. The others had grown as well, otherwise, they wouldn't grow as a team. She really wanted to know what the inner sect was like. How did it help them improve so much? While they ate, Fatty Chu filled her in on what happened during their test. Especially for the Spirit Master selection. Their battles were a sight to behold, and even she felt the second-hand excitement just by listening to it. You all seem to have advanced by a rank. How did that happen? She asked with curiosity. This is the result of cultivating in the cultivation tower inside the inner sect. Wei Ziqi explained, everyone who enters the inner sect has a free chance to go into the cultivation tower. The spirit energy in the tower is extremely dense, especially so in the spirit pond below. We soaked in there for a few months and advanced in rank. Not bad. Aside from the spirit pool, we also obtained a free chance to temper our bodies. The process was so simple that it really caused others to cry. Fatty Chu said. Temper your bodies? Sima Yu inspected Ouyang Fei's body, and it seemed that he had truly become quite a bit stronger. How did you temper your bodies? We used the blood of some unknown animal. In any case, there was a smell of it. Our tutors tossed us into a blood lake and, who knows what blood it was, but the moment it came into contact with our bodies, damn. It was so painful we almost died. Fatty Chu complained. Fatty Chu, cut the crap. We went in as a group and you were the happiest of them all. You were even singing inside there. Bei Gong Tang said. I was happy, yeah, but it still hurt. Fatty Chu said. Fatty, you have the thickest skin of them all. If it hurts even for you, won't it hurt others even more? Sima Yu teased. No way. There were some who directly fainted from the pain, but it seemed to correlate to their level of cultivation. Fatty Chu said, it's a pity that you weren't there. Otherwise, you would have been there to experience this with us. Isn't that blood lake open 24/7? Sima Yu asked. It isn't. Sima Yulin said, that blood lake only opens once in 10 years. It only opens when new recruits enter the inner sect. It's closed all the other times. It's only for the new students. So he was basically saying that, once the opportunity was passed, it would never come again. You're fully dependent on lightning to temper your body now, so why bother thinking about this? Sima Yu laughed. Hee, that's true. Sima Yu chuckled. After going through Crimson Flame's 2 rounds of tempering along with a few terrifying lightning tribulations, she could feel that she had gotten much stronger. She was only afraid that the average tempering would have no use for her anymore. Yu, are you really able to command lightning tribulations now? Fatty Chu thought about how she had the top-grade purple lightning in her body, and felt like it was rather inconceivable. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Do you want to try? No, no. Fatty Chu quickly waved his hands. His little body might get burnt to ashes with a single bolt of lightning. Fifth bro, when do you plan to return to the sect? Sima Yu asked. Soon, I guess. Sima Yu brushed the marinade onto the roast pork. As it hit the pan, it released a sizzling sound. She was either running about outside, or kept inside the sect. It had been a long time since she got to accompany Sima Lai. Anyway, the holidays just begun. I'll stay at home to accompany grandfather for a bit. Grandfather, what do you think? She smiled at Sima Lai. Of course I would be happy if you stayed at home to accompany your grandfather. However, I know how anxious you are to cure your younger brother. If you are able to quickly return to the inner sect, you should. Sima Lai said, in any case, we have a lot of time. It's the same if you are able to accompany me in the future. Sima Yu thought about it. He was right. Grandfather's age in the ancient primordial lands was actually not old at all. He had a lot of time left. Then, I'll look for vice principal and teacher Go tomorrow. Sima Yu said, oh right, is there any news on senior? We don't know about his situation, but we heard news of someone else's. Wei Ziqi said. Whose? Nalan Lan. Sima Yu's hand jolted. She continued to roast all the things that she had in her plate before asking, how did you obtain news of her? The last time, the Sage Pavilion had some giant meeting for whatever holy sons or daughters. It seemed that they gathered all the holy sons and daughters from the outside. At that time, many came in from the inner regions. Nalan Lan was among them. You mentioned before that she came here based on some physique or another. It said that people with those kind of physiques have talent better than average. In just 10 years, she advanced from someone who wasn't even a spirit saint, to an advanced rank divine king. It said that she's only one step away from advancing to divine overlord. Fatty Chu said, but I never thought that a person like her would have that kind of physique. What a waste. As Sima Yu heard the news about Nalan Lan, she recalled the time that she had almost fallen into Nalan Lan's trap in Saint City, and almost lost her life. At that time she had cleaned up Li Mu and that array master. It was a pity that, after she got off Dragon Reflection Mountain, Nalan Lan had already been taken to the ancient primordial lands. You guys saw her? Did she see you, then? Don't think so. Wei Ziqi said, at that time, we were in a private room in the memory restaurant. We heard their voices when they came in from the main hall, and opened a crack to watch them. Are they still around? They're already returned to the central regions. The Sage Pavilion's event already concluded a month ago. A pity. Sima Yu said with regret, if she were still around, I'd be able to look for Uncle Gio and talk about what happened that year. However, we're in the same continent, so meeting her is only a matter of time. They ate and drank till really late, and Sima Yu and the others had to return to the inner sect in the morning of the second day. It was rare for Sima Yu to have the opportunity to sleep in. She went to the sect after spending a bit of time with Sima Lai. She went to look for the vice principal first to let him know that she had returned safely before she went to look for Golang. Golang was rather surprised to see her appear, but that surprise turned into joy. You're finally back. If you tarried any longer, that guy would have killed his way to the Ninth Star Ocean. Sima Yu knew who he was talking about. He was definitely referring to Su Jin. He was the only one that Golang would refer to in that way. Didn't you give me a year's time? Why is he so anxious? Didn't they say that the Ninth Star Ocean was rather tumultuous recently? He was afraid that something happened to you. Golang said, however, it seems that our worries were for nothing. Sima Yu smiled silently. When do you plan to go to the inner sect? Within the next 2 days. Sima Yu said, I have nothing much to do here anyway, so it'd be best to head to the inner sect soon. Sure, I'll leave it to you to contact him. Golang said, you lost out on a lot of opportunities because you didn't enter the inner sect with them. However, seeing you now, it doesn't seem like you're any worse than they are, so it doesn't matter if you got those things or not. However, there will be 3 conventions soon. You can participate in that. 3 conventions? What conventions are those? A ranking meeting of the inner sect can be held in various forms. The ranking meeting of spiritual masters has the most modality. Guliang explained. Then what's the use of the 3 conventions? Sima Yu asked. This is related to cultivation resources in the future. You should be aware of the unstable situation of the inner sect by now. Guliang asked. I know. Fatty and the rest did tell me about it yesterday. Sima Yu said. The cultivation resources of the inner sect are first based on talent and secondly, on strength. The better one's talent is, the stronger one's strength is, the more cultivation resources they'll obtain. Guliang said, although you chose the alchemy department, I know that your main development is spirit cultivation, so you can take more of the cultivation resources in the inner sect. I understand. Sima Yu said. I will attend the 3 conventions. Go back and prepare. I'll contact old Su. Once he returns, he'll bring you to the inner sect. Guliang said. Teacher Gu, is Teacher Su very special in the inner sect? He actually had the authority to give her permission for her trip. Sima Yu felt that she needed to learn more about her future teacher. Don't be mistaken. Although he acts young, he's only younger than your master by a little bit. His alchemy isn't much better than your master before master's injury. Guliang answered. Sima Yu opened her mouth in surprise. That flashy guy was about the same as her master? Don't be surprised. Although his age and power are there, he is almost the same as a baby who hasn't grown up. He's a poor model for others. Guliang said. Cough cough, dash, Sima Yu heard about his countenance. She didn't know whether to laugh or not. She met him twice. She also discovered Su Jin's temperament was a little out of touch, like a romantic prodigal son, but not as exaggerated as Guliang's description. Is he very special in the inner sect? According to his strength, he can be the director of the inner sect's alchemy department, but he won't. If he is made the director, then he will leave the sect. It can't be helped, we have to rely on him. Guliang answered, because his alchemy ability is very strong, his personality eccentric, won't accept the students he doesn't like, and won't host a class when he doesn't want to. President Yuan gave him a special right. He cannot be controlled by the Department of Alchemy and yet he can select students first, so although you belong to the Department of Alchemy, you can also say that you don't. Sima Yu understood Su Jin's position. Thinking of his temperament, she asked, how many students has he accepted over the years? There are several. Guliang replied. But the temperament of your seniors, well, you'll know once you enter the inner sect. She could already imagine the students of Su Jin may be similar to him. Otherwise, how would he be interested in them? Teacher Gu, then I'm heading back. She raised herself. Alright. I'll go and see if that guy is in the inner sect first. Guliang said. Go back and wait. Alright, thank you, Teacher Gu. She bowed to Guliang before turning to leave. Towards Guliang, she was both respectful and grateful. She chose the Department of Medicine by herself. Although without a supervisor, Guliang can be considered on. Not only he taught her medical skills, but also helped her find a way to cure his younger brother. His help and influence on her was enormous. After leaving the sect, she returned home. She shared a portion of the objects she obtained from the Ninth Star Sea with Sima Yu. These objects in the Violet Water clan perhaps was only to fill up a warehouse. But they are rather valuable on land. Sima Yu wanted Sima Lai to switch to a larger courtyard and recruit some people to take care of them, but they all said that they were used to this kind of life now, and no one would find them trouble. Besides, with the help of Memory Restaurant and Xian Yuan Pavilion, no one in Heavenly City dared to bother them. Since they insisted, she didn't impose. In recent days, Guliang didn't give her any news. Probably, Su Jin hadn't come back. She took this opportunity to relax herself. She made food for Sima Lai and family every day, chatted with them, went shopping, and went to visit the Memory Restaurant with them. She didn't think about the pressure, the unfinished business, and the hatred of the past. Life was easy like a dream. Unfortunately, such a comfortable life didn't last long. It was cut short in a flash. Sima Yu saw Su Jin, who was languidly leaning on the imperial chair while Sima Lai was chatting with him. She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and went up to pay her respects to Su Jin. Teacher Su, why have you personally come? Su Jin saw that Sima Yu's aura was much stronger. He smiled and said, it seems that you've got a good harvest going to the Ninth Star Sea. Are you grateful that I gave you a year's vacation? Thank you for your help, Teacher Su. Sima Yu thanked. I've been out of town these days. I just came back today. Old Gu told me that you're back, so I'm came. Su Jin said, now I'm going to the inner sect. You can go with me. Are we leaving now? Sima Yu was stunned. She looked at the sky and it was almost evening. Of course, it's now. Or do you want me to stay for dinner? Su Jin glanced at her. Yu, since your teacher said to go now, then go now. Sima Lai said. Yes. Then we're going. Sima Yu said she was going. After all her stuff was in the Spirit Pagoda, so she didn't need to pack anything. Su Jin directly opened the space channel and took her in. Sima Yu only felt as if she had been riding in the space for a few minutes. Accordingly, she shouldn't have arrived at the outer sect, but when she came out, she was already in a mountain forest. This is the Maze Forest. If you walk here, you can get to the inner sect. I'll wait for you in the inner sect. Su Jin then disappeared. Sima Yu observed the dark forest and couldn't help but raised her mouth. This guy was in a hurry to bring her to the inner sect just to throw her here at night. She didn't know what hellish place was the Maze Forest. She scanned her surroundings and wasn't sure which way to go. She simply found a wide place and made a fire. She called out her spirit beasts to chat and made some food along the way. Hiss hiss. A sound transmitted over, and Little Rock became alert. He wanted to deal with the sneak attacker, but Sima Yu stopped him. Let's see what rank is it. If its strength isn't too much, I haven't had any batter experience after leveling up. It's only a rank 3 spirit beast. Little Rock said. Then let me take care of it. After storing Little Rock and them away, Sima Yu saw a large python charging at her. Sima Yu jumped away from the spot, and that python bumped its head on the tree she was leaning on before. The python's attack wasn't successful. It turned around to attack her again, but Sima Yu evaded it midair. It's ugly, even uglier than my little snake. Sima Yu retorted. The little snake who was tangled around the devil's snare bracelet nodded in acquiesce. It's ugly, uglier than itself. It's so ugly that it should have killed itself. And what I hate the most are pythons. Sima Yu said again. The little snake's body turned stiff and it looked at aggrievedly. When Sima Yu saw Little Snake's aggrieved expression, she rubbed its head. Little Snake is a golden snake, not a python, so I don't hate you. The little snake rubbed against her fingers affectionately and finally lowered its head happily. As soon as the python heard Sima Yuyu's word, its cold eyes flashed fiercely as its long tail swiped at her in midair. Sima Yuyu counter with her spirit power. The battle between human and spirit beast was in a deadlock. Sima Yuyu's battle strength was much stronger now, but she still hadn't fully mastered her current strength. She gradually became familiar with her current strength by fighting with the python. The sound of their battle attracted people nearby, and a group of people were not far away. When they heard it, they ran towards the commotion. They witnessed Sima Yuyu was about to stab the python with the sword at its most vulnerable spot. Stop. Show mercy. Several people shouted at her, while one attacked her, and she had to change her actions to match the person. Sima Yuyu fought around with that person before flying a distance away. The group of people came into her view. She coldly said, "Is it your spirit beast?" "No." "A female said. "Don't you know that you can't kill the spirit beast in the maze forest? I'm afraid you'll be punished by the sect if you stabbed it just now." "Is this the sect's spirit beast?" Sima Yuyu glanced at the python she had beaten and asked in surprise. "You didn't know?" The female looked at her in astonishment. Sima Yuyu shook her head. "No one told me." "Did you come here by yourself?" Another male strolled over and asked. "I guess." Sima Yuyu answered. "Teacher brought me her and then left, leaving me here." "Well, which teacher is this, so audacious? You don't know it's a spirit beast of the sect. Are you a freshman?" The female who spoke first said, "No, new students should know these rules." "Rules? What rules?" "He didn't tell me anything except that this is the maze forest and I can get to the sect by crossing here. He let me cross here alone while he's waiting in the sect." Sima Yuyu explained. "Which teacher brought you here?" "Teacher Su." Once Sima Yuyu said this, everyone stared at her with wide eyes. "Is it Su Jin?" "Teacher Su?" "Yes, it's him." Sima Yuyu answered. At the same time, she cursed him in her heart. "Are you Sima Yuyu?" The female asked. "Do you know me?" Now it was Sima Yuyu's turn to be astonished. "It turns out that you are the one who shocked a lot of the teachers during the examination and asked for a year's vacation before you come to the inner sect. No wonder you don't know that." The female smiled and said, "My name is Shuerong. I'm your senior sister. They are all your senior brothers and sisters." Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu gave her name before asking, "What are you doing? What's the matter with the sect's spirit beast?" "This is the training ground of the sect. There are many spirit beasts in this forest. Those who want to improve their strength can come here to increase their actual combat experience. But there is a condition that we can't kill the spirit beasts here, or we will face heavy punishment from the sect." Shuerong explained. "What a pithole." Sima Yuyu ridiculed to herself before smiling, "Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I would have broken the rules." It's no wonder that this fellow attacked without saying anything. It thought it was here to train, but she almost killed him and was ready to stew its meat. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little guilty about the python. She went over, took out a pill, opened the python's mouth and fed it. Then she patted it on the head and said, "Sorry, junior brother." The python was beaten, confused and was paralyzed on the ground. After taking her pills, it felt more comfortable and the wounds began to heal quickly. At this time, its heart felt broken. It heard the conversation between Sima Yuyu and Shuerong just now. It felt that it had met an idiot. Fortunately, these people saved it. Sima Yuyu perceived its resentment. She coughed twice and said, "This, or I will give you 2 more pills." The python's eyes shined and asked, "What you said is true?" "Of course." Sima Yuyu took out a jade bottle. "For you, afterwards, you can't fuss over about this with me." "Okay." The python took the medicine and quickly departed. "Yuyu, what kind of medicine is this?" Shuerong walked over and asked. "Recovery pill that spirit beast eats." Sima Yuyu replied. "Do you have medicine that spirit beast can eat?" Shuerong was a little surprised. She smiled, "Right, you are an alchemist. It's not strange that you have these pills. Ronger, since there's nothing to do, let's go back to the campsite." Ma Bojian, who was the person stopped Sima Yuyu, suggested. "Yuyu, it is too dangerous for you alone. How about come with us?" Shuerong offered. "This place is really dangerous?" Sima Yuyu asked. "There are many spirit beasts here and they are very powerful." Shuerong said, "Although the spirit beast won't kill us, they might accidentally cripple us. There have been several times when the sect students have been crippled or killed. So, the sect students often don't come here alone." Although Sima Yuyu believed nothing will happen to her, she accepted Shuerong's invitation to follow them to their campsite in order to be an outcast. Their campsite was not far from here, so they arrived in a short time. Sima Yuyu followed them for a while before arriving. "Yuyu, when did you arrive?" Shuerong asked. "Just a moment ago. I haven't even cooked food when that fellow appeared." Sima Yuyu shrugged. "You still have to eat? Aren't you a spirit master?" One female looked at Sima Yuyu like a freak. "It's a personal habit." Sima Yuyu said, "I've enjoyed fine food since I was a child, so even if I don't need to eat now, I will put time aside to eat." "How long have you been here?" Previous chapter. "We have already been here for close to a year." Shuerong said, "This maze forest has a rule. You can't leave from wherever you came from. We're now already near an exit, so we should be able to leave in a few days." "There's a rule like that?" Sima Yu felt like there were too many rules in the inner sect. That's right. This should be there to prevent us from going back to the start. Shui Rong said, what are your plans? Why don't you head back with us? Alright. Sima Yu cheerfully agreed. Anyway, that teacher of mine didn't say that I couldn't team up. Yu, did you really not come because you were on leave? A lady dressed in a white tassel skirt looked at her with curiosity. Yeah, I didn't. This is my first time in the inner sect. Sima Yu said, however, I didn't expect that my teacher would be so evil and tossed me right in here. He wasn't even worried that I'm too weak and might get eaten by saint beasts and the like. Although teacher may not be that reliable, I don't think he'll toss you aside without care. Shui Rong, although the temperament of his students are a little strange, they've always been strong. Cough cough, like, for us, we're strong in refinement. Honestly, when we first heard that there was a student who asked for a year's leave before even entering the inner sect, we wondered which teacher it was. However, when we heard it was Teacher Su, we didn't feel it was strange at all. You guys think that I'm a weirdo as well? Sima Yu said. Shui Rong smiled sheepishly. You don't seem strange to me at all. That white-skirted lady said, smiling, you're also extremely powerful, and that python was a third-ranked sacred beast but you were able to take it out on your own. We wouldn't have been able to. Sima Yu smiled at the usually Ma Bo Xian, if I'm not wrong, you should be Ma Bo Jian, the top 200th, right? She felt it was rather familiar when Shui Rong had addressed him earlier. It was only now that she realized Fatty Chu had mentioned the name of this person 2 days ago. You know of Bo Jian even before entering the inner sect? My older brothers and some friends of mine have entered as well. They mentioned his name a few days ago when they returned. Sima Yu said. Ma Bo Jian glanced at Sima Yu said, you're not weaker than me. The moment he said it, everyone was stunned. Bo Jian, you're saying that Yu isn't weaker than you? The white-skirted lady looked between Bo Jian and Sima Yu, her eyes filling with surprise. Ma Bo Jian nodded. He had seen Sima Yu's fight and he could tell clearly that she was not weaker than him at all. She might even be stronger. However, wasn't she an alchemist? How was she so strong? Everyone started to see Sima Yu in a different light. They initially just thought that she was only relatively better at alchemy. Who would have thought that she would be really strong as well? However, they subconsciously assumed that they had strengthened herself through the use of pills. After all, an alchemist never lacked in pills. Some pills could also be used to strengthen oneself. Then, you will be able to participate in the 3 upcoming meetings. You definitely won't end up with mediocre results. Shui Rong said. Do you know about the 3 meetings? I do. Teacher Go told me before coming in here that he would let me participate in it. However, I'll thinking whether or not I actually do once I enter the inner sect and understand a bit more. If you do, we'll definitely go and cheer you on. Shui Rong said with a smile. Alright. If I really do participate, I'll definitely tell you all so you can come and cheer for me. Sima Yu smiled in reply. On this night, they chatted till late at night before they rested. Sima Yu spent the rest of the days with Shui Rong and the others. After spending time with them, she realized that they weren't bad. Perhaps birds of a feather truly flocked together. At the end of it, they were pretty decent friends. Today, they had just finished a battle. Ma Bojian and Shui Rong were faced off against 3 sacred beasts. However, both of them got injured. They took out a few pills and ate them. Then, they looked for an empty plot of land to rest. Ha ha ha, I was just saying that they would be the ones in battle just now. How was it, wasn't I right? They heard the sound of loud laughter and Sima Yu noticed that Ma Bojian's expression changed the moment he heard that voice. Shui Rong stood up and turned around to look at the group that had just walked over. The other party was around double their number. She asked coldly, why are you here, Shui Rong? We've grown so close, why don't you tell me why I'm here? The voice that spoke earlier said with a laugh, didn't you tread us under your feet with such glee just now? We come to sincerely reconcile with you. After he spoke, Sima Yu's face was colored with confusion, but the others had darkened expressions. Jia Shan, how do you want to settle this? Ma Bojian looked coldly at them. Simple. Return all the territory that you stole from us. Then, kneel on the ground and call us Big Brother 100 times. That will do. Jia Shan replied. That was our territory to begin with. You guys were the ones who stole ours. We merely snatched it back. Shu Yuan, the white-skirted lady, replied. If we snatch it, then it's ours. If you take it from us, doesn't that mean that you stole our things? A slit-eyed male standing beside Jia Shan shouted. You guys dash, Shu Yuan was infuriated. She wanted to rush up and deal with them, but Shui Rong grabbed onto her. Yuan, don't be rash. The others were angry, but were still able to control themselves. Jia Shan, you should know that I can't make a decision like that. Ma Bojian said. You're the second in charge in your team. If you can't make decisions then who can? Jia Shan retorted, as long as you agree, who will dare say otherwise? Even if I agreed, my brothers in this team will not agree. How will never agree? Ma Bojian said. As long as you guys agree, we naturally have our way to convince him. Jia Shan said. Boss, don't waste any more words with them. If you ask me, we should just beat them up. Would we fear their disagreement then? The slit-eyed guy said. He looked at Shui Rong with a malicious gaze. They had beaten him up back then and she had stepped on him. He was the one who recognized Shui Rong's spirit attack and guessed that they were here. There had the advantage in numbers today, so he would be sure to pay it back in full and more. Sima Yu pretty much understood everything by now. This should be the rivalry between the two camps in the inner sect. The other party looked like they were less than decent guys at one glance. Especially that slit-eyed one. He had a vulgar gaze, causing her to feel uncomfortable. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Shui Rong could sense his gaze as well, and he stepped forward to block Sima Yu from his sight. That slit-eyed guy is homosexual. Many new students who entered the inner sect fell prey to him and were toyed with. He warned Sima Yu in a small voice. Yo, who would have thought that you guys would have a new student with you? The slit-eyed guy chuckled, he's rather charming However, I heard that your group didn't recruit a single person from the new students this round. Where did this brat come from? None of your business. Shui Rong glared him down, stop looking at him so vulgarly, otherwise, I'll poke your eyes out. TCH, Shui Rong, don't tell me that you ran out to stand in front of him because you're jealous that I paid you no interest, right? I really have no interest in you because you do such things. That fellow is still more attractive. The slit-eyed guy beamed. There's really a brat. He even looks rather young. I wonder how he'll be like when we play with him. Someone said, even more frankly. Ha ha ha. Little guy, what are you doing over at a useless group like that? You'll only have a future if you join a large group like ours. How about it? If you come over now, you'll be spared of enduring all the pain. Jiashan said. He knew that there were a few in his group who swung this way, and that there were actually a few brothers who set their sights on him. In that case, he might as well absorb him into the group. Jiashan. Take your people and control your disgusting gazes. Ma Bojian roared. Sima Yu came out from behind Shui Rong and looked at them. Are we allowed to kill within the inner sect? Not under most circumstances. Shui Rong said. You can in the outer court, but not in the inner court. Sima Yu didn't understand. That's because those who manage to enter the inner sect have relatively better talent. It'd be too much of a pity if they died. Shui Rong explained. That's a shame. Sima Yu said with lament, I initially wanted to give him an easy death. But the way I see it, he has no choice but to live painfully. Before anyone else could rest, they saw the flash of a person's silhouette followed by a loud cry that echoed through the forest. They only saw Sima Yu standing at her original place with a blade in her hand, but the blade was still dripping blood. They stood facing one another before the slit-eyed guy grabbed at the place between his thigh, and curled up on the ground crying out loudly. Not far off, a piece of cloth containing a piece of human flesh was tossed on the ground. Everyone was stunned by this. Sima Yu had actually. Sima Yu produced some water and cleaned off the blood on the blade before taking out a piece of cloth to wipe it meticulously. I hate it the most when someone looks at me with a vulgar gaze. In my unhappiness, my hand accidentally slipped. She blew on the blade and finally stopped when she saw that it was truly clean. She tossed the cloth on the floor and looked at the man on the ground with eyes filled with murder. You actually wasted him? Jiashan cried out. Didn't you see it? Sima Yu said, my blade is quick. If anyone wants to try, I wouldn't mind helping you to free yourself of all worries and cut off all your third legs. That will save you from the influence of your lower body. When they saw her clean and swift actions coupled with her ice-cold tone, all the males on site subconsciously tightened their legs together. You really have guts. You actually dared to harm someone from Thunderbolt Group. Your group wishes to disappear, doesn't it? Jiashan was stunned by her anger and had a kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul. You're wrong. I'm not a part of their group. Sima Yu said, I merely bumped into them. I never planned to have anything to do with your two groups, but who asked you guys to disgust me? You even fantasized about me. If you don't want to end up like he did, then get the hell out of my sight. Haha, how audacious. My Thunderbolt has never been afraid of anyone. Since you don't belong to any gang, you'll be easier to deal with. You actually dare harm one of my group? Men, take him. Take him back to the group leader to deal with. I'll see who dares. Ma Bojian stepped forward, shielding Sima Yu. Ma Bojian, do you plan to make an enemy out of us for the sake of someone who isn't a member of your group? One of his own had been castrated right in front of him. Where was he supposed to show his face in the future? Jian Shan, you'll only be able to take him back if you can beat me till I'm kneeling. You asked for it. Beat them up till they're kneeling, whether they're wasted or crippled doesn't matter as long as they're no longer standing, regardless of whether they're wasted or crippled. Sima Yu repeated, her voice subconsciously stopping everyone in their tracks. She patted Ma Bojian's shoulder, saying, Brother Ma, you can keep your weapon away. I'll deal with this. I don't want to drag your group into this. You, don't force yourself. These people have always been malicious, and there are so many of them. You too have yet to heal. Wouldn't you be beaten up if you went over? Sima Yu said, since that's the case, why don't you just stay here and watch me beat them up? After speaking, she dashed in front of her opponents and beat them up with her fists. Close combat was her forte, and coupled with that body of hers that was as tough as a spirit beast's, she was even more powerful than Fatty Chu when it came to beating people up. One punch came flying after another, and after a short moment, they were beaten up till they were lying on the floor. The only one who remained was Jiashan, who had not rushed up like the others had. Sima Yu stood in the middle of the group and looked at Jiashan. He was so scared that his legs gave way and he sat on the floor. Who are you? Jia Shan was so afraid that he started to stutter. He was not the only one. Shu Yuan, along with everyone else, were also looking at her with gaping mouths and wide eyes. Me? Why should I tell you who I am? Do you have the right to know this lord's name? Sima Yu turned to the person beside her and kicked him out of her way. I only broke your arms, legs and ribs this time. If you continue to cause trouble for me, I won't be as lenient as I was today. Now get lost. This time, nobody contested her. Those who had broken arms had to support those with broken legs. They called their spirit beasts and crawled up on it, rushing away from the place. Sima Yu clapped her hands and turned around to the people who were in a daze, saying, will it cause trouble for your group by being here with me today? Ma Bojian was the first to react as he kept his weapon away. The thunderbolts have always deigned to get rid of us, but they've failed time and time again. Our groups have always been like fire and water. Even without you, they would never stop pestering us. However, without you, we might have been cruelly beaten by them today. Thank you.